Hello and welcome to our SQL tutorial. So this tutorial is designed to provide a comprehensive understanding of SQL, whether you are new to databases or looking to enhance your skills. We'll guide you through the key SQL concepts and techniques, giving you the foundation needed to work with databases effectively in your professional projects. So here's what we'll cover. We'll start with SQL Basics and how to structure your first queries. Then we'll understand different SQL data types and learn how to filter and refine your queries using the where clause. We'll then apply aggregate functions like count, average, sum, and group by to analyze data. We'll then master the use of different types of joins to combine data from multiple tables. Finally, we learn about data definition language and DML operations. By the end of this series, you'll have a strong command of SQL, enabling you to write efficient queries and manage databases with confidence. But before we get started, make sure to like, share and subscribe to the channel so that you do not miss out on any new updates coming from us.
Alright, now let's understand the relational and non-relational databases. So first, we'll have a look at relational database. So relational databases store data in tables with rows and columns and use relationships between tables to link to each other and organize everything. You work with data using SQL, which makes it great for structured data and complex queries. Common examples are MySQL, PostgreSQL, and Oracle. On the other side, non-relational databases don't use tables. Instead, they store tables in more flexible way like documents or key value pairs. They are perfect for unstructured data, fast access and scaling easily. Popular NoSQL databases include MongoDB and Cassandra, etc. Alright, so this was about relational and non-relational databases. So now let's have a look at relationships. Relationships play a very important role, so you should know about this term relationships in SQL. So let's have a look at relationships. So in a database, relationships show how different pieces of data are connected to each other. For example, you might have a table for students and another table for courses. Our relationships link these two tables like showing which student is enrolled in which course. Relationships make it easier to understand how data in one table connects to the data in another table. I hope you guys understand what are relationships. It's pretty much the same that the actual word that means. Alright. So we'll be, using this term further in this tutorial. So you'll get to know. Alright. Now coming to the next topic, which is the ER diagram. So an ER diagram is also known as entity relationship diagram. It is a visual way to show how different tables in a database are related. It's like a map that shows all the tables and how they are connected to each other. Each box in the diagram represents a table and the lines between them represents the relationships. It helps you understand how data flows and connects in a database. Alright. Now, after this, we will move on to the very important part, which is a primary and a foreign key. So let's understand a primary key. Alright. A primary key is a unique identifier for each record in a database table. Think of it like a unique ID card for every row in a table. For example, in a customer table, the customer ID could be the primary key because each customer has a unique ID. No two rows can have the same primary key value. Alright. So I hope you guys understand. As we can see on the screen, customer ID, under customer ID, each and every row is unique. Alright. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, none of them are repeating. But if you'll have a look at other rows, and there is a chance that two persons have the same name, and there's a chance that two persons have the same marks. Also, this goes for grade also, right? But for example, if we take the example of customer ID, it is not the case that a customer can have two customers can have the same customer ID. Same goes for roll number in a class. No two students can have the same roll number. So in this particular case that we are just having a look at the screen, this customer ID is here the primary key. Alright, the unique values, as you can see. Now talking about the foreign key. So foreign key is a way to link one table to another. It's a field in one table that matches the primary key in another table. For example, in a courses table, you might have a foreign key that links to the student ID in the students table. This helps you connect data between tables. So as you can see on the screen, the courses table holds the course details and the student ID column is a foreign key that links to the student ID in the student table. All right. I hope you guys understand this part. All right. Now, coming to the next topic, which is the SQL commands. So, SQL commands are instructions we give to a database to perform different tasks. And these are DDL, DML, DCL, TCL, and DQL. All right. Now, DDL is used to define and manage the structure of a database. It is also known as data definition language. Common DDL commands include create, drop, alter, truncate. All right. Then comes the next one, which is DML. As you can see on the screen, DML stands for data manipulation language. It is used for manipulating data within the database. Common DML commands include insert, update, delete, and explain. Then comes the DCL part. DCL is concerned with defining and controlling access permissions for the database. Common DML commands include grant and revoke. All right. Then comes the TCL. TCL is used to manage the changes made by DML commands within a transaction. It is known as transaction control language. And common TCL commands include commit, rollback, save point. And then comes the DQL part. So if we are working on SQL and if you want to get in the field of data analytics, DQL part is very important for you. All right. So we will be majorly working on the DQL part. So DQL, also known as data query language, it is used to query and retrieve data from the database. The main goal of DQL is to perform read-only operations, meaning it allows users to fetch data without modifying it. That means the original data will not be modified. All we'll be doing is, we will be performing some operations to fetch or do some operations on that. So the original data will be like that only, the original one. All right. Now, first of all, in DQL, there is a select command. This command retrieves data from one or more tables based on specific conditions. All right, so this was about the SQL commands. So we will be majorly working on DQL here, as I already told you. So now let's move on to the next topic, which is how to create a database. All right. Now, first, you need to create a new database using the create database command. Here's how you can do it. Create database and then the database name. So this is the basic syntax of it. First of all, you need to type in create, then database. After that, you can name your database, right? So it's up to you whatsoever you want to write. After that, we have to use the database. After creating the database, you need to tell the system that you want to work with that specific database. So you use the use command for this. So it goes like use my database. For example, my database or database name is just the placeholder, whatsoever you want to write. Here the database name will come. All right. Now after that, there's a creation of table. Now why we are doing it? Because we need to insert some data. So to insert some data, you need a table to store the information. For example, let's create a table called employees to store employee details, right? For that, we will be creating the table. And how to do it is here's on your screen. Create table employees, and inside it, as you can see, id int primary key, because id, each and every row of that item or elements inside the id column will be unique, so it is a primary key. Then name, then age, then job. And as you can see, after each and every column name, so basically this is the syntax: create table employees, and there's a bracket. Inside the bracket, we will be mentioning the column names and then their data types, right? For example, id has the int data type, name has the varchar 50 data type, age again is having int, and job is again having varchar. So for those who don't understand what are these, so let me just explain it to you. Here id int primary key. So here id is an integer column that serves as the primary key for the table. All right. Now a primary key uniquely identifies each row in the table and cannot contain null values. All right. Again, I'm repeating it because it is very important. So just keep in mind that a primary key uniquely identifies each row in the table and cannot contain null values. All right. A primary key cannot contain null values. After that, name varchar 50. So name is a variable length string. It is a column basically that can store up to 50 characters. All right. It is a string which can store 50 characters. So it is varchar 50. All right. It is typically used to store textual data like a person name or something like that. All right. Then there is age int. So age is an integer column used to store numeric values such as a person's age. An integer, that is why it is a numerical value, that is why we are using integer. All right. So job is another variable length string column also capable of storing up to 50 characters. It might be used to store a person, job, or title like that. All right. So now I believe you understand what is the syntax and how it is looking like and how you can, also create a table. Although if you're working, if you want to be a, aspiring data analyst or want to get into the field of data analyst, you won't be using these operations or these creation of databases, because these part is majorly taken care of by the data engineers. But yeah, you must know all these things, so that is why we are just covering. After that, there is, once we have created the table, then comes the part where we have to insert the data into the table. All right. Now we just created the table as of now, but now we have to also insert the data, right? For that, here's the syntax. So now you can insert values into the table using the insert into command. Simple as that. Here's how you can add a new employee. As we can see on the screen, insert into, then the name of the table. Let's say employees is the name of the table, and inside it, id, these are the column names, id, name, age, position inside the bracket. All right. After that, you have to mention values, and this means whatsoever values you want to put inside that. All right. So 1 John Doe, 28 software engineer. So 1 will be, taking the place of id, then John Doe will be taking place of name, 28 age, software engineer, position. I hope you guys are understanding. So this is just the one row, you can say you are just putting it. Similarly, you can put multiple rows. All right. So it is very simple. This is how you can create a table and put some values inside it. For those who don't understand, you can just, again, watch this video from that part and you just get to know. All right. So this was about how to create a database and how to, create a table and put values inside it. Now let's move on to some, practical part of it. For example, now we will be doing some commands of SQL on the SQL workbench, MySQL workbench. So let's do that. All right, so this is our MySQL workbench. So here we will be doing some example. All right, now, so as you can see on the screen, let me just remove this first. So yeah, this is our MySQL workbench. So here we will be doing all the examples or whatsoever, things we want to learn practically. We will be covering it theoretically and practically as well. So you don't need to worry about that. If you want, you can also practice it along, or you can, just any practice platform that you know online, you can practice over there. And if you want us to share a database with you and you want to practice on that, then you can just let us know in the comment section below. All you have to write is just can you share the database, and we'll definitely do that. All right. Okay, so first of all, we'll be starting with the select query. First, there is a select query. So let me just mention it here. Select query. All right. So what is a select query? So it is basically a command. If I'll say, yeah, it is basically a command that we will be using mostly. All right. So the SQL query is one of the most common and important commands in SQL. First of all right. It is used when you want to retrieve or you want to, let's say, get the data. All right. When you want to retrieve or get the data from a database, then you use it. Basically, it helps you ask the database, hey, give me this information. All right. For that, we use select query. All right. Now, when you use select query, you are telling the database exactly what you want to see. For example, if you have a table of students, you might want to see their names, ages, or grades, right? So for that, you will be using select query and the column names of it. For example, as I just mentioned that there's a student table and you want to see the name and grade, right? So what you will be doing is you will be basically, just the simple syntax of it. First of all, we'll mention the select, that is the keyword. After that, the column name. Let's say the column name is name. And another thing that we want to have a look is grade. So we'll write select name, comma, grade. from table name. All right. So here in our case, the table name, let me just write it here. Here the table name is data co. All right. All right. So now let's move on and understand how to do that so that you can also understand the syntax of it. Syntax is pretty much same. Simple column name. I'm just writing the syntax as of now from the table name. This is a basic syntax of it. Select column name, whatsoever column you want to see. From is constant, then there is table name, the name of your table. Simple as that. All right. Now let's say if I want to, this is our table basically. Now let's say if I want to have a look at customer name. Okay. So this is our column customer F name. That means customer first name. So here are the name of the customers. As you can see, a lot of customers are there. So let's say if we want to just have a look at the customer first name only and their customer ID also. All right. So what we'll do is select customer first name, F name, and let's just show you the first name only first so that you don't get confused first. From data co. All right. Now let's try to run it. As you can see, Kelly, Irene, Jillian, Tena, Orly, Kimberly, all the first names of customers is being printed, or is it is just fetching that data and showing it to you. It is not getting printed, it is just fetching the data from the original database and it is showing you. The original database remains the same, it is just showing you that part of the database that you want to see. And here you just mentioned what you want to see. You want to see the customer first name, so you just mentioned the column name here. After that you use the word from, the keyword from, and after that you mention the data co, which is the name of the table. Simple as that. I hope you guys understand this part. Now again, if you want to print the whole table, the complete table that was printed before, what you can do is, it is a simple command that we can write. I'll write again, select star from data co. So by running this particular command, star will display the complete table. All right, we will be displaying it again and again because we will be we want to do some practical part of it. For that we'll be needing the column name, so that is why. So as you can see, we ran this thing, select star from data co, and this particular part is getting printed. For those who don't understand this, what I'm doing here is I'm just commenting all these things. All right. So if you want to comment a particular part, you can just press control and slash, and if you want to uncomment, you have to do the same. Just select the whole part, control and slash, it will get commented. So basically comment means this particular part will not run. It is like you have not written it, or I'm just writing it so that you guys can understand what I'm doing right now. All right. So I've just printed this particular part because I want to run this. So the complete table is here. You can just have a look at it. It is a very large table. All right, so I hope you guys understand about select. Let's do another example of select. So let's say I want to print the customer first name. Select customer first name, and let's say I want to let's just have a look at it first. Customer ID is there. First I want to print the customer ID. Okay, so I'll just mention here customer ID first. So first customer ID will come, then customer first name will come, and after that let's say I want to print customer state and customer street also. All right, so I'll just mention customer state and customer street. I hope it is visible to you guys. All right, so this is the customer state and this is customer street. Okay, so what I want to print is customer ID, customer first name, customer state, and customer street. So it will be fetching the data in this manner only from data co, which is the name of the table. All right, so now let's run it. So as you can see, these are the customer ID, customer first name, customer state, customer street. All right, we'll scroll back. It is a very large table, as I mentioned. It's a large database basically. All right, so this is how you can perform a select query, or this is particularly the function of select query. It is very important if you want to perform each and every operation that you will be performing. You'll have to use select query mostly. All right, so I hope you guys understand what we were trying to do here. First the column name, then from keyword, then the table name. And whatsoever columns you want to print, you have to mention them, either one or either multiple. It's up to you. All right, or it's up to the requirements. Now let's move on to the second topic, which is order by. All right, just a second. Order by. All right, so order by. What is order by? The order by statement is used in SQL to sort the results of a query based on one or more columns. All right, I'll just write. It is basically used to sort it. It helps you organize the output data in a specific order, either ascending order or descending order. All right, that can be further ascending or descending, and you will be using it as ASC or DESC. So by default, if you don't mention ASC or DESC, it will be in ascending order only. But if you'll mention DESC, then the complete order of these things will be in descending order. But the thing is, the order by this statement is applied on a particular column, so you'll have to mention the name of the column before it as well, after it. All right, so let's just have a look at it. And basically, let me just again explain to you the part where we have to specify the columns, because I believe that part is a bit important for you as you're learning for the first time. So before while writing this particular command, you have to specify columns. You list the columns by which you want to sort the data. If you want to sort the data more than one column, then separate them with commas. All right, for example, here if I want to sort it by the name, by a customer ID, or if I want to sort it by a customer first name, then it will be according to that only. All right, now here ascending or descending part. So ASC for ascending, this is a default sorting order. It arranges the data from lowest to highest, that is from A to Z for text, and from 0 to 9 for numbers. Simple as that. From A to Z, if I have used order by on customer first name, then it will sort it from A to Z. All right, the names coming which is starting from A will be coming first. And I hope you guys understand what is ascending order, right? And 0 to 9 for numbers. Descending, in descending, it's basically sorts the data from highest to lowest, that is Z to A and 9 to 0. All right, I hope you guys understand. If you don't specify ASC, SQL will be using ASC by default. All right, so let's do another example. Let me just print the whole table again first, because then only I'll be able to understand or just have a look at what all columns, because there are a lot of columns. All right, so for that I have to just have a look at it. All right, customer ID, category ID. All right, so let's do one thing. Let's sort it based on customer ID, as you can see. All right, select customer ID, and what else? Customer state and customer street and order city. Okay, I believe this is sufficient. All right, from data co, which is the name of the table. All right, now we'll be using order by. So I want to order it based on customer ID, order by customer ID. So first I'll not mention ascending or descending. All right, I'll just run it. So as I told you, by default it will be in ascending order, as you can see, 1 2 3 4, and the multiple you can see multiple rows are having the same, because that particular person is might be ordering from again and again, so that is why it is coming. Although we can just fetch the unique items or unique IDs from it as well if we want, but that is the part that we'll be learning in the further tutorial or in the coming tutorial. All right, so as you can see, customer ID with 1 is ordering from Mumbai, order city, and this is the street of it. And yeah, so pretty much about it. So this is the ascending order, because we haven't mentioned here ASC or DESC, and the syntax is same. As you can see, this is the syntax that we were previously using. Select the column names from the table. After that, we will be using order by. After from table name, we have to use order by. It is a syntax like that. You have to write it in this way only. So what this particular complete command or the query is saying, select the customer ID, customer state, customer street, and order city from this table. So basically this table is having all of it. All right. This particular query is saying select all these columns from this table and order it based on customer ID in ascending order by default. All right. Now here if we'll mention DESC, I've mentioned in descending order. So what will happen? So as you can see, it is in descending order now. As you can see, 20,000 something. It is in descending order. Order city Lahore, as you can see, Hanoi, etc. etc. Now it is in descending order. Again, if we want to specify ascending order, then we'll do this and it will again come in the ascending order. Simple as that. All right. So this is what order by is used for. You can use multiple order bys also. For example, let me just show you that part also. Order by, okay, order by customer city ascending order and customer ID ascending order and order by order city also ascending order. Now, as you can see, this is the result when we are using the order by on customer ID. But now we just wrote order city ascending order. All right. So now we are, sorting it in ascending order based on customer ID and order city both. Now the result will be bit different from the previous one. For those who didn't notice it, let me just remove this part again and run it. As you can see, Mumbai is same. The second is San Pedro Sula, then Munich. But if I just do this part again, I'm just showing you the part which is, as you can see, Munich, New York City. It is different. So it is being altered. So when you sort the table using multiple columns, as we just did, the sorting happens in a hierarchical manner. This means the table is sorted first by the primary column you specify. If multiple rows have the same value in that column, that is, there is a tie, then SQL looks at the second column to decide the order. If there are further ties, it can continue sorting by additional columns. All right, simple as that. I hope you guys understand order by. Now let's understand the next part, which is the limit. All right, limit. So what do you think? Why it is used and what will be the functionality of it? So basically the limit clause is super useful when you are working with queries and don't want to retrieve all the rows from the data set. All right, as the name suggests, limit basically will print the things that you want to see. For example, I want to have a look at a data of top 5 players who come first in race. So top 5 racers basically, if I'll say marathon racers or something like that. I hope you guys are understanding what I'm trying to say. It helps you control the number of rows returned by your query, making it perfect when you're working with the large data sets and want to limit the output. For instance, if you're testing or debugging your query, you might only want to see handful records instead of thousands. The limit clause allow you to set a cap on the number of rows returned. All right. It basically sets the limit to the result that you want to see. For example, here, as you can see, we have too many, records. But if I want to have a look at the top 5 or top 10 or top 20, then I can use this particular, query or command. Limit clause, basically, I use. All right, so now let's have a look at it. So what I'll do is I'll be using this particular example only. Select customer ID, customer state, customer street. All right, what else we can do? Product name from data co, order by customer ID, descending. This time we are sorting it in a descending order. All right, now order by, after order by you have to use limit. Okay, so if you're not ordering it, then you can simply use select star from or select this from table name, and then you can use limit also. But I'm just telling you the order of it, how it, in which place you basically use. After order you have to use. If there is no order, then you can simply use it, but if there's an order, you have to use after order, not before it. Okay, limit, let's say I've set the limit to 5 or let's do 7. So as we can see, top, not top, but the least 7 it is displaying. As you can see, these are the least 7. These are the product names: smartwatch, some addresses, fighting video games, and customer street, customer state. So basically, if I want to have a look at, let's say, top 10 this time, so these are top 10. Now I want to have a look at top 3. So these are the top 3. It is up to me, like it is completely up to me if I want to have a look at how many, you know. Now I will be using like this first. All right, limit 3. Here we haven't used the order by now, so that you guys can understand I've used order by. But now it's up to you if you want to it's up to requirement actually, not also up to you, it's up to requirement. All right. So here what basically we fetched these columns from this table, and we just use limit 3. If we'll not use limit 3, it will look like this. Simple. Now if I'll use limit now, for example, yeah, limit 6. So these are the top 6 one that we displayed: smartwatch, and all these things. Top 6 basically. Whatever the order, because here we haven't mentioned the order, so it will display in that particular manner itself, and it will just print the top 6 here in this particular case. So basically this query will return only the top 6 rows from the table, and you can also use limit with order by to get the top record sorted in a specific order. I hope you guys understand what I just told you. All right. After this, now comes the another clause, which is offset. Again, it is an important one. So the offset clause in SQL is used to skip specific number of rows. Skip specific number of rows. Don't mind the spelling, can be wrong, but I hope you guys will understand the sense. All right. So it is basically used to skip a specific number of rows, before starting to return the results. It is often used in combination with limit. All right. The offset clause can either be used separately, or we can combine it with limit clause. All right. So for example, we'll take the example of this one only. So this is the result of this query, right? Now we'll be using offset 2. So what this particular query do, what offset 2 is doing here, it will remove these 2 rows. All right, because we have used offset 2. This means I don't want to fetch these 2 rows. All I want to see is these many rows. If I'll mention 3, so these top 3 rows will not be displayed basically. All right, so let's have a look at it. As you can see, the top 3 rows is not visible now, and because we have set the limit to 6, the other 3 came from the bottom, right? And now let's say if I want to remove this first one, okay, now I'll set offset 1. See, simple as that. If I'll just remove it so that you can just find the differentiation between them, you can just remember the customer ID. Okay, 19492 and 19492. It is coming on the first number, and because we have set the limit to 6, one that is we just removed from bottom, another one came in, so it is total 6 now. So basically it is used for that. All right, it will tell SQL to skip a certain number of rows before it begins to return the data. This is useful when you're working with large data sets basically, and you want to show the results in smaller chunks. All right, so it is that simple. All right, so now coming to the next part, which is as. So as or alias, basically it is used, you will be using it a lot in SQL. So the as keyword in SQL is used to create an alias basically. Let me just write it again, just a second. Yeah. All right, so it is basically a temporary name for a column or a table, simple as that. It's commonly used to give calculated columns or existing columns in a more meaningful or readable names in the query results. So let me just write for it. What it does is basically it gives a temporary name to a column or a table. We'll be using it, so you'll get to know what we are doing from it. All right, so it's commonly used to give calculated columns or existing columns in a more meaningful way. when you perform calculations or select columns with long names, you can use as to provide a simpler version in a more descriptive names for that column in the result set. You can use as or alias, it's up to you. I basically prefer as because it's pretty much easy to write that. Now let me show the functionality of it to you. Let me just print first. Alright, so this is our complete table. Now if I want to show you as, I will have to perform some operation on usually, yeah, just a second. Order item product price. Yeah, so order item product price 327. It is different. Yeah. So for example, I want to perform operation on this. So I'll be using an example of it. Select order item product price. What's the huge name of it? All right. Now I want to perform an operation on this particular column. Now let's say I am just multiplying it with 2. All right. I'm just multiplying it with 2. You can do that. Now this, the name of the column, I have to mention this complete thing. All right. Previously the name of this particular column is this one, but now I'm multiplying it with 2. Now I have to rename it, or I can use as the, let's say, twice of it. I'll just name it twice of it. For just understanding, I'm doing this random example. I've just named it twice of it. It's up to you, whatsoever you want to write from data code. So what it'll do is it basically, multiply this particular column with 2. All right. Twice of it, as you can see, a new column name is there. But if I want to have a look at this also, just print it. And here I'll mention the, let's say, customer ID. Okay. I want to have a look at product name also. Let's see. Now let's run it. So customer ID, product name, order item product price, when we have multiplying twice of it, this. So basically when you use as, you have just named or made a new column, or you are just renaming it as, you can call it, it's basically saying you can call this particular thing as twice of it. All right, as you can see, this is this particular column, and this whole thing is, we named it twice of it. It is being displayed here. See, all the results is multiplied by 2 now, as you can see. I hope you guys understood what I just said. You can use as or alias, is up to you. So basically it is just used to rename it. It basically gives a temporary name to it. All right, now this was something that can be difficult to you for as you're learning for the first time, but I want you to go through this entire video. And if you want to go through, if you don't understand a particular part, you can just skip to that part and understand it, because these are the basics of SQL and you have to know about it if you want to move further in the data analyst journey or data science journey, because these are the things that you should know, and these are the skills that is in huge demand in the market right now. And for that, these are the basics, these are the foundations that should be strong if you want to go further in this journey. All right, so if you have any doubts, you can just reach out to us. Our team will help you with any queries that you have. You can just comment down whatever query you have. You can just comment in the comment section below, and we'll just try to solve your queries or the questions.
Also, if you are looking to break into data science and AI, the professional certificate program in AI and data science by upGrad is your perfect starting point. Get triple certification from Microsoft, NSDC, and an industry partner to strengthen your resume. Work on real-world case studies from Uber, Sportskeeda, and Teach for India, gaining hands-on experience. Learn generative AI, 17+ industry tools, and 12+ projects with an advanced curriculum. Get live training from industry experts and build a job-ready portfolio. So whether you're starting fresh or upskilling, this program gives you the edge. So click on the course link in the description to get started.
Alright, so numeric data types. So these are used for storing numbers such as integers, decimals, or floating point numbers. So inside the numeric data types, first we have is int, that is for integer. So basically it stores whole numbers, no decimals. For example, age, int, and basically int will store values like 25, -10, or 1000. Basically the numerical values, right? Now, coming to the next data type, which is decimal. Now, basically the decimal part, it stores exact decimal numbers. P is the total number of digits, and S is the number of digits after the decimal point. Alright, so this decimal basically stores the values like 19.99, 100.00, minus 45.50. So the decimal point values. Alright, now comes the float. So float stores approximate floating point numbers. Example, temperature, and which is having a float value. It stores values like 98.6, minus 12.34, 3.147, like that. Now you might be confused between decimal and float. So the difference between the decimal and float is decimal is for exact precision and is commonly used for financial applications, whereas float is approximate precision and is commonly used for scientific or you can say engineering applications. Alright, so decimal is an exact precision and float is a approximate precision. Alright, although you will be using float more than decimal, so you don't need to worry. Alright, now numbers alone are not enough in databases. Textual data is equally important, especially for storing names, addresses, and descriptions. So now let's move on to the string data types. So these are used for storing text or character data. Alright, so in string data types we have varchar. So varchar stores variable length string with a maximum length of n. For example, as you can see on the screen, name varchar 50. So here it stores values like John, Alice, Robert, Sid, or a very long name that fits within the 50 characters. Alright, so here 50 is the limit. You can write any number of string characters up to 50. Alright, so we only mention this n part in it. As you can see, you can also mention 60, 100, it's up to you. Alright, so it is like that. It is basically a textual data that you write. Alright, next one is character, char. So its syntax is almost the same, and we can say it stores fixed length strings. If the data is shorter than n, it's padded with spaces. Alright, for example, country code character 2, we have set 2, so it will store values like US, CA, IN for India, like that. Alright, now while textual data is widely used, databases often need to store dates and times for transactions and timestamps and scheduling. So now let's explore how SQL handles date and time values. Alright, so date and time data types. So these are used for storing dates, times, or both. Alright, so first we have is date. So it stores a date in the format of year, month, and day, as you can see on the screen. And its fine example is, you can say birth date, and where the data type here is date, and it is storing the values like 1990, then there is the month, and then there is the date of it. I hope you're understanding. This 1990 comes from the year, and then 05 is the month, that is May, and 15th is the date. Alright, so this is the format of it. Then comes time. So basically it stores a time in the format of hours, minutes, and seconds. Alright, so as you can see on the screen, hours, minutes, and seconds, and the example it is showing, it is 9 hours, 30 minutes, and 0 seconds. So the format is like that: hours, minutes, and seconds. Alright, then comes the date time. So date time stores both date and time. Example, as you can see on the screen, and the data type is date time together, not a space in between, and we have named the variable as created at, and its data type is date time, and it is storing a value. As you can see on the screen, first there is a date which is in the format of year, month, and day, and then there's a time format which is hours, minutes, and seconds. So 2023 is the year, alright, and 10 is the month, 25 is the day, and then HHMMSS, that is the hours, 14 is the hours, 30 is the minutes, and 0 is the seconds. Alright, I hope you guys understand this part. Now, apart from numbers, text, and dates, SQL also needs a way to represent Boolean values. Boolean values are true and false. Apart from numbers, text, and dates, SQL also needs a way to represent Boolean values. Now, Boolean values are true or false. Alright, now let's discuss how SQL handles Boolean data. Alright, so this is used for storing true and false values, as we already discussed. and it basically stores, the name of it is, as you can see on the screen, Boolean. The data type name is Boolean, and it store true or false. For example, is active is the name of the column, and there is the data type Boolean. After that, as you can see, it is written that it store values like true or false. I hope you guys are understanding. All right, true and false. It is very simple. All right, now that we have covered the fundamental data types, let's talk about the data type conversions, which is also an important part, although we will not be using in the initial start of the tutorial. But yeah, we will be needing it in the further tutorial, but let's discuss it now as well, so that we get the idea, and maybe again we will discuss in the coming tutorials. All right, so you guys don't need to worry. All right, now coming to the data type conversions. So in SQL, working with different data types is common, and sometimes you may need to convert one type into another for better compatibility and accurate calculations, right? So SQL provides built-in functions to handle explicit and implicit conversions. So explicit data type conversion, first of all. So explicit conversion means you intentionally instruct SQL to convert a value from one data type to another using specific functions. This is recommended when precision and control over the data types are essential. So the first data type is cast and the another one is convert. So let's discuss both of these. So first one is cast, as we discussed. So the cast function explicitly converts a value from one data type to another in a structured and standardized way. It is widely supported across different database systems. Its syntax is simple. Select, which we will use as we already discussed in the previous tutorial. Select is there, then we'll be using cast. Cast is the function, and inside this function we will be passing the format in which we want to convert it as date, and then we are using, this is the syntax of it, as date, as converted date. So we are naming it also, as you can see, as converted date, as we already discussed. So inside the bracket it is a syntax. After that we are just naming it and just referring it as converted date. All right, so here 2023-10-01 formatted as date type. All right, this ensures that the string 2023-10-01 is interpreted as actual date, allowing for operations like date comparison and arithmetic. All right, so here the input value is basically the value 2023-10-01 is a string text format. All right, the input value is a string text format. Now the cast function, now here this part, the cast function is doing what? It explicitly converts it into a date type. All right, previously it was a string text format, then this cast function converts it into date type. Now the output will be like, SQL treats it as a valid date, allowing for date specific operations. Whether we want to calculate the date from this date to another date, it will calculate as per that, and as per the date comparisons and other arithmetic operations. All right, it will not treat it as a string. All right, I hope you guys understand the cast. Now coming to the next one, which is convert. So the convert function also performs type conversions, but its syntax may vary based on the database system. Some databases like SQL Server support additional formatting options with convert. So the basic syntax of it is select. After that, there's a convert function. So as you can see on the screen, there is a data type, and then there is the format. There's a string format. 123 is a string, and it is same as that the previous one, only here we are using convert instead of cast. So the output would be 123 as an int, and this function ensures that the numeric string 123, this is a numeric string by the way, is stored as an integer, making it suitable for mathematical operation. So previously this is not a integer, we wanted to convert it into the integer. Previously it was 123 string data type, so we wanted to convert it into integer, so that is why we are doing it. So 123 is stored as an integer, making it suitable for mathematical operation. That is why we are converting it. So the input value here is 123. It is stored as an integer, var or char, whatsoever it is. Then we use the convert function, and we did the syntax. We wanted it to convert it into integer, so we used the int integer, and after that the that string var 123. So change it. This particular function is changing it into an integer. All right, now SQL treats it as a numeric value, allowing for mathematical operation. Now you can do the mathematical operation like addition, subtraction, multiplication, whatsoever you want. Previously it was not a numerical, it was a string, so you can't do that previously, but now you can do that as we have converted into the integer. All right, all right. Now, while explicit conversions give full control over data types, SQL also performs implicit data type conversions, where it automatically changes the data type when necessary. All right. So for that, there is implicit data type conversions. So SQL also performs implicit conversions where it automatically converts data types when necessary. This happens in situations like comparing a string and a number, and then another one is performing arithmetic operations with mixed data types and assigning values to variables of a different data type. All right, when we assign values to variables of a different type, then also it happens implicit one. All right, for example, a fine example of it would be like this, as you can see on the screen. 50 plus 10 basically we are doing is, and then we are storing at, we wanted to show it as a result, so that's why we use as result. So here we are adding 50, which is a textual string, numeric string, and then we are adding it to 10, which is an integer type. So what do you think? Can you just comment down in the comment section? What do you think will be the result of it? I hope you guys did that. Now let me tell you, for those who don't understand what we are doing here, we are basically adding the numeric string 50 to the integer 10. All right. Now the result will be 60 because in MySQL and some other databases, when you perform arithmetic operations involving a string and a number, the database automatically converts the string to number if possible. All right. Now 50 is a string, but since it consists of numeric characters, MySQL implicitly converts it into integer 50. All right. If here ABC would be there, then obviously that can't happen. But here 50 is a string, but since it consists the numeric characters, right? 50, that are the numeric characters. So MySQL implicitly converts it into the integer 50. Now, another important concept when dealing with SQL data is handling the null values, right? That is a very important concept. So we should understand about it as well. So the handling the null values represent missing or unknown data. In this part, we will be using some clauses that we haven't covered yet, but just for the learning purpose, you can understand it, and further again we will cover that, so you guys don't need to worry about that. So we will be using where clause and might some other clauses also. So I'll also tell you what those clauses do, but even if you don't understand it, just be with me. I'll make you understand, and further in the tutorials, in the coming tutorials, we'll definitely cover that. So you guys don't need to worry about that. All right. So now coming to the handling null values part. All right. So in SQL, a null value represents missing, unknown, or undefined data, right? Since null value is not the same as an empty string or zero, handling null values properly is crucial to avoid unexpected result in queries and calculations. So I hope you guys understand that null is not equal to zero or empty. All right. It is basically a placeholder, or we need to handle that part because we can't refer it to zero or something like that, because that will change the whole result. All right. Now to avoid unexpected results in queries and calculations, we have to handle it. All right. Since null is not an actual value but a placeholder, or the missing data, using comparison operations like equal to or not equal to, the operators equal to not equal to won't work, right? Because it is not a value, it is just like a placeholder or a missing data. You can't use the comparison operations operators on it, right? So instead, SQL provides special operators to check for null values. So for that, first one is using isNull. The isNull condition is used to find the records where a specific column contains a null value. All right. So if you want to check if a specific column is having a null value or not, then you can use this particular, isNull. This is a clause that you can use. IsNull is a condition basically. All right, so this condition you can use, and how to use it is there on your screen. You can, as we know that if we want to display all the results, we basically use the star. Select star from employees, that means select all the records from employees table where manager ID is null. I hope you guys are understanding. This is basic English only. SQL is easy, and even if you read it, you kind of started understanding this part, because what we are doing here select star, that means selects all the records from employees table where manager ID is null. Alright, so manager ID is the column over here. It is having many records, let's say thousands of records, and there are some parts which is null, right? There's a part where there is no value, no data, right? Those parts are null. Now I want to fetch those parts along with other records. So here I've used select star from employees table where manager ID is null. So it will give us the result as all the parts along with all the parts which is having the null value in the manager ID section, right? It will not display the parts which is having the valid value like 2, 4, 10,000 like that. It will not display that. It will display all the records which is having the null value, manager ID, where manager ID is null, right? All right, I hope you guys understand this part. And even if you have slight doubt about it, you can definitely just comment down. And don't worry, we will definitely cover this where part in the coming tutorials, so you guys don't need to worry about that. All right, coming to the second part, using is not null. Now the is not null condition find records where a column has a value, right? Is not null is basically the opposite of it. It basically finds the records where a column has a value that is not null, right? So select star from employees where manager ID is not null. Simple syntax as the above one, but here we want to fetch the values. Let's say my manager told me to fetch the values where the all the clients have put their information, and let's say some clients haven't put their information. For example, they missed on some parts. Some people missed their phone numbers, some people missed their address or something like that. All right, but the manager told me only fetch the details of those clients which have put all the values of their, like they have put the name, details, numbers, address, everything. So in that particular case I can use is not null. So it will fetch all the values which are not null, right? So select star from employees table where manager ID is not null. So all the records having not null values will be displayed, right? The valid values basically. All right, so this was about handling null values. We'll definitely handle this in the coming tutorials. Now the question is why handling nulls is important. So first is it prevents incorrect query results, that is aggregations like count, sum and average may ignore null values. So this count, sum and average functions we will definitely cover in the coming tutorials, and these are very simple and easy to understand. So it basically handling the null values prevents the incorrect query results, because in count function you just count the number of results, and in sum you just do the summation of all the records like that. So it will add the discrepancy, or you can say the result will not be correct. So to deal with that situation we basically handle the null values, right? Now the second one is it ensures better data presentation. Displaying default values avoids confusion in reports. Now, so there are some methods to deal with null values. For example, we sometimes use mean and sometimes we use some other values. So it helps in displaying the default value that we use, like the mean or something like that, the other values. It helps in displaying those values and avoids the confusion in reports, because while showing the reports you can't show the null values, right? You have to show the correct numbers or something like that. So you have to deal with the null values that are in the records, and to show the correct report you should deal with the null values, and that's why it show the better data representation, right? Now it improves query logic. It avoids error caused by unexpected nulls in comparisons or calculation. So the logic is also it improves, right? So this is why, and there are many more reasons why we need to handle the null values, right? All right, so this was pretty much about this particular tutorial. I hope you guys understand this part, and I hope you guys understand the data types also, and how to change it to a different data type, and the part where we discussed all these implicit and explicit data type conversions. And then we also discussed how to handle the null values, and why it is important to handle the null values, and it is very important to understand these parts. All right, So alright guys, with that we have come to the end of this particular tutorial. If you like this tutorial, you can like and comment down. If you have any queries you have, you can just comment down, and our team will help you in resolving those queries. So now let's have a look at some string functions first. So the first one on the list is concat function. So the concat function is like a tool that helps you join different pieces of text together. All right. So imagine you have a bunch of words or strings and you want to combine them into one long string. That's exactly what concat does. You put the words or strings inside the parentheses and it just sticks them together. You want to add a space between them, you just type a space inside the quotation marks. That's it. And it will be included in the final result. Now imagine you have a table called customers with column first name and last name. You want to merge them into a full name, right? So that's where concat comes in. So its syntax is like something like this. As you can see on the screen, select concat. First there is the first name, that is the name of the column, and then the quotation marks. It is used for space. If you want to put some space between the first name and the last name, it is up to you. Then the last name, which is another column, right? Now we are naming this particular column as full name. So we have written that, and then from customer table. I hope you are understanding. Simple syntax it is, like select. Inside concat function, there are columns that we want to combine, separated with commas. That's it. And then we can name that particular combined column as full name or whatsoever we want to name it from customer table. That's it. Simple syntax. Now, the thing is, let's understand this particular thing with the help of an example, which we will do on my SQL workbench. All right, so let's do that. All right, so this is our MySQL workbench. I hope it is visible. All right, so this is our data, as you can see on the screen. Yeah, here it is. This is our records or tables. So there are n number of columns. You can see a lot of columns are there. All right, so now let me show you a fine example of concat function where we are using the concat function. So let's figure out some column name. Yeah, as you can see, we have this customer F name and customer L name. That means customer first name and customer last name, right? So let's use the concat function and perform this operation of merging both the first name and last name into a full name. All right. So let me just comment this thing first for you. Concat function. Just a second. Yeah. Now the syntax is simple. Select concat, and inside concat we'll be using as customer F name, comma, customer L name. All right, because we want to merge or concat both of these columns, right? Now we'll name it as, let's say, full name, right? Now from the which table it is? From data co. This is the table name, as we know already. So syntax is simple. Select concat function, the first column that you want to combine with the second column, then here it is. Now we have named this particular column as full name from the data co table. That's it. Let's try to run this now. So as you can see, this is combined name. Let me just write the first name also so that you can understand it, how it is being displayed. Just a second, let me just copy paste it so that it will be easy for you guys to have a look. Yeah, as you can see, Kelly Holloway, as you can see, it's a combined or merged full name, but yeah, it is not looking fine because there is no space in between. So what should we do? What do you think we should do? So now in this particular case, we have to add some space between both the names, right? So we have to add some space between both the columns, that is customer first name and customer last name. As you can see, for that we can use empty space in between, right? Because space is an empty space, right? So we'll use the quotation marks and a space in between. As we can see, here it is. Now let's try to again run it and we can see the space. As you can see, Kimberly Flowers, Nicole Olson, Erica Stevens. There is a space in between now, right? Now, whatsoever you will write in between, no, it will come like that only. See, it will come like that. So, but we don't want that. Let's just remove it and keep it like this. All right. So we have just merged or concat customer first name and customer last name into customer full name, right? This is how you can use the concat function. It is very simple. I hope you guys understand this concat function. All right. Now, yeah, if you want to do some more examples in it, we can definitely cover that as well. But to cover some more complex examples, we have to understand the where clause also, which we will be covering in the coming tutorial, in the following tutorial. In this tutorial itself, in fact, we'll cover that, because this is a filtering. In this particular tutorial, we'll understand how to filter data. So for that, we'll be needing to understand the where clause also. So for you, let me just do that example so that we can understand it in a better way. But the thing is, I'll just make you guys understand what is where clause also. Then again, we'll cover in this tutorial only. So for that, let's do an example in which we want to display the customer first name, last name, the city, the product name, etc., etc. Where the product name is something, let's say smartwatch or something like that, right? So yeah, we can do that. So let's do that. First of all, let's have a look at the complete data. All right, so this is our data. This is our table basically. Now we have to perform some operations on it. All right, so select. We'll be using the concat function also, but first of all, I want you to understand if we are not using the concat function, then how it will look. I'm doing this for those people who still don't understand what I just did. Customer, let's say city this time. So these all of these are the column names that I'm just writing. I want to display all these things. So all the things which comes after select and before from are the columns that we want to display, right? So these are the columns that I want to display. And now I'll be writing some more columns. Let's say product name. Yeah, definitely product name and order status. See, I know the table, that is why I'm writing. You can just scroll through the table and then you'll get to know about it. If you want the table, the complete database, you can just uh, write down in the comment section and we'll provide you the data set, right? All right, so these are the columns that I want to display from data co. This is a table name. Now I want to display those details. I want to display the details of those customers whose product name is they bought, let's say, web camera, right? The product name is in the end, I believe. Yeah, here it is. These are the product name. We just missed it. These are smartwatch, as you can see, a lot of industrial web camera. Yeah, so the thing is, let's do this from data co. Where is the is used for filtering. As of now, I'm just telling you a small part of where. We'll cover it in the coming in this tutorial, in this tutorial itself. So where this product name web camera, right? So I want to display all the details of the customers whose product name is web camera, right? So I just want that. And another thing I want, I know you also don't understand and as of now, but just be with me. I'll make you guys understand. Order status, I want the order status is complete, right? So I have to type that. So where it is, let me just show you guys. As you can see, this is the order status, pending payment, but we want the order status which is complete. We want to display the details where the product name is web camera and order status is complete. Order status is complete, right? So we want to display all these columns details where the product name is web camera and order status is complete, right? So if you want to do that, let's do it. So as you can see, customer first name, customer last name, and customer city again. All right, web camera, and the order status is complete. So only those results are fetched whose product name is web camera and the order status is complete, right? You guys are understanding where product name is web camera and order status is complete. Only those results are being fetched. All right. Now it's simple. If I want to concat the names, right, I'll simply use this. Inside it, I'll just copy and you can write also space. Now let's just remove the comma. Customer last name. All right. And we have to name it as, let's say, full name. All right. So now let's have a look. As you can see, now there is no customer first name or last name. It is simple full name, right? Now we have just concatenated or merged the names, right? Now it is coming like the full name. Then there is the customer city, then the product name and the order status. So the customer city will vary, as you can see, but the product name and order status will be the same. All right. So I understand that some of you guys still don't understand where and, but don't worry, we will cover that. As of now, I just want you to understand concat itself. All right. Now, let's move on to another function known as substring. All right. So now coming to the substring function. So substring function is used to extract a specific part of a string. This is really handy when you only need a portion of the data, like extracting the first few characters of a name or part of a description. The substring function allows you to pull out a substring from a string, that is a smaller section of it. That's it. Like let's say if my name is Virat Kohli, so if I want to just take the part of vir from Virat, I can just do that with this particular function. All right, if Virat is a string, then if I want to take part of vir from Virat, I can use this substring function. All right, now it takes 3 arguments basically. So for that, first one is value. So the value is the original string you're working with, like a name or description. Then comes the position. The position is basically the starting point in the string where you want to extract the substring, right? The counting here starts from 1, not 0. Then comes the length, the number of characters to include from the starting position. All right. Now let's go to our, the workbench so that I can make you understand in a better way. All right. So we are in our workbench. Let me just comment this out. All right, now let's do what we are understanding, substring, right? So this is our function now. All right, so now let's say you have a column called first name and you want to get the first 5 characters of each name, right? For example, a name is, let's say, Virat and Kohli, Rohit Sharma. All right, now let's say if I want to take first 7 characters or first 8 characters or first 6 characters, it will also include the spaces, by the way. Yeah. All right, now from of each name, now you can use the substring like this, like select substring. I'm just telling you the example, I'm not running it. Select substring, then you can just type in the first name. I'm just writing it roughly from 1 to 5 as name substring from the customer table or whatsoever table you have. So this is the column name, this is the starting point, and this is the last, what we call the number of characters to include from the starting position, right? I hope you guys are understanding. If you're not, let's do an example. All right, so we know the table. First of all, let's run for the table. Okay, let's work on customer first name itself, because I just explained an example of name, so let's do the example of customer first name only. Wait, customer first name. Wait, yeah, let's make you understand. This is the function substring. Inside it, we'll be using customer f name. Okay, customer f name. Now, this is the column that I want to take a substring from, right? Now it has too many records. I want to start from first and 3. The 3 is basically the length of characters to include from the starting point. Now as name subset. I'm naming it as name subset. It will come in this particular column. All right. And let's say I want to display customer ID also along with it from the data core table. That's it. All right. Now let's do one more thing. The result is here, but let's do one more thing so that you can easily differentiate between them. All right, so CAL, because from 1 to 3 we want to include, so only 3 starting characters is coming, right? Tana, TAN, it will come. Kimberly, Kim is come. Kim is there. Erica is, Eri is there. Nicole, Nick is there. So basically, this is what substring is, and this is how you can use it. So this is the substring, and inside it, first there is the name of the column, the original string you're working with, and this is the basically the column that you want to extract. And then this is the position, the starting position in the string from where you want to extract the substring. All right, the counting is starting from 1, and this is the number of characters to include from the starting position. All right, now after that we have mentioned we want it in a separate column, so we did that. So I know that you know alias, so you don't need to worry about that. And then the table name is there. Okay, so I hope you guys understand this part. Now let's move on to next function, which is INITCAP function. All right, so now coming to INITCAP function. So this particular function is used in BigQuery basically. So it is super helpful because when you want to capitalize the first letter of every word in a string and make all other letters lowercase, then it is used, right? For example, if you're naming somebody's name or some city name or state name, so you don't have to mention separately. You can use this function. It will automatically capitalize the first letter. So it's perfect for formatting text where each word should start with a capital letter like a name or a title. All right, so its syntax is simple. Select initcap full name or whatsoever the column you want to capitalize. Then we want to name it as formatted name from the customer. Simple as that. Now, this was about INITCAP. You can use it. It is basically used in BigQuery. Now, moving on to the next function, which is very important and is often used in SQL. So that function is distinct. So the distinct keyword is used in SQL to ensure that the result set of your query contains only unique and non-duplicate values. All right. I'm saying it again. Only unique and non-duplicate values, right? As the name is saying, distinct. When you query a table, you might get rows where the data is repeated, right? Now, if you only care about the unique values in a column or combination of columns, you can use distinct function to filter out those duplicates, right? So it will give you a result with only the distinct values. All right, so it's simple syntax we have like select distinct city from customers. If I want to extract city, uh, distinct city, unique cities basically, then I will use this function distinct before the column name from the table, whatsoever table it is there, right? So this particular query will return only unique city names from the customers table. If there are multiple customers from the same city, it will show the city just once. For example, if New York appears 5 times in the city column, it will only appear once in the result, right? So it works like that. Now let's do an example of this one also. Let's go to the workbench. All right, so this is our workbench again. Now let's comment this thing out. All right, what happened? Yeah. All right, now we are talking about distinct. So this query will return only the unique city names or whatsoever. So first of all, let's have a look at the complete data again. So what do we want to, want in distinct? For example, customer city. Here also we'll take the example of customer city. As you can see, Los Angeles, San Jose, Miami, a lot of cities are here. Paramount, Billings, and Detroit, Dallas. I just want the unique city names, right? As you can see, Los Angeles and the Skaguas is being repeated again and again. See, it is being repeated. I want only, the unique cities names. So what I'll do is select distinct. I'll just use the normal one only. Select distinct customer city. and if I want I can name it also, but I don't want this right now. Now customer, let's say first name, and the product name also, let's say. I want to extract the details of those customers who ordered that particular product, from which cities are they from, like all the customers from where they belong to. So I want the unique results only. In that particular case I'll be using this query. Now from data core table, as you can see, this is the customer city, this is the customer first name, this is the product name. We can scroll that. As you can see, all the city names are different. If I'll just remove this, then what will be the result? What different does it make? Oh, yeah, my bad. I'm using this particular function as like this, where I just have to remove this. Yeah, my bad. As you can see now, again it is showing the same. Alright, so as you can see, we are not getting customer city as unique. Can you guess why? Although we use distinct correct way in a correct way, but still we can't, see the unique cities. As you can see, the cities are getting repeated. Why so? So the reason is we have selected multiple columns, right? Multiple columns. There is not only the customer city, but customer first name is there and product name is there, right? Now, when we are selecting three columns like these, or multiple columns, so the distinct keyword ensures that each combination of these three columns is unique in the result set. However, this does not guarantee that the customer city values themselves will be unique, because the uniqueness is determined by the combination of all three columns, not the single one. All right. So here the uniqueness is being determined by all three columns, not the single one basically. But if still we want to display only the customer city, let us just remove this one and now run it. Now see, all the unique city names are here. None of them are repeating, as you can see. So I hope now you guys understand the functionality of distinct function. All right. So these were some of the main, you can say, main string functions that you will be using in the when if you're walking on the journey of learning SQL, and you're solving queries from lead code or wheresoever you want to. So you will be using these string functions in a very oftentimes you'll be using it. So I want to grasp these string functions in a very good way and practice them also. All right. Now, as you can see, we just understood the distinct function. So now let's understand how to filter data in SQL. For that, where is being used, right? It is used very often. So let's understand where clause first of all. So the where clause is a critical part of SQL query that allows you to filter rows from the table based on conditions you specify. When you're querying a table, you might not want to retrieve every single row, right? Especially if you only care about certain data. So the where clause lets you narrow down the results to include only those rows that meet the specified conditions. Let's say you have a table customers and you only want to find the customers who live in New York City. So here's how you can do it. So this will be your syntax. Select the first name, last name, and city from customers table where city is New York. It is plain English. I hope you are understanding what I'm trying to say. So basically this query will return only the rows from the customer table where the city column has the value New York. Simple as that. As we have just used where city equals to New York. So it will display first name, last name, and cities from the table of customers where the city is New York. Simple as that. Now let's have a look at it. Let's go to our workbench. All right, so we are in our workbench. Now let me just comment this thing first. All right, now we are learning about where clause. All right, so where were we? Yeah. So now let's have a look at a fine example of where clause. So basically I hope you by now you guys have understood where clause, but for those who still didn't understand, let me just make them understand. All right. So as we just learned about concat, so let's use concat also, right? Concat customer f name. It will be a good practice for you also. Customer last name as full name. All right. Customer, we have just named it as full name, the column as full name, And what else I want to display? Let's say I want to display customer ID also. And what else? Let's say delivery status also. So these are all the columns, right? I've just had a look on the table, so I know all the column names. So I'm just doing that. Sometimes I do forget about it, but yeah, these are the columns that I want to display as of now. Product name also is there, and yeah, from data code table, where let's say customer city is Los Angeles. Now, any guesses what I'm trying to fetch here? Any guesses? You can just comment down in the comment section. What do you think? The answer can be right or wrong. No worries. Like, you have to guess. You have to put your brain in the working condition. Like, what do you think we are doing over here? So basically, we have used first of all the concat function to display the first name and last name as full name. Simple as that. A single full name column will be displayed from here. All right. This complete thing will display this full name column. That's it. Comma, that is, this is the another column that I want to display. This is another column. This is another column from this particular table where the customer city is Los Angeles. Now all the records will be displayed where the customer city is Los Angeles. Not all the records, these records, basically these columns. Now all the data of these columns will be displayed where customer city is Los Angeles. All right. So I hope you guys understand about where clause. Let's do another example. Now let me just comment this thing first. So how I'm doing this, because I've just wrote the initial select star from data co where it will display all the records. That is why it is doing that. All right, so we wanted to do an example of where clause, right? So what do you think? What should we do? All right, so select customer first name from data co where let's find out something. All right, this is order item discount rate. This is order item discount. All right, so let's use this order item. So I want to display all the customer names and the product name also where they got the discount more than 15. All right, 15 bucks, more than 15 bucks. Order item discount where order items discount is greater than 15, right? Not only this, I want to display the product name also of that particular person that who bought it, and their product price also, let's say. All right, and what else if I want to show? I want to have a look. Yes, customer street also, customer state also. All right, let's run it. Let me just write it like this so that you can just have a look at the complete query. So this is the customer name. This is the first column that we displayed. Then the customer state is here. Product name is smartwatch, and many other things are there. Web camera, Dell laptop, and the product price is written, as you can see, product price. Now it is displaying the results where order item discount is greater than 15. So let's display this part also, no? So that we can get an idea. Let us just display it before product price, so we can easily have a look at both of these things. So as you can see, order item discount 16, 18, 22. It is greater than 15. If you can see, greater than 15. 15.10 is there. 15.10 is there, but not less than 15. So it will fetch all the results where the order item discount is greater than 15. And you can just have a look at the customer name, customer state, and all other details with respect to that particular record. All right. Now this is how you can use where clause, and you can perform various operations. It's not like that you can just do it. You will be using where a lot in the coming coming tutorials. We'll be covering many examples, and you will understand how we are using where clause in each and every query, mostly in each and every query. All right. For example, if a manager asks his reportee or somebody that I want to have a look at the sales of the number of clients or the number of customers from where they ordered, from which state they belong, and who had ordered the total sum amount of greater than 5,000. Give me the list of those. So there you can perform, you can use the where clause to fetch all those things. All right. I hope you are understanding what I'm trying to convey. So where is a very important clause that you should understand. You can practice some more examples on it, but I've just discussed a simple example of where clause. All right. Now, I hope you guys understand this. Now coming to the next part, which is order of execution. All right. So the order of execution of SQL, right? Now let's break down the order in which SQL queries are executed, because it's not always as straightforward as the order you write them in, right? Because we see select, then we put the column names, then from, after from there's a table name, then basically we use where clause, and we use order by, and then we use limit, offset, like that. So we are thinking that the whole executions work like that, but it is not the truth. So let me just reveal the truth how it works. So first there is from. Yes, not select but from. We usually think that the first thing that executes is select, because we are writing it in that particular manner. Select, then the column names, then from this table, then where clause is there, then order by, like that. But it doesn't work like that. So this is the right order of execution. Although it looks different, but yeah, this is the right execution order. From is there first of all. So the database starts by retrieving the data from tables listed in from clause. This is where the data comes from, right? So this is basically the database. So if you want to perform operations, you will definitely perform the operations on the database, right? So this from is used from the database. So it will navigate from the data. So that is why it is executed first. After that, any guesses? If you have any guesses, you can just comment down and let us know. What do you think? I hope you have just wrote down or just gave up. I don't know. Like, let's move on. So after from, the next thing that executes is where. Yes. So the next the data is filtered based on the condition in the where clause. So any rows that don't meet the criteria are excluded from the result set, right? Simple as that. Any data that doesn't meet the criteria are excluded. That's it. So first of all, from will execute, then where will execute. After that, select is there. Yes, select comes in the third number. So after filtering the data, the select clause determines which columns will appear in the final result. Obviously, if you don't have database and if you haven't filtered the data, how come you know about the columns, right? Because the columns are in the database. First you will be extracting the database, then you will filter it based on the where clause, and then only you'll get to know about the columns. So select only is used to display the columns, so that is why select comes in the third place. All right. After select, any guesses what is there? After select, order by is there. So if you want to sort the data, the order by clause comes next. It allows you to sort the result one by one or more columns in either ascending or the descending way. As we know that basically it sorts the complete table or the column. So it's up to us that we want to sort it based on ascending or descending order. So yeah, basically it comes in the after the select, because if you want to sort the data, the order by clause comes, right? It allows you to sort the result. Result comes from after you select the columns, right? So it works like that. After order by, you might be thinking that limit will come, no? But offset comes first. So the offset clause then skips a specified number of rows from the start of the result set, essentially letting you jump over the initial rows. Obviously, if you put these clauses, then only it will come in this hierarchy. But yeah, if let's suppose you are using all these clauses, where clause, select clause, order by, and all, then I'm just telling you ki it is work like it basically executes like that. So as I said, offset clause skips a specified number of rows from the start of the result and letting you jump over the initial rows, right? After that, limit will come. So limit comes in the end. Finally, the limit clause limits the number of rows returned after applying the offset. It ensures you only get the desired number of rows in your result set. All right. So while the query might look like it runs in a single top to bottom order when you write it, SQL actually goes through these steps in a specific sequence to give you the result you want, right? So it is very important that you should understand this execution, the order of execution, because you usually in interviews they do ask about it, right? You'll not be using it in also it help you while writing the query also, yeah, but mostly it will be the case would be it will be asked in interviews, so it is necessary for you to understand it. All right, so now there's a time to do some examples on the operators and, or, and not, right? So let's do that. I hope you guys understand about and operator, or operator, and not operator. If not, then while doing the example, you'll definitely understand it. So let's just write about it. First of all, and. All right. So I hope you guys might have understood the definition of it. So basically, three things are there: and, or not. Think of and as being, picky. It only gives you the something if everything you ask for is true. If both the statements are true, then only it will execute basically. All right. So let me just write it. Select, let's say customer ID is there. Yes, it is there. Customer ID is there. Customer first name is there. Then we want to display order status also, and customer city also. Now basically what we are doing here, we want to display all these records, all these details of customers who live in a particular city, who live in city Caguas, and their order status is not completed but pending. All right, like let's say my manager told me to fetch all the details of the customers who live in that particular city, and their order status is pending, that is not completed. So they want to have a look at that situation. So what I'll do is this. All right, I have just mentioned the columns that I want to fetch. Right now, after customer city, what should I mention? From the table name, that is data co. After that, I'll be using the where clause, and then the city that my manager mentioned is Caguas. So I'll just write that Caguas. For those who don't understand where I'm just taking from, let me just navigate you guys there. Customer city. Here it is, customer city. This is the column, right? Customer city. I hope it is visible, right? Customer city. All right. So, and their order status is pending. So I'll just simply do this. Order status is pending. I'll also show you the order status. Actually, it is too many columns are there, so it is not easy to fetch. As you can see, order status complete, pending, close, complete, pending payment, like that. So my manager told me to extract the customer names, the customer ID of those customers whose order status is not yet completed. That means the order status is pending, right? For that, I'm using this particular query. Here I have used and, because I want this to be true and this to be true as well. All right, I want both of these conditions to be true. That is why I'm using and. If I want either this to be true or this to be true, then I would have used or. Are you understanding what I'm trying to say? I'm using and here because I want both of these conditions to be true, right? I want the names of the customers from this particular city, and their order status should be pending, right? I hope you guys understand this part. Now let's try to run this. All right, as you can see, customer ID is there, customer first name is there, order status is there, and customer city is there. So as you can see, both these conditions are being met, right? Both of these conditions are true. As you can see, order status is pending and customer city is this only that we wanted, right? And let's say if I have used or in this case, right? Let's use or in this case. So what do you think? You can see the mixed results, right? Either this is true in particular rows. I'm telling either this will be true or this will be true, or either both of them, right? So it works like that. So the main difference, if I have to tell you about and or, it is very simple. So in AND, all condition must be true for the row to be included in the result, right? It narrows down the result set basically. Now, if we'll talk about OR operator, at least one condition must be true. For example, here we used OR operator. At least one condition should be true. Here the city name is this, but order status is not there, right? Here both of these things are met, right? At least one thing should be true. But in case of AND, both of these things should be true. All right. So if I have to differentiate again, so all condition must be true in and in OR, at least one condition should be true, right? It only let's not get into the other part so that you will get confused with that. Yeah. So this is how you can do AND. Let me just write AND again. All right. Yeah. This was about AND. Now let's do an example of OR also. All right. Let me just comment it and all right, so I hope you guys might have understood about OR. So let's do an example. Select, what should we select? We'll select these only. What else do we want? Let's select, yeah, order item product price. So yeah, this is also there. This is a column, order item product price. All right, so let's say I want to display all the results where customer city is this only Kagwis, and the order item product price is greater than 50 or 60, something like that. Let me just mention the table name. The customer city is this Kagwis, Caguas, or either this should be true, the customer city should be true, or this should be true, right? That is why we have used or. So you will get the mixed results is greater than 50. So now what do you think? What result will come? I'm not executing it as of now. I just wanted you to tell me, or you can just use the comment section and let me know. What do you think? What are your thoughts? Thoughts can be anything. I'm supposing that I'm assuming that you might have written it. All right. Now let's do this. Let's run it. So as you can see, uh, at least this condition or this condition, at least one condition should be true in between both. All right. And the condition, this particular condition is this particular thing greater than 50, right? So it is being met, but there will be some parts where it will be less than that. So as we just see 39, 24, and we know it is less than 50, right? But in this particular thing, this thing is true, right? So either this or this should be true, or both can be true also. But there shouldn't be a condition where both is false, right? So this is what it is. Now, what rows where customer city is Caguas will be displayed, and where the product price is greater than 50 is being displayed. And if both conditions are true, the row will still appear once. If neither condition is true, the row will be excluded. Simple as that, right? I hope you are understanding. Now let's do the not example. So as the name suggests, think of not as a way to just opposite of it, right? So if someone is tall, then that won't be included. Like for example, let me just show you everything except that, right? Everything except that basically. For example, select all these things again. I'll just copy paste it. All right. And what else? Department name. What else I want? From data co. This is the table name. Now where not department department name equal to fitness. Just put a space over here. All right, so it will fetch the data, all the records, not all the records, but these column records where the department name is not fitness, because we have used the not operator where not department name equal to fitness. So except fitness, each and every record will be displayed in these particular columns, right? So let's try to run this. Department name, apparel, golf, footwear, as you can see, technology, footwear. But if we'll remove this, then what do you think? Only fitness is there, right? Now all the department name is having fitness name, right? But if we want everything except fitness, then we'll use not, as you can see now. I hope you are understanding what I'm trying to say. Alright, so this is the functionality of and or not. You will be using it in almost every other query that we'll be doing some examples on. So don't worry, it is simple. You just need to practice all these things, and once you started practicing all these things, you will easily understand all these things. It is very easy. Alright. Yeah, one thing more is there. If it is also being, I believe I should cover in this particular tutorial itself, that there are another functions that we string functions, you can say, that is upper and lower, right? Now, as the name suggests, so this upper function takes any text and changes it to the uppercase, that is the big letters. So if you have someone's first name like John, and you want to make it John, that is JOHN, with the capital letters with uppercase, then you can use the upper function. And just to complete the picture, there is also a lower function. So this one works the opposite of upper, turning everything into the lowercase. Simple as that. The syntax is very easy. All you have to do is just put that thing inside the parentheses and simply it will do that. So it is very simple. In the coming tutorial, we'll be using upper and lower, so you'll get to know about it. I just wanted to let you know about this function as well. All right. I hope you guys understand all these examples, and I want you to practice all these examples from anywhere you want. You can practice it online and try all these examples.
Also, if you are looking to break into data science and AI, the professional certificate program in AI and data science by upGrad is your perfect starting point. Get triple certification from Microsoft, NSDC, and an industry partner to strengthen your resume. Work on real-world case studies from Uber, Sportskeeda, and Teach for India, gaining hands-on experience. Learn generative AI, 17 plus industry tools, and 12 plus projects with an advanced curriculum. Get live training from industry experts and build a job-ready portfolio. So whether you're starting fresh or upskilling, this program gives you the edge. So click on the course link in the description to get started.
So let's start with between. So the between operator is used to filter results within a range of value. It is often used with numbers, dates, or even text. The key thing to remember is that between is inclusive, meaning it includes the start and end values of a range. Its basic syntax is, as you can see on the screen, select column names from table name where column name between value 1 and value 2. Alright, so I believe this select column name from table name where column name is the part that we have already covered. So I am assuming that you already know. After that, as you can see, there's between operator. So basically it will include all the range between value 1 and value 2. All right, so here while I repeat, so here value 1 is the starting range and value 2 is the end of the range. All right, so I hope you guys are understanding what I'm trying to convey. So let's do an example to understand it in a better way. So let's move on to our Microsoft MS. I repeat, so let's move on to our MS Workbench, and I repeat. So now let's move on to MySQL Workbench and do some examples on it. All right, so we just understood the theoretical part of it. Now let's do some practical, SQL query regarding that. I hope it is visible. All right, so as you can see, we have this data co, that is the table, right? So this is the table as you can see on the screen. Previously also we are working on the same. Now here we will do a particular example of between operator. Now with the help of this example, we will try to understand the between operator, right? So now let's do an example in which we want to find out the details of a customer whose total items order is between a certain number. For example, let's say the order is between 170 and 300. So how should we do that? As you can see over here, if we have to have a look on it, we have to go to the order column, order item. As you can see, order item product price, right? And here is order item total also. As you can see, this is the column that we will be using, order item column. Okay, so here we have to figure out the total is between 170 and 300. All right, so we have to retrieve the customer IDs and customer first name of those particular customers whose order total is between 170 and 300. So how should we do that? So for this particular case, we will be using the between operator. So let's do that. So as you can see on the screen, let's first comment this thing. All right, so select So as we just understood, the column name should be here now. So we want to mention customer ID, customer first name, and what else do we want? Let's say customer city also we want. Customer city, then order item total, right? Now from the table data co, as we know the name of the table, from data co. Now from data co, now here we will be using the where because we want to filter, so that is why we are using where. Now order item total. Now here we want the customer ID and customer name of those people whose order total is between 170 and let's say 300. So it is a rough figure. You can choose a range. It's up to you whatsoever you want to choose the range from. So I'm selecting 170 to 200. So now where order item total between 170 and 300. Now let's do order by also. Order by order item total because we want it in the descending order, let's say. So let's do it in descending order. All right, so as you can see, this is the part that you already know how to do this, but now I want to figure out the values between this and this. So I'm using this between operator between 170 and 300. All right, then after that we just ordered by it. We just wanted to sort on the basis of the total amount that we are publishing on displaying, and we want it in the descending order. All right, so let's just try to run this program. All right, there is some error. Okay, no, there's no error. Yeah, as you can see on the screen, it is running, and customer ID is there, customer name is there, customer city is there, and order item total is also there. All right, so as you can see, 300, 299, and all the values. So there are too many rows. I'm not sure if it will be able to show us all the rows. So it will show us the range between 170 to 300, and as we know 300 is inclusive in this case, so that is why it is also showing us 300. But if we'll do, but it is not showing us the the result after 170 once, right? So that is because it is not able to show us the complete records because the record is too long to show. For that, let's just do ascending order so that the it will get sorted. This particular thing will get sorted in ascending order, so the lowest value will come first. All right, so as you can see 170, and if we'll go down 170.07, so yeah, so it is 172 now. So it is, I hope you guys are understanding. So we want the results in the range of between 170 and 300 based on this particular column. So we used between operator, and then we mentioned value 1 and then value 2. Now all the results between these two values, that is between these two ranges, will be displayed to us. All right, this query will retrieve those data. All right, now let's say we just did this query. Now let's say my manager told me to give the order ID where the profit ratio is between 10% and 30%. All right, all right, the profit ratio is between 10% and 30%. For that, first of all, we have to know about the column. So let's have a look at the columns first. Just a second. So there are n number of columns, as we know, so we have to again and again run this command. I repeat, run this query to see all these things. All right, so we want, so my manager told me with the profit ratio is between 10% to 30%, we have to give him the order IDs of that, right? Profit percentage, for that we have to fetch it. Let's see the column name here. Yeah, this is order per profit, order profit per order, and this is order item profit ratio. All right, so this is what we want to put in the what we call that where clause, and then based on this we will be using the between operator to figure out the range. All right, so this is in points, so it will give us the in percentage value. All right, so let's do that. All right, so the question is, let me write the question also so that you guys can also understand. Give me order IDs with the profit is between 10% to 30%, let's say. All right, this is the question. Now what should we do? How should we write it? Write the query for it. Now to start with, we'll start with select order ID. We basically want to retrieve, right? Give me the order ID. So order ID column we want. What else do we want? Just a second. Yeah, what else do we want? Let's say I want sales also. I want order item profit. I should be capital here as the column name. Profit ratio from data code. So these are the columns that I want to display: order ID, sales, order item, profit ratio. All right, from this table, from data code. All right, this part is clear. Yeah, now where we'll use, and as I mentioned, because we want to filter the results based on this column, so we have to include this column. So we'll be writing this, where order item profit ratio between this range, right? It is plain English. I hope you guys are understanding. Between 0.10 and 0.30. And you can see the range, by the way, as you can see. Just a second. Yeah, this is the range. I'm just scrolling it. Now it will, fetch the results, or you can say the order ID, whose order item profit ratio is between this value and this value, right? So I hope it will work. All right, so now let's try to run it. So as you can see on the screen, order ID is there, sales is there, and order item profit ratio is there. So these three columns that we want to see, it is being displayed. Now we have to check with the range. Range we mentioned 0.10 to 0.30, that is 10% to 30%, right? So as you can see, it is less than 30, more than 10, less than 30, more than 10, less than 30, more than 10. Here 10 is also there, see? So it is fetching all those results or all those order IDs that my manager asked me to, share with. So this is how you can extract this part. All right, I hope you are understanding what I'm trying to convey. All right, now let's do another example to understand it in a better way. All right, now let's say manager again asked me, like he said, give me the order IDs of people who ordered from Central America where sales are between 200 and 500. Now region wise he also wants. So let me just write the question. Give me the order IDs of people who ordered. We just want to have a look at the data, right? Based on that, he'll be making some decisions also. From Central America, who ordered from Central America, the people who ordered from there, and the sales are between this and this. All right, 200 and 500. This is the range now, 200 and 500. All right, we'll do that, no problem. All right, so here as you can see, give me the order ID. So this is the part we have to mention in the column. Pretty simple, right? Because this is what he wants to see. The manager wants to see the order ID. So we'll write select order ID, and again we'll display sales, order item. No, why do we want this? Let's say we want order ID, then we want sales, and order ID O is capital, order item, sales, and let's say order region also. All right, now yeah, pretty much about it. From data co, this is the table. Now here where order region is, because he mentioned who ordered from Central America, so Central America is the region. All right, so we'll fetch order region. All right, so that should be a column name. It shouldn't be the case that you're using a particular column that is not there in the table. Just keep in mind. Okay, order region equal to Central America. All right, now, and the sales, as he mentioned, should be between 200 and 500. By mistake I just wrote 50, but it should be 200 to 500. So what do you think? What should we use? Sales between 200 and operator 500. All right, so I hope you're understanding. So the manager want to see the order ID, so order ID we mentioned, sales we also mentioned, and order region also we mentioned, because we want to show this part also now to verify that all the results are displaying the or retrieving all the results that is being retrieved shows Central America. So that is why we are displaying this order region also from this table, where order region is Central America, where ordered from Central America, as you can see, and sales between 200 and 500, and sales between 200 and 500. All right, now let's try to run this. So what do you think? Sales between, as you can see, sales between 200 and 500. Are you guys able to see any value of sales that are exceeding 200, that are exceeding 500 and is not and is less than 200? Just tell me. All these values are between 200 and 500. Why? Because we have mentioned sales column. The sales column should be between 200 and 500, right? So all the values that you can see, all these values are between 200 and 500. And we wanted to fetch the order ID. So these are the order IDs and these are the sales. Just to verify that we are displaying it. All right. And this is the, and this is the order region, and order region were mentioned, like where order region should be Central America. So it is displaying all the results where order region is Central America. All right, I hope you guys are understanding. So we basically use two filtering process. First filtering process was where, and after where the another filtering process was between. So first of all, we mentioned a particular region that I want the result from this region, but over there sales also should be between this and this value. All right, you guys are understanding. First we filtered based on this, and then we filtered based on this. So this is our result, Central America, and the range is between 200 and 500. All right, so I hope you guys are understanding about between. It is very simple. You can just try these examples and you'll get to know, right? Now, do practice all these things. Don't just see this video and just think that you just grabbed this concept, because while writing you'll figure out many things. You'll get stuck in the syntax, or sometimes you'll have to again look at the video. So then only you'll get to know. When you'll practice these things, then only you'll be able to master it. All right, now that we have explored how to filter data within a range using the between operator, now let's move on to a more flexible filtering operator, right? And that filtering operator is the in operator. All right, the in operator. The in operator is used to check if a value exists in a list of values. It simplifies multiple OR conditions and makes the code or query more readable. It is commonly used in programming languages like SQL, Python, and others. So it's simple syntax. Syntax is, as you can see on the screen, select column name from table name where column in values 1, value 2, value 3, like that, and so on. All right. So as you can see, this value 1, value 2, value 3, etc. are the specific values that you are filtering for in the specified column name. For example, let's say there are columns that we want, usually we use OR conditions, that whether should be the value in this or this or this or this. So basically this in operator skips the OR part, or you can just mention in and value 1, value 2, value 3. You don't have to use the OR condition again and again. All right. So basically, to make you guys understand it in a better way, the in operator checks whether a column name value is present in a specified set of values. So this value 1, value 2, value 3, and so on are the specified set of values. It basically matches a column name with the multiple values in a list. It is, you can say, the shorthand for multiple OR condition, and it returns true if the column name matches any value in the list. All right, if none of that matches, it basically returns false. It also allows us to specify multiple values in a condition. It is basically, the in operator is more readable and efficient. Rather than writing multiple OR condition, you can simply use in. All right, and if the value lies in between these values, then it will print it, or it will retrieve that. All right, so this was about in. Now let's do a fine example of in to understand it in a better way. For those who don't understand yet, let's do an example, let's do a demo, and it will help you understand this concept in a better way. Okay, all right, so let's comment this part. Now let's understand the in operator. All right, so this is an important thing that we want to discuss, and Yeah, so let's start with the. I hope you guys understood the syntax of it. It is same as after where condition you'll be using. After where you'll mention the column name, and after that only you'll mention the in operator. So I hope you guys understand that part. So select. All right. So let's first of all let's do a question. For example, let's say my manager asked me to filter order IDs or order ID records based on specific countries, right? Countries, let's say China, India, and Australia. Now, how should I write the SQL query for that? First of all, let me write the question for you guys. Manager asked me to filter the order IDs based on countries, that is China, India. I'm just writing freehand, so Australia, right? And yeah, so he wants the order IDs based on these countries, the people who ordered from these countries, basically he wants. All right. And so how should I write it? Right. So just pay attention. Select order ID because we want to display the order ID. Select order ID and then we want to show the country also. So country, this is another column. So all these are the columns that are present in the database. So don't think that I'm making it on my own. You can't do that. If there are columns by this name, then only you can use it. Okay. Then sales is there from data co. This is the table name. All right. Now where order country, right? Order country in India. We have to enclose it in between the parentheses. India, then China, then let's say Australia. All right. Now before running it, let me show you this order country column first, so that you don't think that I'm just running it on my own. Order country, right? So where it is? Let's go. I know this table, so I know about this. This is the order country. India, Australia, China, Indonesia, and El Salvador, Brazil, Peru, Cuba, Mexico, Argentina. I hope you are following up. This is the column that we are filtering, and we want to fetch the result, the order IDs, where the order country is India, China, and Australia. So basically, the people who order from these countries, right? We want the order IDs of those people only. All right. Now let's uncomment this part, and now all the values that means all the order country values that lies between India, China, or Australia, those will be displayed. Simple as that. No need to make it complex. Order IDs, as you can see, order country India, Australia, China, and these are the sales that we displayed. As you can see, India, China, Australia, like that only. No other countries there, right? So it will basically fetch all the values that are in India, China, and Australia. I know that we can also do this example with the help of or operator. Like we can just do where order country is India or China or Australia. Then also it will fetch the original result. But this particular thing, this is more efficient than that, and it is this in operator is basically used more than that, right? When we have multiple values that we want to check on, or is basically used when there are two values only. More than that, if you are using, then you're not that efficient. So in operator is there in that particular case. All right, so this was one example. Now let's comment it and let's do some other example also, so that you guys can also understand. More examples we do, more you will be able to understand, but you also have to practice, right? Now let's say I want to retrieve orders where the shipping mode is either standard class or express class or second class. So basically we have this what we call shipping mode column in our table. So in this there are various classes: first class, second class, and standard class, express class, etc. Now I want to retrieve the orders where the shipping mode is either standard class, express class, or second class, right? So there's a requirement of that. Let me just write a question for that. Retrieve the orders. What was that? Retrieve the orders where the shipping mode is either express or standard or second class. All right. So how should I do that? What do you think? By now you guys should have might be figuring out what we have to do, right? You are understanding the pattern, how should we write it, right? So I want the values between these three things: express, standard, and second class. All right, this second class. Similarly, like that, it is same as that of the above example. So select order ID and shipping mode and sales from data co table, where I'll just copy paste this thing, where shipping mode in standard. Okay, first of all, let's use parenthesis. Just a second now. Standard class, then express class, then second class. So these three values. So if the shipping mode is in this value or this value or this value, all those results will be displayed. All right. Oh yeah, now it will run. So as you can see, order ID is there, shipping mode is there, and this sales is there. And all the values of shipping mode should either be standard class, express class, and second class. All right, as you can see on the screen. So all those order IDs is fetched where the shipping mode is standard class, express class, or second class. All right. So this is how you can do that. In companies also you will get questions like that, a bit more complex than this, but the foundation is this only. Similar to this only you will get. All right, based on the industry in which you are going. If you are going into banking, if you are going into some other industry, so the questions or the problem statement will be according to that. Now, to make you guys understand, let me just repeat again. The in operator is used to check if a value matches any of the value in a list. Any of the value in a list. Now, it simplifies code by replacing multiple OR conditions. So in this case also you can use multiple ORs, but it basically simplifies it. You don't have to mention or this, and or this. For example, let's say there are tens of or 20s of values like that, then you will not use OR again and again, right? So you can simply use in that case. Now, it is widely used in SQL for filtering data and in programming for checking the membership in a list, right? So this was basically about in operator. But what if we need more dynamic filtering, right? Where the exact values aren't known. That's where pattern matching comes in, like the like operator. So now let's move on and understand the like operator. The like operator is used in SQL to search for a specified pattern in a column. It is often used with the where clause when you need to perform pattern matching in a text-based data. It is used when you are searching for a pattern in a text column rather than looking for an exact match. Unlike the equal to operator, which requires an exact match, like allows you to find the records that contain a certain sequence of characters, like starting with a specific letter or end with a particular word. The like operator works with wildcard characters to define such patterns, right? The two most commonly used wildcards are this percentage sign that you can see. It basically matches 0 or more characters, and then this underscore sign that matches exactly one character. All right. Now, for example, as you can see the syntax on the screen, select name from customers where name like a%. All right. You can see if you want to find all the customer whose name starts with A, then you will use this. So as you can see, then you can use like a%. This will match the names like Alice, Aaron, Annie, Aman, because they all begin with A. Similarly, if you want to find the names that end with N, you can use like percentage N. So basically this percentage sign then will come in the front place, right? So if you want to find the names that end with N or any character, then you can simply use like percentage that character, like percentage N, and that will retrieve all the results like John, Ethan, all the names that end with N. In this particular case, as you can see on the screen, it will retrieve all the names that starts with A. All right, and this underscore is used in those places where we have exactly one character, and that character can be anything, right? So let's understand this thing also first because it is very important. Pattern and description. So first we have is a percentage, right? So its description is it finds values that starts with A. All right, simple. So if you'll mention B, it will find the values that start with B. Similarly, any character, any alphabet can be here, right? Then percentage A, it finds the values that ends with A. Now A, we are basically using A in this case, but you can use any alphabet, right? So whatever the name that ends with A, it will display all those. But before that, we have to use like also, like operator, right? So these are basically the wildcards. And this percentage or percentage, it basically values, it will find the values that have or in any position. All right. So for example, a name is, let's say a name is Zoro, right? So Zoro, in Zoro, you can say OR is there, right? ZORO. So it will fetch that also, because any values that have or in any position. So percentage means any number of words can be in front of it, and last percentage means any number of words can be after it. All right. Now this, it basically, this underscore r percent, it will find the values that have r in the second position. So as I said, only as I mentioned earlier, that underscore matches exactly one character, right? So here underscore r percent means only one value can be in front of r, and that value can be anything, a, b, c, e, f, g, h, whatever that can be, but only one value is there, should be there. All right. If there are two values, it will not match. Only one value should be in front of it. All right. So basically it find values that have r in the second position, and after that, as we can see, after r there is percentage, so that means ki any number of or any length of alphabets can be there. All right. Okay, after this we have a underscore percentage underscore percentage. So what do you think? So it basically find values that starts with a and are at least 3 characters long. All right. So after a there's an underscore, which means one alphabet can be there, only one alphabet can be there, and after that percentage sign is there. All right. And after that underscore is there. So it means values that start with a and are at least 3 characters long. At least, I mean, it should be at least 3 characters long. For example, if we would have used a percentage, then the value can be AB or AC also, right? But in this particular case, as we have used underscore, then it is defined that two values at least should be there, including A. All right. So it is total, the it is it will find the values that have at least 3 characters. After that, a percentage o. So a percentage o will find the values that starts with a and end with o, and in between them any number of values can be there, any number of alphabets can be there. Okay. All right. I hope you guys are understanding this part, but I know you will not grab it in the first time. You have to go through this again and again and you will do some more examples on it. So I want you guys to, after watching this video, I want to practice all these examples, because then only you will be able to understand. Just by watching the video, you will not be able to solve the real world problems. For that, you need to be industry ready. By industry ready, I means you have to practice many examples and many scenario based questions, and then only you will be able to crack any data analyst or data scientist job. All right, so now let's do a fine example of this wildcards or like operator. All right, so let's go to our MySQL workbench. All right, so this is our MySQL workbench. Let's comment this thing. All right, now is the time to understand like operator or wildcards. Let's say, let's mention wildcards. So this percentage and underscore is known as, we basically called it wildcards. All right. So here, let's say, let's do an question type of example. Here, let's say I want the customer IDs of all the employees whose name starts with A, right? Find me the customer ID whose name starts with A. All right. So how should we proceed with that? What do you think? So as we know that customers, customer IDs or customer names, so any number of people can have, you know, an alphabet A in their name that is starting from alphabet A, right? That can be Aman, Anurag, any number of people can have that, right? So we can't use like between in, because we don't know the exact value that we want to match, right? We just know the first alphabet, not the entire value. So in those cases, we basically use this like and wildcards. All right. I hope you guys are understanding. So now what all we need? Customer ID want. customer ID, select customer ID and customer name also, because we want to display the names that are starting from it. So these two columns, customer ID we want to display, customer name we want to display, and what else, customer F name it is, right? Customer F name, and let's say I want to display the last name also. All right, from this data code table, where, just a second, where customer F name, that is the customer first name, like, this is the like operator, use quotes, a percent. So we want to retrieve the customer IDs of those customers whose name starts with A. So here the whosoever name starts with A will be displayed, right? So let's try to run this. Now customer IDs is there and customer first name is there. As you can see, all these names are starting from A because we use this. And what if we have used this? What if we have used percentage A then? What do you think? Tana, Erica, Freya, Cassandra, Alma, Aurora, Sandra, Maria, all the names who are which are ending with A, then those names will be displayed. But the question requirement is right now is A percent. So we'll be using that. All the names that starts with A will be displayed because we use like operator and A alphabet that is starting from A, and then we use this wildcard. So all the values that start with A and that can have any number of values after it will be displayed. So this is it. This is how you can do that. So basically this query retrieves all the names of customers whose first name starts with A, and the percentage wildcard here, as you can see, this percentage wildcard matches any number of characters after A, any number of characters. All right, so now let's do another example. For example, now let's say my manager asked me to find the products which are having laptop keyword in their name. All right, and that laptop keyword can be anywhere. For example, Dell laptop enterprise and HP laptop, Lenovo, like that. So laptop word can be anywhere, in front, in back, or in between anything. So I want to retrieve all those results, right? So for those who don't understand the question is my manager asked me to find all the products which are having laptop keyword in their name. So how should I write the SQL query for that? All right, let me write the question also for you guys. So we want the product names. So we'll be using the product name column. All right, select product name, and let's say I want product price also, and from data, although it is not necessary, I'm just doing it because I want to. From data code table, where product name like. So now, as I told you, the laptop word can be anywhere, in front, in back, or in between any words or characters. So in this particular case, I'm not sure about that. That I know about the value that is laptop, but that laptop word can be anywhere, right? So if I'll simply use product name equals to laptop in quotations, then it will not fetch all the results, because for some products it will be in the front, for some products it will be after something, or for some products it will be merged with something. So only those values will be returned which are having just laptop. So I don't want that. I want all the values which are having laptop in any anywhere in their name. All right, so this particular query that I'm going to write will find all the values that have laptop word anywhere in any position. All right, so percentage laptop percentage, simple. Any number of words can be in front of it, any number of words can be after it, simple. All right, now let's try to run it. So now, as you can see, Dell laptop is there, product price is there, but we are not interested in product price, we are just interested in product name. So all right, Dell laptop is there, but all the records are not being fetched, so I can't show you. We can use order by, but the concept is clear, I believe, right? So this is how you can do this example. Now time to do another example of it. Now this time I want you guys to tell me how should I write the query, right? So I'll be asking you the question. Now in return, you can just pause the video and try to solve it. Give yourself at least 5 minutes, or if not 5 minutes, give yourself 3 minutes, right? Give yourself 3 minutes, and if the query is not solved, then you can just start the video and watch it again, like how I'm doing it, right? It will be simple. It will be easy for you also to understand. It will be very simple. And I just want your brain in a working condition, because by doing the example, by doing a problem solving thing, your brain will be in a working, working mode. So then that working mode brain will be in a problem solving way. Now let me write it. If you're not able to solve it, no problem, I'll to definitely do. But I want you, after I'm done with the question, I want you to just pause the video and give yourself 3 minutes and try to solve it. All right. So the question is, let me write the question now. I want to retrieve the names of customers with exactly 5 letters in their name, in their first name, right? So let me just write the question here. Retrieve the names of customers with exactly 5 letters in their first name. Now the question is, like, 5 letters means the name can be Ashok, Alok, not Alok. Alok is having 4 words. It can be Ashok, Harsh, Abhas, anything, right? So exactly 5 letters, not more than that, not less than that. Exactly 5 letters should be there in the first name. I want to retrieve all those customers. Think about it. Give yourself 3 minutes at least. You can just pause the video, and after pausing it, you can just, in the comment section, you can just paste the solution. No problem if it is wrong. We'll help you solve it. No problem. Now I'm assuming you might have done that. You might have paused the video and tried to solve it by yourself. So now I'll be solving this particular question that I just gave you. All right. For those who were able to solve it, good. And for those who are not able to solve it, then also it is good. I'll show you how to do it. All right. Select customer F name, because we want to retrieve the names. And let's say customer ID first. I'll fetch customer ID, customer first name, and from data co, where customer first name, like, now pay attention, exactly 5 letter, exactly 5 letter. Now when we have to use exactly, we basically use underscore, right? We don't use percentage, because percentage means any number of words can be there, right? Any number of values can be there. But underscore, if I'm using one underscore, it means one value. If I'm using two underscore, it means two value. If I'm using three, then three value. Four, then exactly four values, not more than that, not less than that, right? So now I want exactly 5 letters in their name, where customer first name, like, now I'm assuming many of you might have understood by now. A, not A, tell me. First, second, third, fourth, fifth. Exactly 5 letters. I've used 5 underscores. All right. Because if I would have been used percentage, then there is no exactly number of words in that. Any number of words can be that. But if I want exactly, then I'll be using underscore. So one underscore means one value. 5 underscores means 5 values. That means 5 letters. All right. Now let's try to run it. Now, as you can see, customer ID is there, customer first name is there, and all the customer names should have 5 letters. As you can see, CAL345LY, Kelly, Irene, Erica, Oprah, Freya, Quell, Megan, Villa, Belly, Riley, Peter, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Freya, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exactly 5 letters. I hope you're understanding. Now, for those who don't understand, the underscore here basically represents exactly 5 characters. This 5 underscores represent 5 characters. So this query finds customers with first names that are exactly 5 letters long. All right. All right. So let's do another example now. All right. Now let's say my manager asked me to filter order IDs and country where the city name starts with A, and at least they are 3 characters long. All right. Can you guys solve it? Don't worry. Let me just write the question. Manager asked me to filter the order IDs, not border IDs. Yeah, to filter the order IDs and country where the city, name, let's say where the city name start with A and are at least 3 words or 3 characters, where I'm writing, yeah, characters long. Don't mind the spelling. All right, I'm just writing it freehand so that you can just understand what I'm writing. All right. This is the question. All right, this is the question. Manager asked me to filter the order IDs and country where the city name starts with A and are at least 3 characters long. At least, that means not exactly. At least means at least it should be 3 characters long. It can be 4 characters, 5 characters, 6 characters, 7 characters, 8 characters, but not less than 3 characters. And it also should start with A. All right. So how should we do that? Select order ID, because my manager wants the order ID, so I'll be selecting the order ID column. After order ID column, I'll mention the order city because I want to showcase that thing also. Order city, then order country again from this data code table, where order city, like operator, you just have to write the thing for this, like that city name that starts with A and are at least 3 characters long. Tell me, is it this? Is it this? Or is it this? What do you think? All right, so let me write it. It is, which I just told you earlier. What do you think? Is it correct or not? No, it is not correct because we haven't used the parenthesis. Now it will run or not? Tell me. What do you observed? I repeat. What do you think about it? So basically here we wanted all the values that starts with A and are at least 3 characters long. Now you can see the order city is having the values that are not just 3 characters long, right? They are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 characters long. Amsterdam, Ahmedabad, as you can see, Adena, Ajmer, a lot of values, but none of the values that we can see are less than 3 characters. So this is how you can write it. So this A is the first character. The first character must be A. This thing, this underscore is there. The second character can be anything, right? Can be anything. This again means this third character can be anything. And then there's a percentage that means any number of characters after that, including 0, right? So this query basically will display order ID, order city, and order country of all the orders where the order city starts with A and has at least 3 characters. All right. I hope you guys are understanding. So for those who don't understand or are in quite stuck in something, you can always just write down in the comment section below and our team will help you solve your queries. Alright, so now let's break down one of the most common aggregate functions. Alright, so at number 1 we have minimum. So this minimum function finds the smallest value in a column. For example, if you have a list of prices, minimum function will tell you the cheapest one. Then comes the maximum function. So as the name is suggesting that this function does the opposite of minimum, it finds the largest value in column. So if you are looking for the highest score in a game or the most expensive product, max has your back. So this max function is used for finding the maximum value, right? Next one is count function. So this count function counts the number of rows in a column. It's super handy when you want to know the things like how many customers you have or how many orders were placed, right? All right, so the next function is sum function. So if you need to add up all the values in a column, sum is your go-to. For example, you can use it to calculate the total sales for the day or total hours worked by employees. All right, next one is average function. So this average function calculates the average of all the values in a column. And want to know the average rating of a product or the average salary in a company, then this average functions makes it easy. All right. So these were some of the aggregate functions that we will be using while doing the examples of SQL. And I hope you guys understand this minimum, maximum, count, sum, and average, as their name is also suggesting what they basically do, right? I just want to let you know, guys, that these are the functionalities of this particular functions. All right. So now to understand it in a better way, let's do some examples using these aggregate functions. All right. All right. So this is our MySQL workbench. So here we will be performing some of the examples or demo examples that can make you guys understand this concept in a better way. All right. So here we will be one by one, we'll do all the examples of aggregate functions so that you can understand all of these. All right. So let's say we have a question. Let's say find the lowest product price in the table. So this is our table, as we know, this data code table, and we have to find the lowest product price. So first of all, we'll have a look at the column where is the column product price? So this is the product price column, this one. All right, so now, yeah, so in this particular column, we have to put this particular column in the minimum function, and from there we get the minimum product price, right? So how we can do it, let me show you. Let me write the question as well. All right, so the question is, find the lowest product price in the table. Simple as that. This is the question, right? So select, we'll use minimum function, and inside the brackets we will put this product price column, product price. All right, and now we can just from data code. So this will give us the complete, from the complete data it will give us the minimum value. All right, so let's run it. So as you can see, 9.98 is the minimum value, but as you can see, this is the column name, min product price, right? But we don't want this name, because see, it is not looking correct, it is not going with the number of columns. For example, as you can see, this minimum product price is not a name, it's basically the function that we just used, right? So we want to name this as something so that it looks good. It shouldn't be looking like this. We will name it as, what should we name it? Cheapest product, let's say. So this is what we want to name this particular column or this particular value. So this is the function, and inside this function we put the column name, and now we are just naming this complete minimum. So this will give us the minimum value, right? Now we want to refer it in a column saying cheapest product. So now if we'll run it, you can see cheapest product and the value is this. All right, so you can name this function also after putting a value, right? I hope you guys are understanding what I'm trying to say. All right, now similarly, if I want to find the highest product price in a table, then what do you think I should do? By now you guys would have known that what we are going to do here. Again, the product price, you want the maximum product price, the maximum function is there, the column name will put it inside the brackets, and what should we name it? Let's name it most expensive product. Just a second. All right, from the table data code. Now let's try to run this. So this is the most expensive product, as you can see, because we have named it, and if we have not named it, then it will look like this, max product price. But we have named it, so we'll keep it like this only. Most expensive product, the value is this. All right, so now if somebody asks you to fetch the most in the maximum or the most expensive product or the max value out of something, then you can simply use this max operation. If they ask you to fetch the minimum value, then you can use this minimum function. All right, so this was very easy, this is pretty simple. So I'm just assuming that you guys would have understood it by now. All right, now let's do another aggregate function which we know, that is the count function. All right, so what do you think? Like, we already discussed count function, so what do you think where it should use, where we can use in while fetching the details, where can we use it? So basically this count function is used when we have to count the number of rows or the number of values, right? Now if I want to count the number of columns in this table, then I'll simply do count this asterisk sign from data code, then it will give me the total number of rows, right? So if I want to calculate the total number of rows, I'll simply do this, select count star from data code. But this is the thing that we'll be discussing after some time. Let's not just mix up all things. So let me explain the functionality of count function by this example. So example question is, just a second, yeah, so let me just write the question. The question is, let's say, count the total number of orders in a table. All right, we have to count the total number of order in a table. Now let's say the table name is, as we know, we have the data code table, so we will name it data code as the name it is, and we will just put that table name inside that count. Or we can, as we know, the length of the rows will be same for all the columns, right? So the number of rows will be the same for all the columns, so we can just put a single column in between that also will give us the so now here we have to find the total number of orders in a table, and we know if we want to find the total number of orders in a table, we have to use the order ID column, right? The order ID that is in there in our table. So select star from data go. Let me show you guys. So order ID, because order ID would be different as it is an ID. So, and we want to find the count of total number of orders. So we will be using this order ID, right? This is the column order ID. All right. So now let us do one thing. Inside this count function, we'll put order ID, right? Now I'll name it as total orders, let's say, from the data code table. Simple. These are the total number of orders, 180516. So this is how you can find out the total number of orders in your table, in this order table. All right. So this is the number. It will give us the total number, not the value. It will count it one by one, right? So these are the number of rows, or you can say the number of orders. All right. Simple as that. We put just order ID in between this brackets and use this count function. Now, for example, I want to find out the total sales revenue, right? Let me just write the question first. This time we'll write calculate the total sales revenue. So we have to calculate the total sales revenue. So what do you think? How should we do that? So here total means we have to do the sum, right? We don't have to do the count, because here is the question is the total we have to find, and that we can only find by using the sum function that we just understood, right? So it is same, the syntax is same as that of the above one, but in this case we'll be using sum instead of count. Simple. Select sum, and what we have to find, total sales revenue. All right, so sales we'll be using the column sales only. Sales, tell the capital S, sales, from, let's name it also as, let's say, total sales. Just a second. Yeah, total sales from data code table. So this is the number, right? Total sales. It just added up all the sales, all the rows of the sales, and gave us this number. All right, I hope you guys are understanding. It just added up all the rows of sales and has given us this number 3678408.5.28. So this is the number that we want. All right, calculate the total sales revenue. So this is the total sales revenue. All right, and we named it total sales, so that is why it is showing the column total sales. Simple. Yeah, it is very simple. Now same goes for the average function also. Now to do the average function, let me write a question first. Let's say somebody asked me find average profit ratio per order. All right, now select star from data co. Let's have a look at the table, because we have to look at the columns also, right? Then only we'll get to know key of what column we have to use, right? Now here we will want a profit ratio per order. All right, so we will be using order item profit ratio in this particular case. So we have to find the average profit ratio. So we will be using the order item profit ratio. All right, so we will be doing the average of this, because we want the average of profit ratio. This is the profit ratio. We have to do the average of this. And why we are using order item here? Because per order, right? Average profit ratio per order. So profit ratio column is there, so we will do the average of this and we'll simply show it. And I believe that you guys might know how to do that. So let me just again do that. Select average. Inside the average, order item profit ratio as unique. Let's say no, as I'll name it average something. Average profit ratio from data code table. Simple as that. Average profit ratio 0.1206. So this is the average profit ratio. And if we'll have a look at the column also, why it is so less. As you can see, 0 point as you can see, every value is a decimal point value which is less than 1, 0 point something, 0 point something. So that is why only the average of all these values is in points less than 1. All right, see, this is the average profit ratio. All right, now for example, now let's do something unique in this particular case. Let's say I want to count the number of unique customers. Then what do you think I should do? Not the customers, but unique customers. So in our table, basically, as you can see, we have multiple customer IDs which are same, right? By now you would have seen it, I believe. Customer ID. Let me go to the customer ID column. There are many values that are repeated also in this case, but we have to figure out the customers who have who are different, and we have to find the number of them, basically the number of unique customers we have to find. Then what do you think we can use? So there's a function called distinct. As the name is suggesting, it will give us distinct values, right? And then we have to find the unique customers, right? Number of unique customers. So we will be using count also to give us the number, and for unique customers we will be using distinct also. All right, so this is how we can do that. Select count, and there is distinct. All right, inside that function we'll be using it customer ID, because we want different customers, unique customers. So that is why inside the distinct function we are using customer ID, and this whole result will be this particular function will give us the count of this whole result. All right, so that is why it is used in this way, and we'll name it unique customers. So as you can see, these are the unique customers, these are the unique customer IDs, and this will give us the number of the count of, or the number of unique customers, 20649. So we use this count function and distinct function to give us the number of unique customers. All right, so this is how you can do that. All right, so this was about the aggregate functions. Now we will be moving on to the next part, which is the group by clause. All right, by now I am just assuming that you guys have a understanding of aggregate functions. Now we will be using aggregate functions with group by also, but first let's understand what is group by clause. It is very important, and it is, you will be using it on daily basis. If you are practicing SQL, and if you are also aspiring data analyst or a data scientist, you will be using this particular clause on the daily basis, because it is used very frequently. All right, so let's understand it by paying some attention. All right, so this group by, the group by clause is used to group rows that have the same values in one or more columns. It's like organizing your data into buckets based on specific column or columns. Once the data is grouped, you can use aggregate functions like count, sum, average that we just discussed to calculate something for each group. All right, so we basically use the aggregate functions on this, because first of all we'll group the data, and once the data is grouped, then we can use the aggregate functions, like if we want to calculate the sum, average. So basically we use it on that. All right, if we want to calculate something for each of the group. All right, now let's have a look how does group work. All right, so let's say you have a table with sales data, and you want to find the total sales for each product category. So without group by, you would have to manually sort and calculate for each category. But with group by, SQL does all the heavy lifting for you. All right, so as you can see on the screen, this is the sales table that I just discussed, and as you can see, Alice and Bob is there, right? So now, as you can see, quantity of sales that is done by Alice is 5 laptops, 3 mouse, and 2 keyboards. And for Bob, it is 10 mouse and 7 keyboards, right? Now, by using the group by clause, all the rows of the salesperson Alice will be in one group, and all the rows of salesperson Bob will be in one group. So all the sales, that is the quantity of the sales, will be added. So as you can see here, the total quantity is Alice 5 plus 3 plus 2, which give us 10. And in case of Bob, that is 10 mouse and 7 keyboards, So total quantity would be 17. So basically we just grouped Alice and Bob. All right. So all the rows having Alice value will be grouped together, and all the rows having Bob value is grouped together, and their quantity is being added. All right. So this is what group by is, and to understand it in a better way, let's do some examples of it. All right. So all right. So we are back on my SQL workbench. So now let's do some examples of group by. Let me just write group by. All right. So let's say you want to find out how much sales each product category has generated. All right. So let's create a scenario. Find out how much sales each product category has generated, right? So what do you think? What should we do? Okay, so in this particular case, we have to first of all, fetch the category name and then the sales also. Now, how much sales is there? As you can see, how much sales? That means we have to count the number of sales. Not count, but to basically add them and show the number of it, right? The total sales it wants. All right, because we calculate the sales by total number of sales, so some will have to do in this particular case. So basically, two columns are sorted. One is the category name, another one is total sales, right? Table we know from data code table, and then we have to use group by. All right, so let's do this. Select category name. This is a column. Then we'll be using sales, but not sales, the sum of it. Just a second. We'll close in brackets and sum, and let's name it now as total sales. All right, we are naming it as total sales from data code. All right, group by category name, because we want to find out how much sales each product category, that is each and every product category has generated. For each product category we will be needing the category name, and we want the result, total result. So that is why we have to do the group by. So basically this particular thing groups the data by category name. This particular things will group the data by category name and calculate the total sales for each category, right? So let's try to run this. So as you can see, category name, sporting goods, cheats, cleats, shop by sport, women's apparel, electronics, boxing and MMA. And we have the total number of sales for each of these category. So this is what we want to, figure out. Find out how much sales each product category has generated. So for each product category, we have generated the total sales. These are the total sales for each category, not the sales for one, category that you have sold. The total number of sales for this category is this. The total number of sales for this category is this. The total number of sales for this category is this. So it is working like that. All right. And you can just see golf apparel. So it is like that. I hope you guys are understanding this part. All right. So this is how you can extract the total sales for each category. All right. Now, let's say I want to find out how many orders were placed by each customer segment. What do you think I should do? See, the question is how many orders were placed, right, by each customer segment. So this is the question. So what do you think? So let's just have a look at the data first, the table. Select star from data co. All right, so this is our table, and the question is how many orders were placed by customer segment, by each customer segment. Each customer segment is the part we need to focus right now, because there should be a column, right, for this particular thing. Customer segment, customer street, customer, this is customer segment, consumer, home office, corporate, home office. So it is like that. 3 or 4 is there, 3 is there, I believe. For each customer segment we have to find the order. So basically we'll do group by customer segment, because There, as you can see, multiple consumers, multiple home office, multiple corporates, right? For each of them, there is a different group, right? Consumer has a lot of values. Having consumer as a value, then home office same, then corporate same. So for each of them, we will be finding out the orders per segment, per group. We'll figure out how many orders are for consumer, how many orders are for home office, how many orders are for corporate. All right. Now I'm assuming you just understood what I just said. So let's move on. Select customer segment because we have to show this. We don't have any other choice. We have to show this part. Then we have to, find out how many orders. So in this particular case, we can't add orders because we have to show it. It's not a thing that we can add. We have to show how many orders, right? So in this particular case, you have to use some common sense that count is there, not sum is there that we should use. Number of orders, not the total orders, right? The total orders would be same in this case also. Then because it's not a value that should be we should add and give, right? We have to count the number of orders. All right, so we'll use a count order id, and let's name it total orders from data co table, not where. He'll be using group by customer segment. And I just explained you why we use customer segment, because we want it for each of the customer segment, that is consumer, home office, and corporate. So it will give us the order IDs, the count of order IDs for each of these things, each of these segments. It will give us the, for consumer, it will give, for home office, it will give, and for corporate, it will give. Now let's see whether it will give or not. So as you can see, consumer, home office, corporate, customer segments are there. We grouped it, so that is why it is just giving one value for consumer, one value for home office, one value for corporate, because we grouped by customer segment. So this is what it shows. And the total orders are added. As you can see, these are the total orders, and this is the, it's second number, this is the thing, and third number, this is the total orders, right? Now I'm assuming you guys understood this part. So basically over here also, this particular thing, this groups the data by customer segment and counts the number of orders for each segment, right? So this is how you can calculate it. Simple. Now let's do some a bit complex example than this, not much, a little bit complex than this, which is let's say I have to find out that which product has the highest total quantity sold. Which product, right? Now, when I said which product, it means we have to display the product name also, right? Let me just write the question here. Has the highest total. All right. What is happening? Yeah. Which product has the highest total quantity sold? So first of all, select product name because we have to display the name of the product. Select product name and highest order, the total quantity sold. So here we will be using the column order item quantity, and because we have to give the total quantity, we'll simply do the sum here. All right, order item quantity, total quantity sold from data co grouped by product name, because we want to find out for each product, right? So that is why we are grouping it by product name. Then we can do the order by, because we have, I want to do order by total quantity sold. I want it in a descending order. Let's say order by total quantity sold, this is the thing, and I want the order as descending, right? And yeah, let's just run this. So this is the descending order of it. So this is the product name, the maximum value, the quantity sold is this is the total quantity of it, this particular product, 73698. And then in the second number, Nike men's dry fit victory golf polo shirt or something, this is the total quantity that this product has sold. So you can analyze this thing, and the least also you can analyze, or you can use ASC, that is ascending, and it will give this value as the first value, whatsoever it is. So like you can just figure out which product is selling the most and which is the least selling. All right, total quantity sold, as we know that this is the maximum, this product is being sold the maximum. All right, so this is how you can do that. And if you just want to see the top one, that is the only product, give me the product name of the product that is being maximum sold, then that particular case you can just set the limit 1. It will display this. Simple. All right. Okay, then I hope you guys understand this part also. So basically this order by and this group by, so this groups the data by product name and calculates the total quantity sold for each product. Simple. Now let's do another example. Why we are doing so many examples of group by? Because this is a very important topic, and I also want you guys to understand it and practice along with me. If not, you can just download a data set from Kaggle or somewhere and you can practice along. You don't have to use the same data set, and if you want the same data set, you can just write in the comment section. We'll attach a link for this data set, but you can also work on a different data set. The concept should be clear. All right, now let's do another example. Like let's say this will be an example where I want, give me top 3 countries. I want the top 3 countries having the highest number of orders, having highest number of orders. Give me the top 3 countries having highest number of orders. So somewhere in your mind there's an image that we have to use limit 3, right? So this is clear in your image, right? Because we have to figure out the top 3 highest number of orders. So highest number of orders are there, so that means the value should be highest at the top, which means we have to use order by descending, right? So two things are clear, that is we have to set the limit to 3, and highest number of orders are there, that means the top, the having the maximum value should be at the top, which means we have to set the order by in the descending order, right? Now country is there, top 3 countries, so we have to use the country, right? Order country or something like that. Simple. Many things are there in the question, you just need to figure out. Now we have this column order country. Select the order country, which means the country. Simple. Now what else do we want? Top 3 countries having highest number of orders. So for that we have to count the orders. Simple as that. Order ID. Order ID. We have to count the order ID as total orders from data co, that is the table. Now what do you think? We'll group by this particular query by what? Tell me. So there are many countries, right? But many of the countries are being repeated. But we want the result to be accurate, and we want the top 3 countries. And those top 3 countries should be unique. So we will be giving the result that is the highest number of orders based on each country, right? So that those all of these countries should be unique. So that is why we are doing group by. Group by will group all those countries together and give us the order, that is the orders per that country. For each country, how many orders are there? So we have to do order country here. We are grouping it by order country, that is the country names. Now order by, because we just figured out from the question that we have to do order by, and we also figured out we have to do in the descending order. But now the question is, on which column should we do the order by? What we are calculating? Number of orders, right? And that means we have to do this order by on number of orders, and we have just named it as total orders. Order by total orders, simple as that. Now we have to set it as descending because we want the highest value to be at the top. Now as we know, limit 3 because we want top 3, right? So limit 3, it will give us the top 3 results. Now let's try to run this. As you can see on the screen, this is the first country name. These are the total number of orders. And then Francia, this is the order. Mexico, these are the orders. and all of these values are in descending order. So the maximum orders is by this country, then this country, and this country. All right. If we'll just remove this part, it will give you the complete value. And you just, if you want to have a look at the complete picture, then you can just do that. Otherwise, limit 3 because you want the top 3. Limit top 3 when you have the higher number of orders. So this is how simple as that you can do it. All right. Now, basically, this again I'll have to explain for those who still don't understand this part. So this here groups the data by order country and count the number of orders for each country. Simple. Then we just order by the total orders that we already discussed in the previous lectures in descending order, and we set the limit to 3 because we want the top 3 results, top 3 countries, right? Simple. So this was about group by. I want you guys to understand this group by clause in a better way and do practice. If you didn't understand it, go watch this video again and you'll understand. And you can also refer to some online blogs and all to read about it. All right. This was about group by. Now let's move on to the having clause, which is another important topic. All right. So this is the having clause now. The having clause is used in SQL to filter groups of data after they have been grouped together using the group by clause, right? Now think of it as a where clause, but for groups instead of individual rows. So basically where is used for individual rows, but for groups, we have to use the having clause. For example, imagine you have a table of sales data, as you can see on the screen. You want to find out which salespeople have more than 100 items. You can't use where because you are dealing with grouped data. That's when having comes to the rescue, right? And basically, why do we need having, right? There is a question. But first, the where clause, let's understand this thing. The where clause filters records before grouping them, right? So the where clause filters the record before grouping them. As per the order of execution, the where clause filters first before grouping, right? Then the having clause filters after grouping is done. So that is why for grouped records we use having clause. Having is used when filtering conditions involve aggregate functions like count, sum, average, etc. And the where clause works on individual rows, but the sum quantity is calculated after grouping if you want to find the sum of the quantity as per this table. So because we are grouping it, so that is why we have to use having, because where will not work for the grouped conditions, right? And since where executes before aggregation, it doesn't have access to the sum quantity, that is the aggregated function. All right. So for grouped things or grouped values, having is there to the rescue because where doesn't work there, right? So that is why we need having. So now to understand, let's have a look at an example now. All right. So we are back. Now let's just remove this thing. Now having, that is the having clause. All right. So what is having? I've already discussed. Now let's understand it practically by doing some examples. All right. Now suppose we have a data code table that we already have that tracks customer purchases, right? And you want to find out which markets have generated a total sales, let's say total sales revenue of more than let's say 50,000, right? Which market has generated the total sales revenue of 50,000, right? Then how will you do that? Let me just write the question for you. I want to find out, just a second now. Total sales revenue of more than, let's say, more than, let me write here, more than 50,000. Let's say we are using dollars here. All right. I want to find out which markets have generated a total sales revenue of more than 50,000. So what do you think? Why alter is coming? Yeah. So how will you do that in this particular case? Because here in this particular case, we will be, working on the grouped data and we have to set the condition or filter it based on the grouped data. So that is why having is there. We can't use where in case of grouped data, right? All right, so first of all, we want which markets, as you can see, which markets. Try to break the question into simpler parts or small parts. Then you will be able to figure out what you should do, and then you will be a problem solver. So the question is, I want to find out which markets, right? Which market? So we'll have to mention the market. That is the market column, and then have generated total sales. So sales also will have to show total sales. That means we have to do the sum of it, right? So simple. Let's start with that first. Select the market column, and then the sales column. But total sales is there, so we have to do the sum of it and close it in a bracket. And sum is the function, sum function we are using, and we are also naming it as total sales, right? From data go table, group by market. Just a second. Group by market, and having sales greater than, that is the total sales greater than 50,000. Simple. All right, so we want to find out which markets have generated total sales revenue for more than 50,000. So market name is there, total sales is there. You just use the sum function to do the total sales from this table. Now we use the group by on market. All right, and then having some sales greater than 50,000. So here's, first of all, let me just break down it for you because you're learning having for the first time. So firstly, I'll explain this part. All right, so this select market sum sales as total sales. Here we are selecting the market and the total sales in that market, right? Then we use group by here, right? We use group by. So group by market, here we are grouping the sales by market. All right, because we have to give the result per market, because the question is that only, no, you have to find out which markets. So we have to give the individual results of market. So we have grouped by market. All right, we are grouping the sales by market, and then we use having clause here, as you can see. So having some sales greater than 50,000, that is the total sales. Here we can also replace this thing by total sales, but that doesn't usually work because of some reason that I'll be explaining you. We can use this part. It is same as this, nothing else, because we are just naming it. We have to use this part. All right, some sales greater than 50,000. Here we are filtering the groups to only show the markets where total sales exceed 50,000. Exceed 50,000. Simple. Now let's try to run this. So as you can see, all these values are greater than 50,000, right? And these are the markets: Pacific Asia, USA, Africa, Europe, and none of them are repeating because we have grouped it according to that. We have grouped the markets according to that because we want the individual results of market, and then we have used the having clause on that particular result. All right, we are filtering upon the grouped result. That is why we are using having, right? So simple. This was a pretty simple example. All right, so this is how you use having clause. Now let's have a look at another example. All right, so in this particular example, we have to identify the customers, let's say, who have spent more than 10,000 in total purchases. Identify customers who have spent more than $10,000 in total purchases. Identify customers who have spent more than $10,000 in total purchases. We have to find out the rich customers basically, right? So we are just segregating based on the value of 10,000. That whosoever spent more than 10,000 are rich, and we want the customer or customer ID for those people. We'll be doing some email marketing campaign on that. Let's say a manager asked me to do that. So how should we do that? Think about it. Identify customers means we have to tell them the customer ID and customer name. All right, or we can just use customer name also. Then who have spent more than 10,000 in total purchases? Total purchases, that means we have to calculate the sales, because in this particular thing we have the sales as the column for that. Now then we have to group by based on the name or ID, right? Now then after that we can use that having clause upon the grouped data. All right, so let's try to do that. Select customer f name, customer l name, sum of sales, total purchases, because we need to figure out total spent from orders, group by customer f name, customer l name, let's say, and having the clause, yeah, here only I'll write having sum of sales greater than 10,000. It is same as that of the previous example. Not a lot of things are different in this. It is almost the same. Simple. No, I just need to comment this thing. Now let's run it. Oh, data co table is there. By mistake, I just wrote orders. What else is there? Some sales, data co. Yeah, sorry. Now, as you can see, customer first name, customer last name, and total spent. All right. And if I want to order by, then I can just use order by after that, and set ascending or descending. It will give us the value. The maximum value will come first if I'll set to descending. Simple as that. We used having upon the grouped value because we grouped it based on customer first name and customer last name. And then on the grouped value, we just used having, right? Having some sales greater than 10,000. So this is how you can do that. All right. Now let's do another example. Now in this example, I want your help. I want that you should also, involve in this thing. Now I want to identify product categories with low profit margins. Question is this. You can just pause the video and write the query for it. Give yourself 5 minutes because it will be a, bit, lengthy query than the normal ones you just did. But even if you'll write, no, it is fine because you're trying something. You can just comment down what you just, tried, and we'll, send you the right query for it, or we'll give you the thumbs up for it. We'll give you a suitable response, right? So let me just write the question. Identify product categories with low profit margins. Let's say my manager told me to do that. Identify the categories, product categories with low profit margins. We will be removing that. We will be removing those products, right? So he wants that data. So how should I fetch it? What do you think? Your manager asks you this question. How should you do that? You have to identify the product categories with low profit margin. For that, you have to first of all, look at the table, the columns, right? What do you think? Which columns should we, target for low profit margins? Order item profit ratio is there because we want profit margins. So profit ratio is there, right? So this is the column that we will be targeting. All right. So this you need to do manually because there will be times where there will be thousands of columns and you need to figure out, right? You have to search for it. Now, how should we approach for that? Think about it. Give yourself 5 minutes. You can pause this video. I just told you the column name, order item profit ratio. And we have to identify the product categories with low profit margins. Let's say we'll set a range. Let's say less than 0.05. As you can see, the values are like this only. 0.03 is there, 0.04 is there, 0.4 is there. But least we can consider 0.05, let's say. So condition also I'm telling you less than 0.05. Alright, by now I'm assuming that you must have paused the video and might have written the query. Whether it is right or wrong doesn't matter. All that matters, you tried and just copy pasted in the comment section. We'll respond to it, no problem. Now let's see how should we proceed with this particular problem. We have to identify product categories with low profit margins. So select the product ID first because we have to mention the product ID and product name, and it is by product category ID, I believe, not product ID. All right, product name because we'll have to refer it to something, and then the order item profit ratio. This we have to do the average of it. Why? Because it calculates the average profit margin for each product. All right. All right. Order item profit ratio is average profit from the data co table group by product category ID, and we'll be grouping it also by the product name also. I'll tell you why we are grouping it by product category ID and name both. Don't worry, just bear with me. Having the average value, that is average this value as then 0.05. all right, so now let's try to run this, and it will give us the value product category ID, product names, and whose values are less than 0.05, right? 0.05. It will identify all the product categories. These are the product categories with values less than low profit margins, right? And we have set the value for low profit margin which are less than 0.05. So these are the values, right? Now let me explain, because I believe some of you guys were not able to do it, and doesn't matter, I'll just explain this thing. All right, so first the question is this. I'm assuming this is the question that comes in your mind the first. Average order item profit ratio. Why we just did the average of it? Because we have to calculate the average profit margin for each product, not the simple one, average of it. So that is why we used average function, and then we grouped by it, grouped by product category ID and product category name. So it basically group by function here groups the data by product category and name, and then having clause is used. So having clause, it basically checks, filters out products with a profit margin that is below than 5%, that is 0.05. Because this is a group data, that is why we are using having. Now when we apply group by, we are telling SQL how to group the rows before applying aggregate functions like average, sum, count, etc. So in this case, this product category ID groups the products by their category, that is uh, whether it is electronics, whatever it is, right? Because ID is there, so this is how it is, right? These are mentioning the IDs of it. So this product category ID, when we grouped it, it groups the product by their category. Then product name is there. We also group by this product name. So it ensures we calculate the average profit margin for each individual product within that category, right? If we only grouped by product category ID, then SQL would calculate the average profit margin for the entire category instead of individual products, right? That is why we use product name. All right. So I'm assuming you guys understood this part. And if not, go through the video again, go through this question again, and try to do it yourself also, right? So we are doing these examples, and the examples in which we use aggregate functions, group by functions, and having clause as well, right? We are using all these things, as you can see, aggregate functions, group by, having. So these all things, all these 3 or 4 things are new to you, so I want you to practice it. Then only you will be able to understand it, right? So this is how you can fetch this results.
Also, if you are looking to break into data science and AI, the professional certificate program in AI and data science by upGrad is your perfect starting point. Get triple certification from Microsoft, NSDC, and an industry partner to strengthen your resume. Work on real-world case studies from Uber, Sportskeeda, and Teach for India, gaining hands-on experience. Learn generative AI, 17 plus industry tools, and 12 plus projects with an advanced curriculum. Get live training from industry experts and build a job-ready portfolio. So whether you're starting fresh or upskilling, this program gives you the edge. So click on the course link in the description to get started.
Alright, so first on the list is inner join. An inner join is a way to combine rows from two tables, but only when there's a matching value in both the tables. This means it returns only the data that exists in both the tables based on a specified condition. So as you can see on the screen, table 1 and table 2 both have some intersection or the common values that we have marked with a gray. So that is what inner join is. It basically combines records from two tables by comparing a column that both the tables share. Only the rows where the value in the joined columns match are returned. If a record in one table doesn't have a corresponding match in the other table, it is omitted. It is useful when you basically the inner join is useful when you need to retrieve related data spread across multiple tables without including unmatched records. Alright, so as you can see on the screen, there's a diagram having the table 1 is having 1, 2, 3, 4 elements, and table 2 contains values 2, 3, 5, right? Now the intersection of two sets of both these sets, which is 2, 3, that is common in both the tables. These values are common in both the tables. These values that appear are what we call the intersection of these two tables. So basically this diagram shows that an inner join only picks the overlapping part, that is the intersection part of two sets, which corresponds to rows with matching values in both the tables. For example, here the matching values are 2 and 3 that exist in both the tables, right? Now to understand this part, I hope you guys have understood it in a theoretical way. Now to understand it in a better way, let's have a look at an example. All right, so let's go to our MySQL workbench. Alright, so this is our MySQL workbench. So here we will do some example. So we have this UFC data and we want to find out the details of fighters, fighting style, and a country for fighters who have specific fighting style like that. So first we'll do this example. So I hope you guys know about UFC. Most of you are fans of it as well, I believe. Now in this UFC data, we will be performing some operations to make you guys understand the joins. So first of all, let's understand about inner joins with the help of this example. In this example, we will find out the details of fighters, their fighting style, and country of fighters who have specific fighting style. For example, if a particular fighter has a style of MMA, or he has a style of boxing or kickboxing, so we'll mention that style. And for example, we'll take the freestyle. Freestyle is also a style. All right, and we want the details of fighters and the country of fighters who have this or who have this freestyle style of boxing or freestyle style of fighting, right? So first of all, let us have a look at the data, right? Select star from. So we have, as you can see, multiple tables. UFC country data. First of all, we will see UFC country data before performing this question. Country data. All right, just a second. So as you can see, this is the country data, right? Country code, average temperature, average elevation meters, GDP of that particular country, unemployment rate of that particular country, total population of that country, right? Female population, male population growth. So these are the countries in which these fighters belong, from which these fighters belong basically. So this is one of the table. So we'll be joining these three different tables in different styles. So I just want to I just want you guys to see, have a look at the table. That's why. Now the other table name is events stats, right? Events, my bad. Yeah, as you can see, event category UFC on ESPN, UFC Fight Night, UFC 309. So multiple, as you can see, 263, 267, 261. All right, and fighter 1, fighter 2, right? Date So basically the fight might have been between these two. So this is a fighter 1 name, fighter 2 name, and date is there, venue is there, as you can see, venue, city is there, state is there, province, and country, and attendance, maybe the audience is over there, right? And this is venue, UFC Epics, Galaxy Arena, UFC Epics, Delta, Sphere. So this is the second table, UFC event stats, right? Now we want the third table. Let me show you the third table also. UFC fighters stats. This is the first name, Islam Makhachev, John Jones, Alex Pereira, right? These are famous. And nicknames are also like John Jones, Bones. His nickname is Bones, right? And Alex Pereira, Puerton, and their city, their country, their age, and their wins and loses. So Islam only lose one fight only, as you can see on the screen. So basically this is the data, right? This is the win percentage, this is the loss percentage, number of fights, weight division, as you can see, height is also mentioned here, right? And what else, leg reach, arm reach, weight, etc. So we will be combining using joins all of these three tables in a different way to fetch different kind of information from each one of them, right? So let's do that. First of all, the question is we have to fetch the details of fighters who do the fighting of style freestyle, right? Freestyle is also a style like boxing, like MMA, like jiu-jitsu. Freestyle is also a style of boxing, right? Not boxing, but it's a style of fighting, right? All right, so let's do that. So let's keep it like this only. We'll just comment it out so that we can use it later. All right, select. Let me write the question also, right? So fetch details of fighters. What is happening with style freestyle, like, right? So this is what we have to do. So what all we want to fetch? First name we will fetch, last name, and fighting style also we'll have to fetch, and it will be mentioned in the different table, right? And what else should we fetch? Let's start first. All right, so select first name. All right, last name, and fighting style, and what else? Country, right? And yeah, from. So these first name belong here, last name belong here, fighting style belongs here or not? No, it is in a different table. I remember the column name, so yeah, that is there. So fighting style is from the different table. We'll be joining it. Then country is there. Country is in this table itself. Yeah, right. And country is also in the different other tables also. So yeah, that is also there. All right. So now from we have to mention the table name. So this table name is UFC fighter stats, right? Now we will join it using inner join. All right. But before that, we can also use, an alias for this particular table, right? So like we did for the column names, we can do also for the table names, right? So this table name is UFC fighter stats. We can mention it as F. Let's say I'm mentioning it as F. Now, this is the syntax inner join. I'm joining this particular table, with any guesses? Which table should I join it with? UFC country data. And then again here also we'll give it an alias as C. We can also refer this table as C, right? On. Now we have to join it based on f dot country, that is from this table country which is present in this table. So as we know that in inner join there should be a common column between both the tables, or number of columns should be common in both the tables. So country is in this table and country is also in that particular table, right? The value should be matching. If not the column, the value should be similar. For example, in one table it can be ID, in another table it can be customer ID, right? So but the intent is the value should be same, not same, the format should be same, so that you can join it based on it. All right, f dot country equals to c dot country. F depicts this table. You can mention UFC fighter stats dot country also, but I'm just referring it as a F. and c.country. This country refers to this table. All right. I hope you guys are understanding. Now, the thing is, we have to fetch the details of fighters with style freestyle, right? Now, we want filtering. So for filtering, what do? We'll use where fighting style is, let's say, freestyle. All right. Fighting style is freestyle. Now, fighting style belongs to this table. All right. Now, fighting style belongs to this table, right? This F table. So I'll be mentioning F dot fighting style. Now let's run it. The table name is not correct, I believe. Fighters stats it is. Okay. Column country and field list is ambiguous. All right. So we have to mention here also. So as you can see, this is the error. Column country in the field list is ambiguous because it is getting confused. Which country are you referring to? The country column from this table or from this table? Right? So this table also has the country column and this table also has the country column. So ambiguity means it is getting confused whether you are mentioning this country column from this table or this table. So we have to specify using the table name, right? So for all of these we have to do f dot first name. Let's do for all of these, although we don't need to because first name and last name is only in this particular table. Then f dot fighting style and f dot country. Now let's run it. All right, as you can see, it is running properly. First name, last name, right? Their fighting style is freestyle. These are the country names, and these are the names of the fighters. That is the first name and the last name of the fighters who are having the fighting style as freestyle, right? We can also, join them using concatenation. I believe you know that how to join first name and last name as we discussed in the previous lectures. If not, then you can refer to that lecture. We will provide you the link if you want, and you can understand concatenation. It is very simple, right? But as of now, let's just stick to the inner join. So we basically used two tables to fetch information that exist in both the tables, right? Now, in this particular case, we want a particular information that is not, being provided by, that is not feasible for one table to show, right? So we have to use multiple tables and join them to give us the particular information that we want. So we use both of these tables to give us the name of the fighters who belong to this fighting style freestyle, and their country name is this. For example, if we'll change it, let's say I'll change it to boxing. Let's see how many people are there. Only one guy is there, so his name is this. Only one guy is there. Now let's write kickboxing. Kickboxing is not there. All right, maybe I've written the name wrong. MMA is there. See, MMA. How many people are there? All right. I hope you guys are understanding this part. All right. So let me just show you this also. So as you can see, kickboxer, MMA, freestyle, boxing is there, grappler is there, wrestling is there, striker is there, and we by mistake we wrote kickboxing, but here it is written kickboxer. If you write kickboxer, all the data related to it will be displayed. Karate is there. So yeah, this is the fighting style column that we used here, right? Yeah, so this is the fighting style column that we used here, right? This is the one. All right. Now I hope you guys understand this part. For those who didn't understand now also, let me just go through this example again. Let me just uncomment this part first. So yeah. So as you can see, the first name, last name, fighting style, fighting country of all those fighters whose fighting style is MMA now in this particular case, right? So basically, particularly the question was for kick, what we call freestyle. So let me just write the freestyle now. Yeah. So this SQL query retrieves details of UFC fighters who practice this freestyle, right? It selects the first name, last name, fighting style, and country columns from UFC fighters. As you can see, first name, last name, fighting style, country from UFC fighter stats table, right? Now, the query uses an inner join to combine this data. This is the inner join. So we use the inner join to combine the data with UFC country data table, aliased as C, based on matching country values, right? Only fighter whose fighting style is freestyle are included in the result. The inner join ensures that only fighters from countries listed in the UFC country data table are retrieved, providing a clean and relevant data set for analysis. All right. So here we use the inner join. I hope you guys are understanding. All right, so now let's do another example. All right, so let me just remove this thing. Okay, so here we will be fetching the details of fighters whose debut year is from from a particular date, who debuted after this particular date. For example, a particular fighter joined UFC after, let's say, 2016. So we have to give the details, all the details, like first name, last name, country, number of fights, etc., of all those fighters who joined after 2016 or 2017, right? So this is the question. So basically, there's a column named debut in this UFC fighter stats. If you want, I can just show you. Yeah, we have this. So yeah, as you can see, debut. This is the debut year. First, they started fighting on this date, right? So as you can see, this is the debut. We'll be using this, right? All right. I hope you guys understand the part. Now let's use inner join to fetch these details, right? Now let me write the question again. Fetch the details of fighters who joined UFC or or whose debut was after, let's say, 2015, the first date of 2015, right? I have to fetch all the details. So select first name, then we have, let me just check first name, yeah, number of fights. What else do we want? Country, let's say, and I want country code also. All right, country code is also there. All right, so all these details I want. So all of these columns are not in just this table, so we'll have to use the other table also. So the other table that we'll be using is UFT country data, because we have to highlight the country code also and other things also. So we have to use both the tables. So I'm just telling you how to use inner join to fetch the information that is you have to fetch from different tables. So based on a common what we call values between the tables. All right, so here we will be using inner join to combine data from UFC fighter stats table with UFC country data table based on a matching country values. All right, so yeah, from now I'll mention from UFC fighter stats as, let's say, I'll mention F again. Inner join UFC country data as C. All right, on. Now I'm joining it based on f dot. This is the syntax basically. F dot country. That is, this country column is from this table, right? And C dot country. So this country column is from this table. That is why we have used as C, right? So basically, you write this. You can also write this here also. All right. So I'm just telling you where the fighter who have joined after 2015, the debut date, right? Where f dot debut, because debut column belongs to this fighter stats table, so we used f dot debut greater than this date. We'll mention the date 2015 0101, let's say. All right, now let's run it. Fighters, I by mistake put it fighter. Now country, yeah, again we have to mention the same thing that we did the last time, but the country code is not present in this table, so we will be using this table c dot country code. All right, so as you can see on the screen, first name, last name, debut date, after that number of fights, and country code of those fighters, right? For example, now I want it to order it by ascending or descending based on, let's say, date. So I'll do ordered by f dot debut date. Let me just copy paste this thing as it is, ordered by this, and let's say sending only. All right, so Arnold Allen joined first after 2015, then in 2016 many fighters joined, as you can see. So this is how the data is now sorted based on debut in ascending order. We joined the two tables based on country, right, on this column, and we fetched the details of fighters who debuted after this particular date. These are the names of those fighters, these are the number of fighters, these are number of the fights of those fighters, country and country code, right? So this is how you can use inner join to fetch the information you want. All right. So basically, this SQL query fetches information about UFC fighters who began their career after January 1, 2015. As you can see on the date, January 1, 2015, who began their career, their debut. So it picks details like first name, last name, debut date, number of fights, and country code and country by linking the UFC country data table using the country column. Only fighters who debuted after January 1, 2015 are included in the results. All right. I hope you guys understand this part. The purpose of this join is to add the country code to the fighter details, which is stored in the UFC country data table. This particular column, the purpose of joining these both the tables is for this column to add the country code, and this particular column is stored in this particular table, so that is why we join. Now that we have seen how inner joins help retrieve only matching records from both the tables, let's take it a step further. Right, now let's see and have a look at left join. Alright, so a left join takes all the rows from the left table and adds matching rows from the right table. If there are no match in the right table, the result will still show the row from the left table, but with null empty values for the right table columns. This means you will see all stores tables which is on the left side, and if the left table has duplicates, the query will create combination for each match in the right table. In simple terms, a left join makes sure you don't lose any data from the left table even if some rows doesn't have a match in the right table. For example, in previous case, in inner join case, the values that are common in both the tables are displayed. In this particular case, the common values will be displayed, but all the values of the left tables will be displayed also along with it. I hope you can see with the help of example. It is pretty much clear. In the inner join, only the common part is highlighted, but in this particular case, the left part is also highlighted, and that is why it is called left join, because all the values from the left table and the common values from both the tables are being fetched when we will be using left join, right? So this basically tells DBMS to pull all the records from the table on the left side of the join and only matching records from the right side, right? Now when we'll be using left join, so if let's say some of the value on the right hand side is null, then it will be depicted as it, but all the values will be shown from left side. That is the priority. All right, now let's understand this with the help of an example. All right, let me just zoom out it a bit. I hope it is visible, right? All right, so yeah, now let's do an example. Let me just remove this. So here we'll be doing an example of left join, where you have to show all the fighters of the UFC fighters with their country's GDP. If no GDP data is available, display null, right? So in this particular case, if there is a scenario of this kind of case while you're working in a company, because you have to display all the details of fighters, even if their GDP is null. So you'll be mentioning all the fighters from A to Z. If a particular fighter's country GDP is not there in the data, mention it null. But the priority is all the names and other details should be there. So we'll be using left join in this particular case. We can't use inner join in this case. All right. So the question is, let me write show. Don't mind the spellings, guys. Show all fighters with their country's GDP. If no GDP data is there, then display null. All right, I believe the question is pretty much clear. Now let's do it. Select UFC fighters stats. Let's not write this, we'll keep it like the previous one also. Yeah, the first name, we'll start with first name, last name, what else do we want, and let's mention the country, and we'll mention the GDP 2023. So this data is of from that time only, so billion US dollars. So this is the column name. All of these are the column names. I can show you also, don't worry. All of these are the column names that we just mentioned. Now we'll be using the table name from, we mentioned from which table? UFC fighters stats. I'm having difficulty writing this. All right. Now from this table, left join UFC country data. Yeah, because we have to mention those data also. So we will be mentioning country data. All right. So because we have to mention the GDP, and that GDP column is there in the UFC country data. So that is why we are joining. Right. Otherwise, we can simply use single table only. All right. On which we are joining. So UFC. No. Let us use aliases. We'll use UF this time, and here we'll use UC. Now UF dot country. I hope the syntax is clear now. UC dot country. All right, we are joining on this particular column or value. All right, now here also we'll have to mention UF dot, this belongs to this table, this belongs to this table, this column belongs to this table, and this column belongs to this table. All right, now I want all of these details, right? So that is why we are using left join, all the details. Even if there is a no match in from the right side, then also we want that. All right, so that is why we are using left join. There must be an error. There is some error, I believe. Nothing was there. Why it was showing them? All right, so as you can see, the data is here. First name, last name, country, GDP. It will start as all the first name and last name and countries are being displayed. So it will mention all the fighters, all the fighters. All right, Islam, John Jones, Alex Pereira, right? Tom is there, Alexander is there, Max is there, Brandon is there, Amir also is there. So it is also mentioning, they're also mentioning the country values, their GDP also. For example, Islam belongs to Dagestan Republic, so their GDP is not mentioned in, it is not there in the data, so they simply mentioned it as null, right? And in Russia, GDP is also not mentioned, so they have simply mentioned it as null. So if we would have used inner join in this particular case, then this row would have been omitted, because it will only fetch the details. If we'll use inner join, it will only fetch the rows which are having the common values. All the values are present in both the tables. But we want all the first name, last name, and country, so that is why we use the left join, right? So that means even if the common values from the right table is not there, then also it will show all the left table details. All right, I hope you guys understand this part. For those who still don't understand, let me just explain this query again to you guys. Let me just scroll it. All right, so here UFC fighter stats, this is the left table. I hope you guys are understanding. And UFC country data, this is the right table. So UFC fighter stats contains all fighters, and this particular country data table contains country level information, for example GDP, population, etc. We use left join here. Left join keeps all fighters in the result even if there are no matching GDP data, which is in the right table, right? If a country doesn't exist in UFC country data, GDP will be null. So it is like that. All right, I hope you guys are understanding. Now let's do another example. All right, let me write the question again. So for example, now we want to show the fighters with their number of fights and country population. All right, here we'll be using left join again. Let me write the question again. Show all fighters with their number of fights and country population. All right, we have to fetch the details of all the fighters with their number of fights and the country population. So we will be using two columns, I mean the two tables again, because the population column will belong to the country and the name and number of fights will belong to the fighter stats table. All right, so select first name, last name. Let me just concat them now. All right, I'm naming it as full name. All right, now what else do we want? The first name, last name, number of fights we want, number of fights per fighter, and next what we want, total population, right? So from question only you'll get to know the country's population. You have to break the question into number of things you want to fetch, the number of things you want to show, and after select you will mention all the things you want to show. That is basically the column names, right? All right, now the table is from UFC fighters stats. All right, now will LSS mention it as UF left join UFC country data. We'll mention it as UC. We'll mention it as UC on. We are joining it on UF dot country and UC dot country. All right. So country from this table and this country column from this table. All right. Why we use two tables? Because this total population belongs to, the total population column belongs to this particular table, and all these first name, last name, number of fights belong to this table. So to show all of these things together, we have to use join. And why we use left join here? Because we have to basically show all the details of the fighters, right? If a fighter country is missing, total population will be null, right? So we want all the details. We want the full name and the number of fights of all those all the fighters in the table. Even if the population data is not there, it can be null, but we want all the names of the fighters. So that is why we used. All right, let's run it. So this is full name because we concatenated it as full name. So this gives us one column named as full name, right? We use concatenation here. And then second column is number of fights. You can see number of fights. All right. And as you can see, all the fighters names are there, right? So these two things will be complete. None of the values will be missing in this particular case. And as you can see over here, null is there because this total population data is not there, and here also it is not there. If we would have used inner join, then this row will be omitted. But we use left join because we want all these details, right? So this is how you can fetch all the fighters, their number of fights, and their country population. All right, this is how you can fetch all these details using left join. All right, so basically this particular table contains all fighters. All right, and this country data adds country population data if applicable. If a fighter country is missing, total population will be null, right? All right, so we have learned that left join keeps all the records from the first table while adding matching records from the second table. But what if we flip the perspective? All right, that's exactly what right join does. All right, so let's have a look at it. All right, so a right join is used to combine rows from two tables based on matching condition, but with a key difference. It returns all rows from the right table and only the matching rows from the left table. If there's no match in the left table, the result will still include the row from right table, but with a null values for the columns from the left table. All right, so basically it is just the opposite of left join, but mostly you will be using the left join only. Right join, I don't think it is used that much. Yeah, so basically, but you should know about it. So this is it. So to understand it better, we can have a look at an example. So let's go to our MySQL workbench. All right, so this is our MySQL workbench. So here let's do an example of right join also. All right, so basically if you have understood left join, then you also understood the right join, but it is just the thing that when you want to show all the details from the right table, then you use it, right? let's do a example. Here I want to show all the countries along with the fighters from that country. If a country has no fighters, display null, right? So all the countries are there, all right? India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, USA, Brazil, all the countries will be there. And there will be some countries where there are no fighters, right? So we'll mention it as null. For this particular case, we need all countries, right? And the country will be, keeping it on the right table. So we need all the countries. So we have to use right join because we can, we can neglect the fighters' names, but not the country names, right? So let me write the question: show all countries along with their fighters from that country. If a country has no fighters, display as null. All right, clear? Let's do an example. What we want, obviously first name, last name, and all the details. Show all countries along with, let's mention the GDP also. All right, let me mention first name, last name, and GDP also. GDP billion US dollars, and country also. We know which table it is. UFC fighter stats as F. Right join, as we use left join in that case, we'll be using right join. Simple, same syntax is all same, only right here I'm writing only. All right, UFC country data as C on F dot country. We again are joining on country column. C dot country. Yeah. Now, as we mentioned it as F and we mentioned it as C, we'll have to, refer it to the column names. F dot last name, F dot last name. C, this belongs to country. So C dot, and this again will mention country. So as you can see, we have used right join, and on right side we have country data because we want these two things should be there. All right, so first name, last name can be null because at least we want all the names of the country, and some countries are obviously, some countries have no fighters, so it will show it as null. But if we want to show this kind of data, then we have to use right join. So as you can see, country and this, both of these, let me show you, both of these columns belongs to this table, and we have used right join. So no value will be missing this in this particular case. But for example, this country Argentina has no fighters, so it has mentioned it as null, and Austria also has no fighters, so it is mentioned as null. All right, so I hope you guys are understanding the point here. The UFC country data, that is the right table, includes all countries even if they have no fighters, and UFC fighters table, that is the left table, add fighter details if a match is found. If a country has no fighters, the fighter columns will show null. Simple. All right, so basically the right join ensures that we keep all records from the second table, just like left join does for the left table. But what if we don't want to leave anything out? What if we want to keep all the records from both the tables? So in that particular case, full outer join comes in. All right, so let's have a look at it. All right, so full outer join. A full outer join returns all records from both tables even when there is no match between them. It combines the results of left join and right join, filling in nulls whether, I repeat, filling in, I repeat, filling in nulls where there is no corresponding data. All right, so as you can see on the screen, both the tables, so basically it will show all the values from left table and all the values from the right table also. All right, from the diagram only you'll get to know, right, all the rows from both the tables. Now let's understand it with the help of an example. So we just understood about left join and right join. Now this full outer join will give you all the records from left join and the right join. All right, so how should we do that? Select, just a second, Let me write the question for you guys first. All right. So here we have to show all countries and all fighters, even if a country has no fighters or a fighter's country is missing from the database. Then also, all right. So let me just write the question. Show all countries and all fighters, even if a country has no fighters or fighters. Don't mind the spelling, guys. I hope you guys make sense out of it. Country is missing from the database. All right. So let's do that. So here we'll be using a full outer join that will return all the records from both the tables even if there's a no match. In this query we'll be using the fighter stats and the country data table based on the country column. All right, let's do that. Select country first and then we want the number, the count we want, right? Show all countries and all fighters. We'll be wanting the number of fighters also, so we'll be using the count. We'll be using the count function to let's not mention f here, and we'll mention later, to count the first names first. All right, as num fighters from UFC fighters stats f full outer join UFC country data SC on f dot country c dot country. All right, group by c dot country. All right, so yeah, something is wrong here. Yeah, so basically let me just run it and show it to you guys. All right, it will not run. So basically in MySQL Workbench you can't use full outer join. All right, so the error we are encountering is due to the fact that MySQL does not support the full outer join. I'll tell you how to tackle this problem, but let's first understand the question here. So basically if you'll run this in some other like let's say if you run this in PostgreSQL or SQL Server, then it will run, right? So let's first understand this thing what we have written, because it is correct. It is just the case it will not run in MySQL Workbench. In MySQL Workbench we'll be using join, that I'll show you guys, but let's first understand this thing. All right, so here we have used a full outer joins that will return all the records from both the tables. That is the fighter stats table, where it is, yeah, that is the fighter stats table, and the country data table based on the country column again, right? If a fighter country is missing from UFC country data, they still appear. If a country has no UFC fighters, it still appears, but number of fighters will be 0 because we have used count, right? So we have used here the group by. So group by c dot country, as you can see. So c dot country to count how many fighters exist per country, ensuring that every country is listed, even those with no fighters. All right, so let me just run how to run this. I'll just show you. So you can't use full outer join in this particular case. You have to tackle or solve this problem with a different thing, and this is how we can do it. Let me first write it. Select country, and let me just write this thing as it is. Yeah, let me just copy paste this thing because it will be same. Just we have to use left join here first, because what is full outer join? It is just the combination of left join and right join, right? So yeah, that is there. I'll show you. Left join, right? Now once we have done the left join on this, union, all right, union will be used. Similarly we'll do for the right join. We'll just copy paste it. All right, we have used union. So it is basically the union of left join and right join here. Union of left join and right join is full outer join. In MySQL Workbench, it works like that. Let me just run this part, and I'll also have to write it. Just a second. C.country, f.first name, and here also I'll have to do the same. Just a second. There's a scroll problem, I believe. Now it is fine. Yeah, here also I have to mention C.country, and yeah, that's it. Let me run this. So as you can see, country null 6, United States. All right. So as you can see, country data and number of fighters. Now let me explain this thing to you. So if a fighter's country is missing from UFC country data, they will appear, right? It is showing null only, but yeah, they will appear. If a country has no UFC fighters, it still appears, but number of fighters will be 0 in this particular case. For example, here, because we have used count, that is why. So we use group by. We have used group by here, and here also. Here also we have used group by. We use group by to count how many fighters exist per country, ensuring that every country is listed, even those with no fighters. So if a country has no fighters, number of fighters will be 0 instead of null. That is why it is showing 0 instead of null, because we use count and we have group by a country, then that is why it is showing like this. All right. I hope you guys are understanding. So you need a little practice for that, and then you can do that. All right. So if you are using MySQL Workbench, you can do it like this. If you are using PostgreSQL or other SQL Server, then the previous method that I just did will also work fine. Now let me tell you why that particular method didn't work. Let me just scroll it and show it to you. Here it is. Yeah. So why this didn't work? So the error we are encountering over here while running this is due to the fact that MySQL does not support full outer join syntax, unlike some other databases like PostgreSQL and SQL Server. MySQL does not have a direct full outer join implementation. However, we can achieve that with the same result as a full outer join by using the combination of left join and the union of right join, right? So simple, it is same thing, but we have to do it in another way. All right. So far, we have explored how different joins help us combine two separate tables. But what if we need to, compare data with the same table? That is, with the same table, within the same table. That's where self joins comes in. All right. So let's understand about self join. All right. So a self join is a type of join where a table is joined within itself. It's like taking a single table and comparing its rows to each other based on a specified condition. If you treat the table as if it were two separate tables, even though it's just one. So why do we use join? First of all, a self join is used when you need to compare rows within the same table. For example, if you have a table of rentals, you might want to find out if the same customer rented multiple times. And if you have table of employees, you might want to find pairs of employees who work in the same department. Now let's go to MySQL Workbench. All right, let me just scroll it a bit. So the question is like, how does it work basically? Like, just write. How does it work? So the thing is, a self join is used when you need to compare rows within the same table. Compare rows within the same table, not two tables, that is only one table. Within it you have to compare. All right, so within the same table. Now let me write an example of it. Example can be, if you have a table of rentals, right? If you have a table of rentals, you want to find out if same customer rented multiple times. Find out if same customer rented multiple times, right? In that particular case. And if you have a table of employees, right, you might want to find pairs of employees who work in the same department, right? Then in that case you can use if you have a table of employees and you want to find out employees who work in same department, in that particular case you can use the self join. So situations like this you have to analyze, and basically you take the same table and give it to two different aliases. Like for example, same table it is, and for example same table it is, and for example you mention it table A and table B to your same table, right? So you take the same table and give it two different names, table A and table B. Then you join these two tables based on a condition, such as a matching the same customer ID or department ID. The result is a combination of rows from the same table that meet that condition. Alright, let us understand with the help of an example. For example, what example should we do? Alright. For example, now I want to display the details of fighters who fight in the same weight division but are not the same person. Alright. So we'll be writing a query to find the pairs of UFC fighters who compete in the same weight category or same weight division but are not the same person. So let me write a query for that. Select first name, last name, and what else? Alright, so we have to select 4 because first name and last name of first fighter and first name and last name of second fighter, right? So basically this question finds the pairs of UFC fighters who compete in the same weight division but are not the same person. So we have to use the first name and last name of first fighter and the first name and last name of second fighter. So how should we do that? Let me just write the first name and last name again. So we'll be mentioning it with the table name like f dot first name then c dot first name. So in that manner we can do that. And yeah, what else? The weight division also we have to mention. Weight division. All right. What else should we want? Nothing else. We'll be using table name from UFC fighters stats, and let's mention it f1. Join this table only. We'll be joining. We have used join as keyword. Join this table only will mention. Let me just copy paste this thing. But here we have given it as alias as f2. All right. Now on what f1 dot weight division equal to f2 dot weight division. All right. Now we want those two persons shouldn't be same. So for that we'll simply use an condition where f1 dot first name, this is again f1 dot first name not equal to f2 dot first name. Simple. We don't want we don't want the same person, so that is why we have used this where clause over here. All right, so let me just write here also f1 dot first name f1 dot first name and f2 dot, although the table is same but we are referring it as two different tables, so that is why we have to do that. All right, f1 dot weight division. I hope you guys are understanding. We are using the same table. So basically the UFC fighter stats table is joined with the itself, like we have used self join here. So we have used self join here. This table is joined with itself, treating it as two separate tables, f1 and f2, right? The condition on f1 dot weight division equal to f2 dot weight division ensures both fighters belong to the same division, right? The condition and f1 dot first name not equal to f2 dot first name here, this here basically it prevents a fighter from being paired with itself, right? So we don't want that, right? So basically this query helps identify potential matchups by listing all fighters alongside others in the division, right? So let's try to run this. All right, so as you can see on the screen, first name is there, last name is there, first name and last name of these fighters. All right, and we can also give it as an alias also. Let me just give them as an alias so that it is pretty more clear for you, right? So we can name it as, what should we name it? Fighter 1. Just a second, my bad. Fighter 1 first name. Let me just now copy paste this thing. Similarly, we'll do for the others also, as fighter 2 first name, and here also fighter 2 last name. All right, I hope it is clear. As you can see, fighter 1 first name, fighter 1 last name, fighter 2 first name, fighter 2 last name. All right, so Charles, Olivia, and Islam Makachev belongs to weight division, lightweight division. Tom and John Jones belong to heavyweight division. All right, Giga and Ilya belongs to featherweight division. So it is being paired. All of these that we want, basically the condition f1 dot weight division equals to f2 dot weight division ensures both fighters belong to the same division. As you can see, only those matches are there which belongs to the same division. All right, and we can also concat if we want both of these things, this and this, as we previously did. So try this example, and I want you to concat first name of both the fighters, first name and last name of first fighter and first name last name of second fighter. All right, take it as a homework for you, and if it is done, you can just comment it in the comment section below that we have done it. Try to paste the query also if you can, so that we can check it and let you know whether it is correct or not. So yeah, pretty much about joins. So we have covered inner join, left join, right join, and full join, and self join as well. I want you guys to practice all these joins, as I know it is bit complex than the previous tutorials that we just did. But yeah, it is, joins are the topic that is if you are an aspiring data analyst or data scientist, you'll be using it. As a data analyst, you'll be using joins a lot. So I want you to master this, and how you can master it. So you just understood it from me, and now I want you to practice all these things. So that's how you can do it. All right. All right, now let's understand what is a subquery. So a subquery is like a mini query inside a bigger query. You can think of it like a mini query that helps the main query get the correct results. For example, as you can see on the screen, select first name from company. Company here is the table name. And then we have used where age is equal to select max age from company. So here what we are doing is we are using a subquery to fetch the results. So as you can see, subquery or mini query, we have written it, and this portion, that yellow portion, as you can see, is the subquery here. All right, and the white color font, as you can see, is the main query. And what we are doing is we are basically using a subquery inside a main query to fetch the results. Now, what this particular query does, I'll explain it to you later, but right now I just want to explain you the syntax of it. So this is how subquery goes mostly. Well, you can also use it in the after the select clause, but this is the basic thing that I just want to show you, that this is how you can use it. All right, now to understand it in a better way, by the way, this example basically fetches the results, basically the age with the the first name of employees having the maximum age, right? for those who want to just know about it. All right. Now, to understand, for example, you can suppose imagine you are in a classroom, all right, and you want to find the students with the highest marks. So first you ask the highest marks. This is like a subquery, all right. Then you will find the student who got those marks. This is the main query, all right. So first one is the subquery, and this is the main query. And I'm just breaking the whole, concept here, all right. Another example that you can suppose is imagine you are trying to find out which student scored higher than the class average. That is the average marks of class. So which student scored higher than the average marks of class? All right. To do this, you would first need to find the average score. That's the mini query or subquery. And then using that average score result, you will find the students who scored higher than that average. That's the main query. All right. I hope you guys are understanding. Now let's have a look at its terminology. So first is inner query or child query. The small query, it is basically the small query inside the main query, right? As I explained to you. Then there's the outer query. So outer query or parent query, the main query that uses the result of the inner query. That I just show you the syntax. It is like that. And the third thing that we should keep in mind is order of execution. So the inner query runs first, then its result is used by the main query. All right. Don't worry if you are still you are having a doubt. When we'll do the examples, you'll understand it in a better way. All right. Now let's understand how to. So basically, just I told you we can use these subqueries in where and select clause. So let's understand how to use subqueries in where clause first. All right. So let's just move on to our MySQL workbench. All right. So this is our MySQL workbench. Now here. So basically, just I told you that subqueries can be used in different parts of an SQL query, right? In the where clause to filter the data, in the select clause to calculate a value for each row. All right. So let me just write this thing for you. Let me just make it comment and yeah. All right. So let me just write this thing for you that subqueries can be used in different parts of an SQL query. In the first of all, we'll write in where clause. All right. So in where clause, why we use in where clause to filter the data, to filter the data. Simple. All right. In select clause, why we use it in select clause? To calculate a value for each row. So basically in select clause, if we are using, so we want a column, right? So whatever operation we'll do over there, a column will be displayed. So basically to calculate a value for each row, to calculate a value for each row. All right. So we'll be doing some examples on first where clause of subqueries, then in select clause of subqueries, and then we'll do some random examples. All right. So let's just start with the first one, which is the where clause first. All right. So what do you think? How should we, as I just explained you the syntax of it. So what do you think? How should it goes? Let's do some examples. All right. So that we can actually implement these concepts. All right. So all right. So let's have a look at them. A subquery inside the where clause. So a subquery inside the where clause helps filter results dynamically. All right. Let's say you want to find the names and customer IDs of people who ordered products whose price is higher than the average product price. All right. Let me just write the questions for you so that you can understand. You want to find the names and customer IDs. Let me just write it like this. You want to find the name and customer ID of people who ordered products whose price is higher than the average price. My spellings can be incorrect, just understand it. Average price, simple, or the average product price we can write. Let's just write order average product price. All right, I have commented it. So the question is this only: you want to find the names and customer IDs of people who ordered products whose price is higher than the average product price. All right. So what do you think? What should we do here? So as I told you, try to break the questions into fragments. All right. You want to find the names and customer ID. So these two columns, we have to put it in the select clause of people who ordered products whose price is higher, all right, than the average product price. All right. So let's have a look at it. Like, let's say you, so here, what do you think? What should be the step one? So here we have to find the average product price, right? So step one would be selecting the average item product price from the table, right? So we have to find the price which is higher than the average product price, right? So we have to find both of these things. That is the maximum price. I mean, this is the average price, and then we will use it to compare it with the other price. So all in all, we have to fetch the average product price. So step one would be, in this particular case, is to selecting the average order product price. All right. So let me just write the step one first. Average. Let me write the query for it. Okay. You guys will understand automatically. Select average, as we know the average function. Ordered. So this is the column, order item product price. We know this column, right? We have used it from data co table. That's it. Select average of order item product price from data co table. Now we will use this result. So basically this will give us a single what we call a column, a single value, average product price it will give us. All right. Now we will use this thing to compare with other prices, and all the prices which are higher than this price will be displayed. Simple. This was the step one. All right. Now this will basically give us the average ordered product price. Now using this average, we will find the customer names who ordered products having more price than this. That is the average value. All right. So let's write the final thing. Step two would be the final one. So let me just write it. I hope we understand. We are in the same page right now. So this was the subquery basically. Now I have to write the main query. Select customer f name. Yeah, in this table it is customer f name, customer ID. As I told you, we have to find the names and ID. So customer first name and customer ID. Then so products are there, so we have to write the product name also. Let's say product name, capital N, product name, order item product price, order item product price, order item product price, then from data co. All right. Now this is the table. This is basically the main query. This is the main query where order, this is still is the main query, item product price is greater than, because we have to find the people who order products whose price is higher than the average. So higher than the average, whose price is higher than the this one. So we'll just copy it and paste it. What do you think? Will it work or not? No, it will not work because we haven't used brackets. We have to use the brackets also. This is the syntax of it. All right. Now I believe it will work, but let me tell you again, because I know it is a new concept, so it would be difficult for you to understand in one go. So what we did here is, so I hope you understand this part first, but let me just explain. So here, this part, select first of all this part. All right. So basically this part runs first and its result is used in the main query, which is this query. All right. To find the product price greater than the average product price. All right. So here what we are doing is give us, here we are writing, let me just mark it first. Here we are writing, give me the first name and the customer ID, the product name, order item product price from this table where the price is greater than the average price. Now how should we find the average price? Like this. All right, simple. And now let's try to run this. As you can see, customer first name, customer ID, product name, order item, product price, and these are the things that I was talking about. All right. This is how you can do it. This is how you can use subqueries to fetch the results. Now, these are the prices which is greater than the average product price. All right. I hope you guys understand this part. Now, let's do another example. Let me just comment this thing. All right. So, here we'll do another example. Here we'll find the customers who placed orders in specific market. All right, so this was about where clause. Now let's do an example. As I told you earlier, so we'll do an example of subqueries in where clause. And now it's time to do an example of subqueries in select clause also, so that we can understand that particular aspect of subqueries also. So basically, subqueries in select clause, also known as scalar subqueries. All right, I can just write it scalar subqueries. All right, these are powerful feature in SQL. They allow you to embed a query within the select statement to return a single value for each row processed by outer query. All right, so let us understand with this with an example. For all right, so let's say for each order in the table, we have to retrieve the order ID, order profit, and the highest order profit per order across all orders in the table. All right, so let me just write the question. For each and every order in let's say data go table, we have no data go table, fetch order ID, what else, order ID, order profit per order, and highest order profit per order. Just a second, profit per order. All right, across all the orders in a table. All right, so in this query, a scalar subquery will be using a scalar subquery, that is the select clause, to fetch the maximum profit per order. To fetch the maximum profit per order, we have to use the max function. All right, so let's do this example. Select order ID, because we have to display the order ID. And what else do we want? Order profit per order, order. So these all are the columns. When you'll have a look at the data table, you'll find all these columns, so you don't need to worry about it. Order. Now it's the time. Let me write here only. Yeah. So this is the subquery that we're using now. So two columns are already here. For each order in data table, fetch order ID, order profit per ratio, and highest order profit per ratio. So for this particular column that we want to display, we have to use the subquery. So first column would be this, second column would be this, right? And third column would be this, highest order profit per order. For that, we will be using the subquery. Select max. So this is the max function. Inside the max function, we know about the functionality of max function. All right, we have already discussed that part. All right, from data co, just a second. Yeah, now this is how we are fetching the maximum value from this column, right? From order profit per order, order profit per order column. All right, now we will name it as max order. Let's keep it like this only, max order profit, and from data go table. That's it. Select order ID, order profit per order, and this maximum value, which we will name it, which will be naming it like this. So this particular thing gives us one column only, so you don't need to worry about it. The name of the column would be max order profit from this table. All right, now let's try to run this. Here we have used scalar subquery. Order ID is there, order profit per order is there, and as you can see, this name that we have given to this particular maximum highest order profit per order is this. So this is the output. As you can see, these are the results. So basically it is displayed, it is correct. Now in this query, a scalar subquery is used. As you can see, the select clause to fetch the maximum profit per order. that is max, order, profit per order from the data code table. This single value, this single value, right? As you can see, let me just mark it. So basically this single value is added as a new column as max order per profit, max order profit for each row in the result set, allowing you to compare each order's profit and the maximum profit across all orders. All right, this is the maximum profit across all orders and the profit per order. All right, simple as that. Now let's do another example of subqueries. So here we'll be doing an example. It will be a simple example only. It will not be that much difficult. And if you find it difficult, you can just let us know in the comment section, and we'll provide you with the, our team will reach out to you and explain you it in a better way. All right, now let's do another example. Here we'll do an example in which we have to find the orders where order profit per order is equal to the maximum profit. Simple. It is almost same as that of the previous one. What do you think should we do? A little bit it is different, I believe. Yeah, but here we have to find the orders where order profit per order is equal to the maximum profit. So I hope you are understanding. The image is being made in your mind, I believe. Just let me write the question first. Find the orders where order profit per order is equal to maximum profit. All right, so this is the question. Simple. Think about it, and if you have thought about it, you can just in the comment section you can paste the query or an idea about it. That also will work. All right, now let me just write the query for it. Select order ID because we want to display order ID, then order profit per order. Its name is very difficult to write. Order profit per order. All right, now from data code table, here we will be using where clause because we want to, as you can see, where order profit per order is equal to maximum profit. Simple. So what we'll do is where order profit per order, basic English it is, equals to maximum. Now we have to compare it with the maximum of this value, right? So we'll be using a subquery. Select max, and inside it we'll just copy paste this thing because we have to compare it with maximum of this value. Then only we'll get the values which are greater than which are equal to the maximum value. All right, simple. Now from the data code table, simple. All right, so basically this subquery finds the maximum orders profit per order, and the main query fetches only those orders that match this value. So here the select max order profit per order from data co, here this inner query will give us one result that we will compare with order profit per order. Just keep in mind this whole thing will give us one result that we will be comparing it with this one. All right, yeah. Now let's try to run this. As you can see, order ID this and order profit per order is this. So this is the order that is equal to the maximum profit. So this is the order ID of the order that is equal to the maximum profit. All right, so this is how we can fetch using the subquery. Now let's do another example. Here we have to find the customers who have only ordered from a single market. Only order from a single market. All right, so we have this market column. Let me write select star from data co. We have this market column. Let me just show it to you guys. See, this is a market. Why I know all these columns? Because I have gone through this table again and again, so I know about all the columns, almost all the columns I know. All right, now we have to find the customer who have only ordered from single market. Now what do you think, what will be the query? First name would be in the after the select clause, right? Because we want the details of customers. Then customer ID will be there, right? Customer ID where the, let me just write it for you guys so that I can explain it in a better way. All right, so The subquery that we'll be writing will group orders by customer and filter those who have placed order in only one distinct market. All right, so let's start. Select customer f name, customer l name, customer email. All right, from data co, where customer id, don't worry, I'll explain it to you, don't worry, in. So I just wanted to show you this also. We can also use in operator also. Basically we have to use the operator. So here instead of equal to or comparison operator, I'm using in operator, where we know the functionality of it, right? Where customer id in, here we'll be using select clause again. Select order customer id from data co, group by order customer id. All right, now after this we can write having here we are using count, because we have to we have to include it because market should be one, so we have to include count. All right, where count market value, where count market, will it work? No, because it will give us the repetition values also, because as you can see market has many repetitions, right? So we have to use the distinct also to just fetch the values which are unique. All right, count distinct, it will give us the counts of values which are distinct. All right, equal to 1, because we want the customer details who ordered from a single market, so that is why equal to 1. All right, let me just, it is not working, you have an error in SQL, check the, okay, what is the problem here? Oh my bad, sorry, brackets mistake. Okay, what else? Understanding this part, what is wrong here? Line 4 it is showing. Do I want, just a second, cut it from here, yeah, take it from here. Okay, so the problem is from here. Now let's try to run this. Yeah, so as you can see, customer first name, customer last name, customer email, all of these data is being displayed to us. And first name, as we, just a second, customer first name, customer last name, customer email from this table, and we have used subquery here, the values in this, where the market, where they have purchased from a single market, so all of these details are being fetched. So for those people who didn't understand this particular problem, this query finds the customer who have placed order in only one unique market, right? Now let's talk about the inner query first. So this is the inner query. So the subquery or the inner query basically groups order by order customer ID, right? And counts the distinct markets each customer has ordered from. So the having count distinct market equals to one part filters customers who have placed orders in only one market. All right, so it will give us that. Then let's talk about the main query here. This is the main query. So basically over here, it selects customer first name, customer last name, and customer email from data co table, but only for customers whose customer ID appears in the subquery result. It will show all the details for customers whose customer ID will appear in this result. This is the subquery. All right. Now, I hope you guys are understanding this part. So this query filters customers with only one unique market, using having count distinct market equals to 1. The main query then retrieves their names and emails by checking if their customer ID is in the subquery result. This ensures only a single market customers are selected. All right. So this is how you can do it. Now let's do one last example, so that you can practice these examples also. So that is why I'm just doing all these examples for you, and I want you also to do the examples so you can also practice do practice all these examples. All right. If you want the data set, you can comment down and the data set will be provided to you. Or if you have your own data set, so you can practice on that as well. All right. So now let's have a conversation regarding a question. Find products. This is a question. Find products that have been sold in more than, let's say, 20 countries. This is the query. This is what a manager asks you to do. So how do you do that? Find products that have been sold in more than 20 countries. We have to fetch the product name basically. So we'll be writing. By now you guys should have an idea how to do fragmentation of a question, right? Like just clicked here what we want in the column. Select product name. All right, from which table? Data code table. Where more than where that have been sold, right? So where, so we have what we call this column known as product card ID. Let me just show it to you guys. Product card ID, you have to see it is in the end only, as you can see here. Product card ID. All right, so we'll be using it. That is why I'm just showing it to you, because based on this we'll be equating. All right, let me just write it for you. I'm commenting it. All right, just a second. What is happening? All right, so where product card ID, this particular column, we have to use this. I'll tell you why. In, again the in operator, select product card ID, because we are comparing it with product card ID only. Select product card ID from data co, group by this only, and having count. So as we know, having we have used having clause. So having count, again we have to use the distinct here. All right, having count distinct, because we want countries that are distinct. Order country greater than 20. Let me just write it here so that, yeah, now it is easily visible. All right, so now let me explain this whole query to you guys. So basically the subquery here finds products that have been ordered in more than 20 countries, and the main query retrieves their names. Simple. All right, now this query basically finds products that have been sold in more than 20 country, right? So this part is the subquery, and the other part is the main query. Let me explain first the subquery. The subquery groups orders by product card ID. As you can see, group by product card ID. Simple. Counting the distinct country where each product was ordered. Distinct we have used. We are counting here. We are counting the distinct countries where each product was ordered. Now the having count distinct order country greater than one condition filters the products that were sold in multiple countries greater than 20. It will filter the products that were ordered in multiple countries. All right. So this part was about that. And now coming to the main query. This is the main query. This part retrieves the product names from data code table, but only for products whose product card ID appears in the subquery result. Simple. All right, let me just now run this part. So it is giving us the product names which appeared in more than 20 plus countries. We can also write the order country here if you want. Order country, as you can see. So these are the product names which are being ordered in more than, which has a huge demand because it is being ordered in more than 20 plus countries. These are the country names. So this is how you can use subqueries to fetch the results. Subquery is very important, and as we know that SQL is a very important skill that you should have if you are an aspiring data analyst in that this particular in SQL, this particular concept, that is the subqueries, are very, very important. So I want you guys to practice for this also. All right.
Also, if you are looking to break into data science and AI, the professional certificate program in AI and data science by upGrad is your perfect starting point. Get triple certification from Microsoft, NSDC, and an industry partner to strengthen your resume. Work on real-world case studies from Uber, Sportskeeda, and Teach for India, gaining hands-on experience. Learn generative AI, 17+ industry tools, and 12+ projects with an advanced curriculum. Get live training from industry experts and build a job-ready portfolio. So whether you're starting fresh or upskilling, this program gives you the edge. So click on the course link in the description to get started.
Alright, so now let's understand first of all what is DDL, that is Data Definition Language. So DDL is used to define, modify, or delete the database structure itself, things like tables, columns, and constraints. Alright, so you can assume it as number of commands that is used to modify, delete, and define the database structure, right? Just pay attention to define, modify, and delete. DDL commands are used to define, modify, and delete the database structure, correct? So there are some commands in DDL that is used to do all these operations. So let's have a look at those DDL commands. So first we will be covering the create command. Alright. So basically this command, this create command, is used to make a new table with specific columns and data types. Let me just write it for you guys. Alright, this command is used to make a new table. Let me just write this much only. This command is used to make a new table with specific columns and data types. So inside the structure of this particular command that we will be creating, we'll be also mentioning the column names and the data type of that column. All right, I'll show you guys, but right now I want you guys to understand what these commands are used for, and after that we'll be doing the example and you'll understand this part. So it is very easy. You don't need to think too much about it. It's very easy. Right now, if you want to have a look at its structure, I can definitely do that, but afterwards also we'll do that, right? Let me just write for you guys so that you just get an idea. So create keyword is there, then we'll be using the table keyword. All right, after that the name of the table. For example, my table name is, I want to mention my table as company, right? This is my table name. All right, I'll be using these brackets, and inside this I'll mention the first column. I want to mention the first column as product ID. Now this is the data type. All right, now after this, as here I have to mention the another column, that is name, and here the data type of that column. Just a second, varchar. And we have already covered these data types in the previous tutorials. So if anybody has any doubt, you can refer to that tutorial and you can just have an idea, and then you can come back and understand this. All right, the third column would be price, and the data type of price would be decimal. We want to keep it as decimal because price can be 500 points something, 200 points something, 250 points something, like that. So I just want to keep it as decimal. It's up to you. All right, so basically I just wanted to show you guys that this is the structure. All right, here the product ID stores the product IDs. That is the, here it is the, as it is a product ID, and we know that ID is unique for each and every product. Or if let's say a customer ID would be different for each and every customer. So ID would be the primary key, so we have to mention here primary key. All right, so in these columns, product ID is the primary key, correct? So after this we'll be using this semicolon. All right, so this is the structure of it. I just wanted to show you guys the structure. Create, then table. After that, the name of the table you'll have to mention, and inside the brackets you have to first mention the column name. After that, the data type. Column name, after that the data type. Column name, after that data type. And this, as this one is the primary key, so we'll be mentioning it as the primary key. All right, I hope you guys understand this much. All right, so for this one, this product ID, as I explained here, name also stores the product names, and price will be storing here the stores prices with the 2 decimal places, right? So that is there. So all right, so after running this, like I'm not gonna run it right now, just this was for the structure of it only, right? So after running this, we have created the table. This is how you can create a table. So this table will be having these columns: product ID, name, and price, and you can store these data types values according to these data types. All right, we have created the table after running this, right? So the table structure exists, but there's no data inside it, correct? So there's a structure of table. The table is there, the columns is there, but there is no data, no the rows is not there, nothing is there because we haven't inserted anything, right? There's no data inside yet. So how to insert it, that we will cover in this tutorial only after some time. But I just want to cover the DDL part first, that is the data definition language commands first, and that insert part will be coming in the DML part. So no worries. Let me just first make you understand these DDL commands first. So I hope you guys understand. We haven't inserted any values yet. Let me just comment this thing first. All right. Now, after the create command, after create command, the next command that you need to understand is alter command. All right. So as the name is suggesting, it is doing the same thing, right? So once a table is created, we may need to add or remove or modify columns, right? The columns, not the data, the columns I'm saying right now. Once a table is created, we may need to add, remove, or modify the columns. So basically, this command is used to modify an existing database object, all right, such as adding a new column, renaming a table, or changing a data type also. All right. So we'll be doing the example of this one. Let me just write it for you guys so that you can just relate it to it. This command, just a second, is used to add, remove, or modify the columns, all right, or renaming a database, or changing the data type also. But just keep this thing in mind. This alter command is used to add, remove, or modify the columns. Name is also suggesting the same thing, right? All right, so this was about the alter commands. Don't worry, we'll be doing the proper way how to create it, how to alter it. I'll be showing it to you guys, but right now I just want you to guys understand that these commands do these things, right? All right, so now drop. So drop, what do you think drop will do? Any idea? So basically this drop command is used to delete an existing database object, such as a table or a column. All right. If we'll be using this command, the entire table will be deleted, removed. All right. Simple as that. Let me just write it. This command is used to delete or remove. What should I write? Delete an existing table, let's say table or database object. All right. Now database object can be column or table. Simple. Basically it is used to delete the entire table with records, everything. All right. Now as we have understood the DDL commands, now let's do firstly we'll be creating a table, after that we'll be altering it, and then we'll be deleting it also. So let me just show this thing to you guys one by one. For example, now let me just write the question here. Let's say not question, but some things that we want to do. All right. So let's say here we will create a new table, right? We will create a table named, let's say, company here only. All right. I hope it is visible. Let me just zoom it a bit for you. I hope now it is visible, right? So we will create a table named company first. So this would be a step one, not step one, but yeah, let's not write the steps. All right. Okay, so we'll be using, again, as I just told you, the syntax of it, create table. We have to write this. After that, you will be writing the name of the table. Let's say I want to name the table as company. After that, inside this parentheses or brackets, we'll be using again, that only will write product ID is there, then int, and this, as it is a product ID, so it would be a primary key, right? Then name. All right. After that, price is there. and mention 10 comma 2, right? We already discussed this part. This is create table. The name of the table is company. These are the columns, right? And these are the data types of those columns, that what kind of data will be stored in these columns. Simple. All right. And this is the primary key. Product ID is the primary key. Simple. All right. So this is how we can create a table. Now let me just write this. Execute this. So as you can see, create table company product IDs. So basically the table is created, right? Let me just show it to you guys. I hope I can run this. Select star from company. Let's say, oh my bad. Table company already exists already. Okay, let me just write it. So as you can see, product ID, name and price. So table is created, but there is no data, as I told you, right? So we have created the table, but there is no rows inside because we haven't inserted any data, right? To insert any data, we have to use a different command that will be coming in the DML part. We'll be covering that also. All right. So I hope you guys are understanding. This is how you can create a table. Simple. All right. Let me just remove this. We are using this for displaying purpose only. All right. Now, once you have created the table, now let's say we want to modify the structure of an existing column, right? I want to, add a new column. Let's say I want to add a column named category. Product ID is there, name is there, price is there, category is missing. I want to just add the category column. So what should I do? Let me just write it for you guys. Now let's say I want to add a column in this table. All right, the name of the column would be category. All right, so let's do that. So as I told you, alter is used to do all these things. In this particular, because we are modifying it, so we'll be using the alter command. All right, so the structure is alter table. So first the alter keyword, then table, then the name of the table. Simple. After that, add, because we want to add a column, so add category, right? This is the name of the column that we want to add. Simple. Let's keep it small case only because all other columns are small case. All right, now yeah, mentioning the what we call this, the data type of it, because we have to specify the type of data that we will be adding. So yeah, you set it to 100. All right, now what else can I do? I think this is pretty much about it. Now what do you think this command will do? Let me just, okay, now what do you think this command will do? Alter table company add category varchar. So basically this command will add a new column. Here a new column would be added. Simple. Let me just write alter table company added category, as you can see. Now if you want to check it, let's do that also. As you can see, product ID, name, price and category also. So this is how you can modify the table. You can add it or do other operations as well. So this is how you can do that, right? I hope you guys are understanding. Syntax is very simple. Alter table, table name. After that you want to add something, so add, then category, varchar. This is basically the data type. Simple. So here basically this command will add the category column in the company table. Simple. All right. Now let's say we no longer needed this table. We don't want this table. Let's say I don't want this table. So we can remove it simply using the drop, as I already told you. If I want to remove this table or delete this table, if I want to remove this table or delete this table, I can use the drop command. Simple. All right. So how should we do that? Its syntax is very simple. All right. Drop is the very simple syntax. Drop, then table, and then table name. All right. As you can see, drop table company. So this table is deleted now. Now, if you want to check it, we can check it. it will show us that this table doesn't exist, something like that. It will show select star from company. So as you can see, table, just a second, as you can see, table supply, this is the database name, this company doesn't exist, right? Because we have deleted it using this command, drop table company. All right, we have used this command to delete it, so that is why it is not there anymore, and that is why it is showing us table company doesn't exist. Simple. All right, so this is how you can delete any table, and the entire table would be deleted. All right, so now that we have covered the DDL part, let me just sum up with some key points that I want to share it with you. So DDL commands are auto committed, right? This means that once a DDL command is executed, the changes are permanently saved to the database. Yes, permanently saved to the database. And you cannot undo or roll back these changes. All right. So permanent. Just a second, I'm writing. Yeah, permanent. Anyways, spelling doesn't matter, but all operations that is of DDL are permanent, right? Because previously we were doing some select, we were querying something, so it was under DQL. So DQL doesn't affect the actual data, but DDL does. So DQL, that select star from this we were doing, right? So that part doesn't affect the real data. It fetches from the real data, so that the real data is not affected at all. In DQL, we were just extracting the data from the real data. We were not doing something on the real data, right? But the changes, that is these commands that you will be performing, the changes are permanently saved to the database. You cannot undo or roll back these changes, right? You need to understand this thing. And I believe I in the starting also I've discussed this part, but I just wanted to again share it with you because it is important. And why we can't undo that? Since DDL commands affect the database structure itself, they are treated as critical operations. Once you create, alter, or drop something, the database assumes you know what you're doing and makes the changes permanent. Simple, right? So just keep this thing in your mind. All right. So this was about DDL commands, that is data definition language commands. Now let's have a look at DML, that is data manipulation language. All right. So what do you think? What is DML? So we have already covered the DDL, that is data definition language. What do you think? What is DML? That is data manipulation language. All right. So as the name is also suggesting, data manipulation language, manipulation. So basically it is a subset of SQL. It is used to insert, update, and delete and retrieve data within the database tables. While DDL defines the structure of database, DML works with the actual data stored in that structure. All right. It also works with the actual data. All right. I hope you guys are understanding. Now, let's have a look at some commands. So DML also has some commands that we will be covering. So let's have a look at some commands. So first that we need to understand is insert. Now, as the name is suggesting, it is used to insert the values, right? So this command is basically used to add new records or rows in a table. So previously we discussed how to create a table, right? And in insert, we will learn how to add values to that table. For example, if you want to create a table, you will be using the create command. You will create a table and then you will be using the insert command to add the values or rows or data inside it. Simple. All right. Now, how can we do that? So its syntax is simple. We are writing insert into. All right. Insert into. Then the name of the table. Just a second. My bad. What is happening? Yeah. The name of the table, and then let me just first write it and then explain you this part. ID, product name, price, category. All right. Now these are the values. Let me just write it in uppercase only. So as you can see, this is insert into the this is the syntax. This is insert keyword. This is also a keyword. Basically, it is telling it's a insert into this table, insert into company table. These are the columns: product ID, product name, price, category. So in the bracket, we'll be mentioning the column names. Now we have mentioned the column names. So what we want to put inside is values. So now we'll be mentioning the values. All right. So how can we do that? So product ID first, then we'll be mentioning product name, then price and category in similar way. So product ID would be in integer, so 1 is there. And now the product name, for example, I want to mention the product name, use single quotes, laptop. All right. What else? The third column is price. So price, as we used it as float, I believe. Anyways, we'll be doing it from the starting. So laptop, then yeah, it was float. Let's say this. I'm just mentioning it as it is. No actual price is there. Yeah. Now after that, category is there. So what do we want to mention? Electronics is the category, right? It comes under electronics. Let me just put it into single quotes first. Electronics. Yeah. All right. Now this will add a single row. All right. These are the column names: product ID, product name, price, category. This will add a single row. Now we don't want to add a single row. We want to add multiple rows, right? So yeah, again we'll do the same thing. Now ID is 2. This time I want to add a value as, let's say, smartphone, and 700, let's say. Now here also it will come under electronics. Then comes the tablet. All right. Inside tablet, let's say the price is 500, and again it will come into electronics. All right. So we have mentioned the ID, the name, the price, the category, similar to this, in this pattern only. So we have added 3 rows or 3 values, you can say, to this. In the end, put semicolon. Okay. So this is how you can insert values. Let me show it to you guys now. Let me just, where it is. Yeah, here it is. Just copy it. And let me just show you how to create a table completely. Let me just uncomment this part. So as you know, create table company, then this, this, we know that, right? So let me just first comment this thing. Let me just first create a table. All right. A table named company is created. As you can see, it is successful. Now the table is created. We need to add some values. So simply we'll be inserting the values like this. Now here I have to again comment this part, because why I'm commenting this part, because I have to run this part only, and otherwise it will run the complete thing. All right. Now table is created. I have to run this part, because if I'll uncomment this, then it will show this table already exists, because this platform will run this part also. It will show us that the table already exists. I don't want that, so that is why I'm doing this. All right. Now I want to insert some values, so let me just run this part now. As you can see, successfully it is done. Now I just want to have a look at it. Select star from company. All right. Now it is not done yet. No, wait. Just a second. There is some product name, but okay. So here the name was not that. The name was something else. Here we have used name, and here we have used product name. So that is the problem. Unknown column category. Okay, fine. Because category is added because we have done that thing. Just a second. Why we will be doing this? Let's do this. Here I'll be writing category. Category I want to write as, let's say, varchar 100 only. Although this will not get executed because this table already exists. So in that case, I would be dropping the table again, and then again I'll be doing it. So no worries. See, table company already exists. I have to drop it first, and then again I'll be running this command. Drop table company. Just a second. Yeah, table dropped. Now I can again create this table by running this command again, create table company. This time I've added, as you can see, we have changed name, price, and I've added category also, right? All right, now let's run it. Table company already exists. We have deleted it. Okay, fine. Now it doesn't exist, as you can see. Now let me just create the table first. Table is created, as you can see. So the table is created. Now let me just insert the values inside it. Document this part. Now I can insert the values. As you can see, insert into this values, this, 3 rows affected. That means 3 values we have added. All right. Now let's try to see what are those values. As you can see, product ID, name, price, category. 1 laptop, electronics, 2 smartphone, 700 price electronics, 3 tablet, 500. Because we have used float here, so not float, but the what we call that varchar. So that is why it is showing in decimal value. And then here is the electronics. Simple. This is how you have created you have wrote the column names, and this is how after using values you just wrote the values separated with commas. All right. This is how you can add. Now let's say if I want to add some more values, let me just copy paste this thing. All right, I'll do 4, 5, 6, laptop v2 something, its price is 1400 something, its price is 770.34 something like that. All right, so I wanted to add all these things. You have to use commas, so you have to separate the values with commas and put the strings, the varchar value, the string values inside the quotes, and then you have to separate them with commas also, the whole parenthesis, and in the end you'll be using the semicolon. Now let's run it. No, let's change the name of this also. Let's name it new gen. All right, tablet 2. And now what do you think, if I add, what values will be added? You'll think that only these values will be added, right? But this is not the case, because these values are already added. As you can see, these values are already added. If I run this command again, so these values will again be added, and then these values will be added again. All right. So basically, these three rows, or these 3 values, these 3 rows are already added. As you can see, laptop, smartphone, tablet, this. Now again, if I'll use this, if again I'll run this command, this will be added again, and this will added for the first time. All right, I hope you guys are understanding. So one thing we can do is we can just comment this part. All right, or we can just keep it as it is, we can just add it again, but we don't want that. Let me just comment this part, and let me just run this. As you can see, again we have added 3 rows. These are the 3 rows. Now let's have a look at it. What are those 3 rows? Laptop, smartphone, tablet, laptop v2, smartphone new gen, tablet 2. As you can see, the prices are also same: 1400.50, 770.34, 1300.60 electronics. So this is how you can create a table and add values inside it. It is up to you how many values you want to put it inside. All right, simple. I hope you guys are understanding. All right, this is how you can insert the values. Now this particular table has 6 records, right? This particular table has total 6 records, as you can see. Now let's do update, but for let's say I want to update it. All right, so we'll be using an update command, but for that we have to run one command so that we can turn off the data safety feature, because this platform, MySQL Workbench, this platform otherwise will not allow us to update or delete something from data for safety purpose. All right, so that is why it is for safety purpose, that command doesn't run. Update command or delete command doesn't run, but we can turn that safety feature off using a simple command that I'm going to show you. Well, I've done it previously also, but Yeah, let me just do it again. That command is set SQL and save updates 0. Let me just, I don't know why I just commented this thing. Alright, so set SQL save updates separated with underscores equal to 0. So this will turn off the safety feature, and after doing the operations, if you want to just turn on, you can just simply replace it with 1, and it will again be, the safety feature will again gets turned on. Now I just want to turn it off, so I'll be executing this particular command. All right, as you can see, this is successfully done. Now I can use the update thing that I just wanted to show you. Let me just comment this part. All right, now I can use the update command, but let's understand what this do. As the name is suggesting, if we need to change details of an existing record, we use update, right? So for example, alter is used to change the columns. Update is used to, alter the record, the data that we just put. For example, as you can see in this data, I'll just show you it here only. In this data, let me just scroll it up first. Yeah, in this data, let's say I want to change the price of something. Let's say the price got increased. Let's say the smartphone price got decreased. Let's say, all right, 50 rupees it got decreased. So what I'll do is I'll use the update command to change this. I'm not changing the column here. I'm not changing the column. I'm changing the value. So there's a difference. To change the existing record, we use the update command. Let me just write it for you guys. All right, update is there. If we want to change an existing record, we use update command. All right, now how to do that? Update products set. So update, then not products, I'm sorry, the name of the company, the table was company. Update company, that is the table name. Then set, we have to set the value to something. We are setting price, like I want to change the price of smartphone. As it is decreased, the price is decreased by 50 rupees. So let me just mention some decimal point value only. 6499, 649.99. I want to set the price of updating company table, where the price I want to set it as this. But now how they'll know like what I want to set, right? For that we will be using where, we know where, right? Where product ID, as it is unique, as you can see, product ID is unique, so that only we'll consider. Product ID equal to 2, right? Because smartphone's product ID that we want to decrease this price, right? And its product ID is 2, so we'll be mentioning where product ID is equal to 2. Simple. All right, let me just run this. As you can see, update company that price is affected rows match changed, they have written, right? Now let us check that. What I'm doing here, it is, as you can see now, the price is changed. ID, product ID 2, smartphone price is 649. Previously it was 700, right? As you can see, 649, we have changed it. All right, I hope you guys are understanding how to change it. Simple, the syntax is very simple. Update keyword, then the table name, set the price to this. But where, of which column, of which record you're saying? Where product ID is equal to 2, right? Now it will fetch the product ID first. This is the product ID equal to 2. Then it will fetch the price, as you have mentioned, price. It will fetch the price is here, and you want to set the price of this particular, previously it was 700, so you want to set change it from 700 to 649. So this is how it does it. All right, so basically this will update the price of smartphone where product ID equal to 2. All right, now coming to the next command, which is delete. So delete is another command that you have to turn off the safety feature, then only you'll be able to do. So this delete statement removes records from table without deleting the table itself. All right, without deleting the table itself. So basically, you'll now get confused, right? That drop is also there, delete is also there. So what's the difference? So there are a lot of differences between them, but the major difference that you can figure out, or just I can just tell you, is that drop deletes the complete table itself. That means complete table means the column, rows, everything. No table exists. But this delete only deletes the data inside the table. So if you use delete, the table will not be deleted, but the data inside the table will be deleted. So table will be there. Rows will, I mean, column will be there. The table would be there. The columns would be there, but there will be no data, right? So this is the difference between them. Delete from, this is the syntax. Sorry, why I'm writing products again and again. Delete from company, that is the table name, where product ID equal to 3. All right, let's say I want to delete this, right? So it will delete this. This will remove all the records from where the product ID is equal to 3. This complete record it will remove. All right. Let me just run this. All right. So as you can see, one row affected. So that means this command is successfully done. Now to check it whether it is actually done or not, let me just run this. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3 is not there, 4, 5, 6 is there because that particular row is deleted. All right. So basically, this particular command will remove all the records where the product ID is equal to 3 or whatsoever you put. All right. Now it's the time to understand the difference between delete and drop, because I know as you're learning it for the first time, there would be a huge confusion between both of these. So let me just explain it to you. So the key difference between delete and drop in SQL lies in their functionality and impact on the database. The delete statement is a data manipulation language, that is DML. It's a delete statement is basically comes under DML. It is a command of it and is used to remove specific records from table while keeping the table structure intact. It will not affect the table structure. All right. It allows for filtering with the where clause. So you can delete only certain rows like we just did, right? So you can delete only the certain rows instead of wiping out everything. All right. Additionally, since delete is a DML operation, it can be rolled back if used with a transaction. That TCL, that is something else. Yeah. On the other hand, the drop statement is a data definition language command that completely removes a table or an entire database from the system, including all its data and structure. Once a table is dropped, it cannot be recovered unless a backup exists. All right. Unlike delete, drop is an auto committed operation, meaning it cannot be rolled back. So basically, delete removes specific rows, but the table remains. Drop removes the entire table and its structure. All right. Now I hope you guys understood clearly, and it is pretty much crystal clear to you. All right. So this is how you can do all these DDL and DML operations. As a data analyst, you won't be using these operations much because you'll be majorly working on the queries, that is the DQL part of it. But yeah, as a data analyst or as an aspiring data analyst, you should know about this because you should have the knowledge of it because you are into this domain, and probably in your work, in your job, you'll be, there will be a possibility that you'll be using this. All right. So that is there.
Also, if you are looking to break into data science and AI, the professional certificate program in AI and data science by upGrad is your perfect starting point. Get triple certification from Microsoft, NSDC, and an industry partner to strengthen your resume. Work on real-world case studies from Uber, Sportskeeda, and Teach for India, gaining hands-on experience. Learn generative AI, 17 plus industry tools, and 12 plus projects with an advanced curriculum. Get live training from industry experts and build a job-ready portfolio. So whether you're starting fresh or upskilling, this program gives you the edge. So click on the course link in the description to get started.
So what is a CTE? So a CTE or common table expression is like a temporary table that you create just for one query. It doesn't stick around forever. It's only there to help you solve a problem and then it disappears. It can simplify your SQL by breaking down a complex query into smaller, more understandable parts, and it can be used recursively as well. Alright. Now, why would you use a CTE? The question is this. So let's say you're working with a database and you need to write a query that really long and complicated. It's hard to read and hard to debug and just feels overwhelming. So a CTE helps you first simplify things. It basically breaks your query into smaller logical chunks. Then it reuses code. So if you need to use the same data multiple times, you can write it once in a CTE and reference it as many times as you need. All right. Then it makes it readable. Your query becomes easier to understand both for you and for anyone else who might look it at later. All right. So because of these reasons, we use CTE. It basically helps us. You can also write the SQL commands without CTE, but that would be challenging for you and the person who is looking at the SQL queries or the commands. So CTE basically helps you simplify the process. All right. Now let's have a look at its syntax. All right. So you start with keyword like with, give your CTE a name, and then write a regular SQL query inside it. After that, you can use the CTE in your main query. Here's how the syntax goes. So this with keyword is there, then CTE name, you can name it as whatever you want, right? And then as is there, and inside these brackets, you write your query. All right. So basically, you wrote your CTE name. You will be writing the CTE name, and then using that CTE name, you can fetch all the information. As you can see, select star from CTE name. So here CTE name. This is just the name you give to your temporary table. All right. And inside the parenthesis, you write a normal SQL query that generates the data for your CTE. All right. After the CTE, as you can see, you can use select, join, or other SQL operations to work with data in the CTE. Simple. So basically, this is the syntax of it. With, after that, you will be writing the CTE name, then as, and inside that, you will be writing the queries. And basically, this complete thing that will give you are referencing it as the CTE name. And then you can simply use it anywhere you want. All right. You guys will understand it when we'll do an example. So let's do the example to understand it in a better way. All right. So let's go to our MySQL workbench and understand this. All right. So this is our MySQL workbench. Let me just zoom in for you guys so that you can watch it clearly. Yeah, I hope it is fine. All right. So now as we can see, this is the table as we have already, done many queries on this table. So again, we'll be using this data only, and we'll be fetching or we'll be using CTE basically, and I'll show you guys how to use it. So for that, we'll be giving you some questions, some scenarios. Like for example, let's say you want to find out how many orders were placed by customers in each city. All right, orders. These are the orders, right? But here the question is, let's say you want to find out how many orders were placed by customer in each city. So we will, regard orders by count star because that will give us the number of rows, right? The total number of orders will give us the total number of rows. All right. So basically the opposite I just said, the total number of rows will give us the total number of orders. So we will be using that. And what else do we want? How many orders were placed by customer in each city? So that means we will be using customer city. Where is customer city? Customer state is there. Customer city is there. Yeah. Here is this. So let me just write the question here again. You want to find out how many orders were placed by customers in each city. All right. This is the question. How many orders were placed by customers in each city? All right. So for this, you will be using CTE, and we will be naming it, let's say, order by city. All right. And then using that CTE, we can use it anywhere to fetch the data. All right. For example, first we will be writing the syntax for CTE, that is with, and I want to name it orders by city. All right. And this is the syntax, as we already discussed this part. And inside this, select customer city. This is the customer city. All right. And what else do we want to select? We want to count the number of orders, right? How many orders means we have to count the number of orders. For that, we can simply because order ID is there and order ID is unique, so we can simply do the count for star also, because count star will give us the number of rows, right? The number of rows, the count of rows, basically, not number, the count of rows. And the number of orders will be of same, right? So that is why instead of that we can use count star. And if you guys still not understand, don't worry, I'll make you guys understand. And we are naming it as total orders, because the orders, number of orders and number of rows would be the same. So that is why this will give us the number of rows, and that would be equal to the total number of orders. So total orders, we are referencing it as total orders from data co table. All right. And now in each city we want, for that we need to group by it by customer city. Simple. Group by customer city. All right, so this is our CTE. The name of this CTE is order by city. Now this particular part will give us some information. All right, this particular part will give us some information, the result, and then simply we can use, and this result would be saved in this, basically. All right, and then we can simply perform operations on this result, because we have saved this result into this. All right. For example, if I want to display all these things, I will simply do select star from order by city. It will display all the result of this one, or I can do many operations on this thing. All right. After this, now here's the thing. Because we have to display how many orders were placed by customers in each city, so customer city will display. So these were for the all these things, all this query that we just wrote gives us the result, and that result will be stored in this, right? We're on the same page. All right, now here we'll be writing the main query. The main query here will select the results from CTE and orders them by the total number of orders. For that, customer city we want to display, total orders we want to display, and what else do we want to display? From, here's the part, from CTE. All right, from this CTE, from this table or this CTE, and I want to order by total orders in a descending way, descending order. All right, so let's do this. So as you can see, customer city is there, so this will basically run. All right, this will also run, but this whole thing, you are understanding, this whole thing will give us the result, and it will not display anything. If I'll run this part only, no, it will not give any result, it will just store the result in this. So basically this query will give us some result, and that result will be stored in this. And then we want to fetch result from this result, right? So we wrote the main query. Select customer city, because we want to display customer city, and total orders from order by city, which is this CTE, from this. All right, order by the total orders in a descending way. As you can see, this city has maximum orders, then this city, then this city, and this city. As you can see, we can scroll it down. All right, so total orders, this city, and then Chicago is there, Los Angeles, Brooklyn, New York. It is like that. So let me just explain this particular part. I know that you are understanding it for the first time, so you will be having some difficulty, but believe me, it is not that difficult. It is very easy once you just get a hold of it. All right, so this is the step one, basically, that I've just highlighted. So the CTE, order by city, groups the orders by customer city and counts the total number of orders for each city, right? Then this is the step two, the main query. So the main query selects result from the CTE, all right, and orders them by total number of orders from highest to lowest. Simple. And I know there are still some guys who still don't understand. For that, let me just repeat this whole thing again, how we did this. So basically, we have to, in this particular question, we have to find the how many orders were placed by customers in each city. So we have to, as we mentioned in each city, so we have to group by it by customer city, right? So this whole query, let me just highlight this whole query first. So this whole query helps you find out how many orders were placed in each city. First, it creates a temporary table called order by city. All right. It creates a temporary table, as you can, I'm just using a layman language, temporary table to use a order by city, what we call temporary table called order by city using the with clause, right? Like the CTE. Then inside the table, it groups the data by customer city and counts the number of orders for each city using count star, storing the result in a column called total orders, as you can see. All right. After that, we use the main query. This is the main query. All right. This main query selects the city names and their corresponding order counts from order by city. Right. This is the order by city. Finally, it arranges the result in descending order, so the city with most orders appears at the top. This is a simple way to analyze which cities have highest order activity, right? This is the city with highest orders, then Chicago is there, then Los Angeles there. So this is how you can use CTE to display the result. We don't have to write this whole thing again and again, and if I want to do some more operations, I just need to use this instead of this whole thing, right? You're understanding my point? This is why we use CTEs. It simplifies the process. All right. So this was one of the example. Now let's do another example of it. All right. Let me just scroll it up. Okay. So let's say now we want to find out which customers have spent the most money in total. We will use a CTE here to calculate the total sales for each customer. All right. So we have to find out which customers have spent the most money in total, and we'll use a CTE to calculate the total sales for each customers. All right, simple. So how can we do that? Think about it. Here we have to do some operation, some function of sum, and using that sum will be stored, we'll give it as a name of total sales, and then using that we will be fetching the details. All right. So in the CTE, we'll be storing some customer what we call details, and let me just show it to you guys. All right. Let me just write the question first. Which customers? My bad. Which customers have spent the most money in total? All right. All right. So here in this particular question, we have to create a CTE and then we'll use the main query. In the CTE part, we will, let's say I'll name it as customer sales. All right. So that part will group the orders by customer ID, customer first name and customer last name, and calculate the total sales for each customer. Total sales for each customer, because we want to find out who have spent the most money. So that for that we have to calculate the total sales for each customer. Now the main query, in the main query, it will select the customer names and their total sales, then orders the result from highest to lowest. Simple. All right. Okay, so let's do this. We'll start with, as we know, then customer sales, and I want to name it as customer sales as. Now inside this we'll be writing the code. All right, select customer ID, customer F name, and customer L name. Customer ID, customer first name, customer last name, and sum of sales as total sales. Why we did it? Because we have to calculate the total sales for each customer. Which customers have spent the most money? For that we have to do the sum of sales, and we are storing it as total sales. All right. From total, wait, from no, yeah, from data co. All right, then what we want to do, I have named it like this, yeah, customer sales, customer last name, customer sales from this table, and after this table we will be, yeah, because we have to spend for each customer, we have to do for that, we will be doing the group by also, because we have to find the result for each customer. Group by customer id and customer f name, customer last name. All right, now this was our CTE, this is our CTE, this will give us some result, and that is stored in this, and then we will perform some operations on this. Simple. So let me just run this thing first, just a second. It's line 7, we have some error, so it is running. Always you can see it will not display, as I told you, it will not display anything, but I just wanted to see it is fine or not. All right, it is running, so it will give us a result. That result will be stored in this CTE, and now we will perform some operations on this CTE. Now we will be writing the main query. In the main query, the main query will select the customer names and their total sales, then orders the result from the highest to lowest, and from where it we will select from this, that is the customer sales, that is the CTE. Simple. So we'll be writing the main query. In the main query, customer f name, customer l name, total sales. All right, after total sales we'll be writing from customer sales. So this is our CTE, customer sales. All right, from customer sales, order by total sales. All right, because we want the result in descending order, so that is why we did that. Simple. Now let's try to run this. All right, okay, this is a mistake by my end. Yeah, we can see, so this is our result. As you can see, customer first name is Mary Smith, Mary Patterson, Mary Duncan, Betty Phillips. So we have sorted the result in descending order, as you can see. So that is why the highest sales is there, and this is the customer who have ordered the maximum, like, because in this question we want to find out which customer have spent the most money. So this customer have spent the most money, and we have ordered it in descending order. So the top person, the first person who spent the most money is Mary, then this, then this. It goes like this. All right, this is how you can use CTE and perform an operation on the CTE and fetch the result. All right, so here the CTE groups the order by customer ID and customer last name, and calculates the total sales for each customer, and then we use the main query. Again, for those who still don't understand, let me just again explain this query to you. This SQL query helps us find out which each customer has spent in total, right? First, it creates a temporary table called customer sales, which we call as CTE also. All right, so this customer sales, using the with clause we have created, we know the syntax of it. All right, inside this table it groups the data by customer ID, as you can see, and customer first name and last names, and these are the things that we just want to have a look at it. All right, we want to fetch these things, right? And it basically calculates the total sales for each customer using the sum sales, right? Storing the result in a column called total sales. Simple, as you can see. After that, the main query, this is the main query, it selects the customer first name, last name, and their total sales from customer sales. All right. Finally, it arranges the result in descending order, as you can see. So the customer with the highest total sales appears at the top, Mary Smith. All right. And this is a great way to identify the top spending customers. All right. So this is how you can do that. All right. So this was about CTE. I want you to practice it because I know this is a new concept to you, and without practice, it won't happen. You have to try this on your own with your own hands. Then only you'll be able to understand. By just looking at the video, it won't help you. All right. Okay. So this was about CTE. Now let's move on and understand what are views. All right. So what are views? A view in SQL is essentially a virtual table. It doesn't actually store any data like a regular table, but instead it stores a query that can be executed whenever you reference the view. You can think of a view as a saved query that you can reuse, making it easier to work with complex queries and providing a simplified interface to the underlying data. When you create a view, you define a query that selects data from one or more tables, and then you can reference the view in other queries just like a regular table. The data in the view is not stored, it's generated dynamically every time you query the view. All right. So the data is not stored in this. All right. Just keep this thing in mind. So why do we use views? Because the first point is it simplifies complex queries. If you have a long or complicated query, you can save it in a view and use it like a table. All right. Then reuse queries. Instead of writing the same query over and over, you can create a view and use it whenever you need. All right. Then there is a control access. You can give users access to a view without giving them access to the underlying tables. Okay. Then organize data. Views can combine data from multiple tables and present it in a way that's easy to understand. So these are some points why we use CTE. All right, these are the things. Now creating a view is simple. We can create the view using the view statement followed by the query you want to save. All right. Now how to create it is simple syntax, as you can see on the screen now. Create view, then view name. So whatever you want to name it, you can name it view name, and then as, and there is no bracket in this case, as, and after that you can just write the query. For example, here column 1, column 2 from table name, where condition, you know all these things, right? Now here view name, the name you give to your view, all right, and select statement, the query you want to save as a view, all right. So you'll be writing the query, and before that you'll be writing the create view and the view name as. So basically that particular query will be saved as views. Now before jumping into the demo, let me explain it to you with the help of an example so that this concept will get crystal clear in your head. All right. All right. So basically views can be generated using the create view statement. All right. For example, create view UK clients. I'm naming this table as UK clients. As after this, there's a query. In this query, select client ID full name from clients table where country is equal to United Kingdom. All right. Now this complete result, we have stored it in the view. We have saved it in the view. All right. In this case, a view named UK client is established based on the clients table, right? Now to retrieve this, retrieve the list of clients residing in the United Kingdom, you can execute the following query. So select star from UK clients. All right. So this will help you in that. In this case, as you can see, the UK viewed name is established. Now, if you want to retrieve the list of clients in this country who are residing in this, that is United Kingdom, you can execute the query, select star from UK clients. This example is basically demonstrating the same functionality, but uses different table names, column names, and a different country for filtering. All right. Now, let's do an example of it to understand it in a better way. All right. All right. So we are back on my SQL workbench. So now we will be discussing what we call view. All right. So let's do some examples. As we already discussed view, let's do some example to understand it in a better way. So let's do some questions. All right. So the first question. So let's say I want to showcase customer names and emails. All right. So how can we do that? Simply, I want to simplify the process. All right. I want to showcase the customer names and emails. We'll be doing a simple example. All right. So I want to showcase customer names and emails. So what do you think? So here we will create a view for that and then display it using that view. Simple. I hope you guys understand by now how to create a view. And so let me just show it to you again. Create view and then the view name. Let's say I want to name this view as customer info. All right, customer info as select. No, let me just write it as I've written in the syntax only, so that there is no confusion for you guys. Create view customer info as select, just a second, customer f name, and let me just give it as a alias first name. All right, I'm just doing it as it is. It's up to you if you want to give it as another name like I've just did. It's up to you. I'm just naming it because it will look something different than the usual thing that we used to do. Last name. All right, from data co, this is our table. All right, so this is how we can create a view. So as you can see, we have named this view as customer info, and inside, I mean after this, after naming it, we have wrote the query. Now this query will give us some result, and that result will be saved basically. All right, now here's the thing. Select star from customer info. All right, so customer info is our view name, by the way. All right, so the view only here will select first name, last name, and email from the table. All right, all right, so the table is create, this view is created. Now let me just write this thing. As you can see, first name, last name, and customer email, as I just mentioned. So how it is doing that? Because now we just printed, we just ran this thing, not printed, but we displayed this only. How it is printing this? Why? Because we have named our view as customer info, and in that view we are fetching the customer first name, which we have referenced as first name, customer last name as last name, customer email also, and that is why it is displaying like this. As customer email is not it is secured, so that is why it is not showing. Everything else is, you can see. All right, first name, last name. So this is how you can make use of views. The view only here selects the first name, last name, and email from the table. Simple. It was a very basic example. All right, now coming to example 2. In this example, uh, let's keep this example also on a basic level only, so that you can practice it again. And then if you want to try some advanced level or medium level in the further, then you can just go to any platform online and you can practice that. But let's understand with basic example first, so that everybody can understand. All right, now let's say I want to see all the order details from country India. All right, all the order details from country India. I want, by the way, this kind of questions can be this kind of circumstances or situations can arise in your company also when you will be working as a data analyst. They want to have a look at India's data, the order history of them or order details of them, or any other, UK, Australia. For that you can create views for different countries. Let's say you can create a view for Australia, you can create a view for Canada, you can create a view for USA and for India as well. Then you, all you have to do is, you don't have to write the whole query again and again. You can simply reference the view and then fetch everything from there. All right, all right, so here we will create a view for country India order details. Simple, because I want to see the order details. So let us just create a view. By the way, you can do it without a view also, because we are learning how to create a view, so that you can further simplify the process while working as a data analyst. So that is why we are doing it. I hope you guys know that. Create view customer info as, and select customer, sorry, my bad, create view orders from India. So this is our CTE name. I repeat, this is our view name, orders from India. All right, create view, orders from India. This is our view name, and as after this we'll use select clause and order ID, because we have to display the order ID in this particular case, and O is capital and I is capital, the column name, because we want to have a look at the order details. In order details, what we will mention: the order ID, the order country, and the order item product price. Simple. We want to mention these things. Order ID is there, and what else I want to mention? Order country. Of course, we are fetching the order details from country India, so we have to mention that key to verify that key order country is there, right? Order item product price. All right, order item product price from data co. This is the table name where order country is India. Simple. We know the where clause, so we have just filtered the result where order country India. So this whole result will be stored, will be saved in this particular query, will be saved in this, and then you can view it. You can use this. Simple. So basically you can't use any other like order by in this particular case. In views you can't do that. All right, just keep that thing in mind. Now we'll be writing the main query, not main query, because we have saved the query in this what we call view, and the name of the view is this. If I want to fetch any details out of this view, I can do that. Select star from orders from India, and let's run this. So as you can see, order ID this, and order country is India, order item product price is there. See, the order country will be India only because we have filtered it based on this, and the order item product price is variable, and order IDs are also different. So basically you saved this result in this view. Now using this view you can display any result. You can also create views for Australia, Canada, US, UK. For any country you can do that. All right, so this is how it simplifies the process. All right, now let's do another example. All right, the third example we'll be doing now. Let's say I want to find the best selling products. All right, this can be asked, right? I want to find out the best selling product. I want best selling products. So what do we do? Tell me. So the best selling products is the keyword, the main thing that we should focus on here. So we have to count how many times each product was ordered. All right, and then based on that we will find out the best selling products. We'll simply use the order by, and we'll do in the descending order, we'll sort it, and then we'll fetch out the top 5, or if we want to fetch all the results then also we can do that. But in this way we can figure out the best selling products by the number of what we call number of orders that has been done on that. All right, we'll use the count function on the order item ID, and from that we can do that. All right, so let me just do this. So we'll be creating a view for this as well. Create view as best selling products, as select the product name first of all, then we'll be using the count function because we have to count how many times each product was ordered. So we have to count the order item ID. That will give us the count of it as total orders, right? I want to reference it as total orders. Now from which table? Data go table, and I want to group by it based on the product name, because for each product we want product name. It will group by all the things, right? So basically we are creating a view and we are naming the view as best selling products, and inside that we are selecting the product name, the query selecting the product name, the count of order item ID, which will give us the total number of orders. from this table, and then we are grouping it based on the product name, because for each product we have to do that, right? And for each product we have to count how many times that product was ordered. That will give us a number, and that number we will for each product there will be a number, that is how many times it has been ordered, and whichever product has been ordered the maximum times, that is the best selling product, right? So this is how we can do that. Now we have saved this query in a view named best selling products, and now let's run it from what we call best. Let me just copy paste this thing only, best selling products. All right, now our work doesn't end here, because as I told you, we can't use order by here because view does not store any data. It basically saves the query. All right, you can't use order by over here. It will not do that. View will not do any sorting because it saves the query. It will not store any data. All right, you have to use order by here in the main query. Order by, because we want to sort it based on descending order, so that the maximum number of orders will, whichever product has the maximum number of orders, that will be displayed at the first. Order by, we'll do that. Order by this total orders in the descending order. Simple. Let's do this. All right, so as we can see, product name is there and total orders is there, and it is in the descending order. So we are getting 24515, that is 24,515 orders of this product, that is perfect fitness perfect rip deck. This particular product is being ordered maximum time, so this is the best selling product. And then this Nike men elite football cleat, and this is the second best product, and third, and like that. If you want to fetch top 5, then you can do that. You can set the limit, and basically I want to fetch the whole result, so I haven't used any further filtering things. But yeah, this will give us the best selling products. This is the best selling product, and then comes this, and then comes this, so it goes like that. All right, so all we have done here is we have saved the view, and using that view we just sorted the thing and we fetched the result. Now I hope you guys understand the CTE and views, and I want you guys to practice. Both of these topics are new. It is not difficult, but at first time it will be difficult for you, but if you'll practice it, it will become very easy for you guys. All right, so I want you guys to practice it.
Thank you for joining us in this SQL tutorial series. We hope you now feel more confident in your ability to write efficient SQL queries and work with databases effectively. To recap, here's what we have covered: SQL basics and data types, how to filter and manipulate data, advanced techniques like joins, subqueries and aggregation, data definition and manipulation commands. So if you found this series helpful, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more tutorials on database management and other essential topics. Feel free to reach out with any questions and we'll be happy to assist you. Thanks again for watching, and we look forward to seeing you in the next session.